okay.
I'm trying to go over to her channel right now to yell at her. But yeah, Kayla, it's in the stream VC chat. You can join. My code.
Your code? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Did you like my new
We need
study
one more person in here.
screen? I forgot I made this animation, so yep. New lobby. Oh yeah, I heard. Oh, still setting up. Okay, changing my category, my title, and everything. All right. Leave me be. Also, I was in Chaos' stream for a little bit. Oh goodness. Yeah, thank you. Oh, is that Volk? How's your stream, Volk? I was like looking for a bit. Also, why is this GIF of a screen? Of a screen? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yep, today I will be playing Phasmophobia. It's friends. Alright. I need to put in a new code.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. I've gathered a
Stream
list
was
of other
wild.
hunters
Digimon
and
is always a
assets.
riot. Oh, nice. You did not just say GIF. GIF. Is it GIF? GIF. I say GIF. Okay, like the peanut butter sauce. All right, GIF. All right. Should I switch? There we go. We have a full lobby.
We gotta start because we are way behind.
Cancel Shen for life. Alright. Hello.
Wait, guys. What level was I before? Can you guys check? Can you check?
I don't know. Is this your level 10?
Guys. Shed, look at my arm.
Your arm? I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it.
Is it right?
No. Not
left?
graphic. Oh, graphic. GIF? Oh, see? Not that makes so much more sense. Oh my god. Oh my
Wait, what the
god.
fuck?
Wait, you
Why
like
does it not
just
show
blew my
my-
mind, Volk.
My original level.
I did not know. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
they reset everything.
Yeah.
We reset everything, but
Oh my
you can see
god.
the original
You
the
learn
original
something
levels
new
on the
every
side of the
day.
arms, like right here.
Oh.
I didn't
Really?
know that.
Why is Shinobi a guy?
Oh, actually, yeah, no, it does.
It
yeah,
can't be
yeah.
a man.
Wait,
Where do you see
what
it?
is it? What level was I?
Make them a little bit louder.
Why does it have three numbers?
Especially
It says
Kayla.
555. I don't know.
Oh, it's level
This is
555. Guys, I have an
Hey,
addiction.
Hey.
See that? Oh, that's the old like. Your
Okay, that's fair then.
Well, maximum, it's 555.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually-
I can see that.
They're a little
Okay,
bit
you guys
too
ready?
loud.
109.
I think
Oh,
we're
that's
just
kinda
waiting
cool.
for Caleb. Ready yet?
Yep, ready.
We're gonna do the high schools.
Oh no.
I wasn't planning on streaming today, so yep. There are people who choose to pronounce it as GIF even after knowing the acronym. Oh. Okay, to be honest, I didn't even know it was the acronym. Also, thank you for the head pass, Chewy. Thank you. Hello. Oh, is that Rebel Wolf? Hello. Welcome in. I'm playing Phasmo. Oh, we're missing a person. Who's not here? Oh,
We're
is that here?
waiting for them to load. There we go.
Whoa. Who likes what?
Alrighty. Right. Are you ready, guys? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm gonna lie, it's been so long since I played this.
Guys, where's the EMF? Is this EMF?
Uh,
What the fuck is this?
I think it is, yeah. EMF.
What the hell? This looks like the...
It's so dark.
Wait, how do I turn my flashlight off?
Yeah, the EMF is
Oh.
that big thing. I don't know why.
I'm gonna take this. Wait, what's the objectives? Get an average sanity below 25. Repel the ghost with an instance
Alright.
while it's chasing someone.
Hi,
Detect
Shane.
your paranormal sounds.
Yeah, it's
Microphone?
really dark out there.
Wait, what's the
Yeah,
microphone?
Mark,
Is it this?
Who's going with who?
Oh my
bro?
god.
There's already activity?
Volkswagen. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I have my typical monster here. All right. Let's go. Yo, it's so dark. Can I? Why my brightness is all the way up? Why is it so dark? James Brownstone High School. It's so weird, Shed. Oh, you calling me weird, Whipple Wolf? You're the weird one. Wait, is my game supposed to be this dark? Smoky. Hey you, you.
Oh my god, we have light. Who's this?
This is Shinobi with 2i underscore. Smoke.
Okay, we got this. Wait, why did you pick this map, Shen?
Because this is a new map, isn't it?
What?
Yeah.
No, this is like the first map.
Really?
She wants to live her high school dreams.
I've never been here before. What? Come out. Wait, what's the ghost name?
Where are you at, bitch boy? Come here, bitch boy.
I think it goes.
Hello?
Give me a sign, give me a sign, give me a sign.
Wait. How do I use the microphone? How do...
Wait, did you hear rings or are you just saying it?
No, I'm saying ring ring, so to ring the phone so we know where it's
Oh.
at. Ring ring.
How am I the weird one? Because you're
Give me a sign. Give me a sign.
you're a wolf. Because you're a wolf. Yeah, I'm playing Phasmo. It's so dark.
Attack.
Hello? Come out! You come out, ghost. Red floor caution. Oops, I fell down. I'm gonna sue the school. Okay, turn on the light. What if I go in here? Okay. Smoky? Why does it say smoky everywhere? Smoky? Smoke? Smoky? Red floor? Go.
You done?
Go. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta turn off the lights behind us if possible.
Turn it off.
Yeah, because if we have too many lights on, it would shut off the power generator.
Isn't that a good sign? No?
What do you mean isn't that good?
That means
Not
we know
good.
the ghost
We need
is here, right?
The power can shut off by itself, but the ghost can also turn it off. So if we
Okay.
have too many lights on, it will shut off itself, and the ghost will have nothing to do with it.
Hey sir, have you been drinking?
You didn't do that, right?
No.
Do you have anything else with you?
After microphone, I don't know how to use it though. And then
That's-
there's the voice box.
Go in there and talk a little first.
Hey you! I don't remember your name. I didn't see, but say something. Say something. Oh. Okay, how do I know it's talking to me? The little ghost icon turns red. Buns? Mom? What?
You'll know the ghost reply to you, but I don't think it's in here.
Oh, okay. Let's go next room.
I'm not
Yeah.
getting any meter.
I remember how much I hate running in this game. Like you can only run for like 2 seconds, and then you're like
How old are you?
super tired.
How old are you? Give me a sign. Give me a sign. Ring phone. Ring phone. Ring phone.
Well, I died. Oh, you died, Yoshi! Oh no, we just started though.
Give me a sign.
Hello. Come here. Are you here? Give me a sign, ghost. This is so dangerous. There's no fence here. A kid could literally fall down and die.
Jump down it.
Can't. It won't let me. There's like an invisible wall.
Can you ring the phone? This fucking ghost is being such stupid. It won't ring the phone.
I found dirty water.
Dirty water?
Uh-huh.
Are you here?
Dirty water.
Hello?
Oh shit, does somebody have a photo?
It was cold in here.
Oh, it's cold? In this room?
EMF.
Hello? Oh,
yes,
wait, it is cold.
It's in here. It's in here.
Hello?
Yeah, it's
Can
in
you
this
give me a
bathroom.
sign?
Rick.
Hello?
Freezing
Give me a
temperatures.
sign. It wanted me so bad.
Well, the other thing too is it could.
Wait, is it
It's
freezing temps in
down
here?
bad.
Yep.
I'm checking right now with mine.
Hello? Give me a sign.
Look,
I'm getting
Shin.
nothing. No voice.
look on the doors and stuff for handprints.
I'm sorry right now.
Handprints? That's not me, that's Kayla. Kayla's job.
Oh, that's Kayla. Oh yeah, I forgot you were going.
It's slowly dropping. I'm gonna throw it in the sink here and I'm gonna run around.
What?
Wait, Shen, say something there.
Wait,
Are you
come
here?
here. Are you here? I heard something. You can hear that? Yeah, oh my
Okay,
god, he's
spare
here!
bottle.
He's
Oh,
here!
I think I
He's
did
here!
hear too.
Yeah.
Wait,
He said
wait, ask
something.
it again.
Cool.
Ask it again.
Are you here?
Spirit box.
Tell me something.
Okay,
What is your
temperature
name?
right here on the corner sink, okay?
What is
Did
your
you say
If you
name?
need to
something?
check it, but it's going down very slowly.
What is your name?
Wait, wait, Shen, did it talk to you?
Yeah, he did.
I heard
Yeah.
it, I believe.
Okay, that's spirit box.
I'm an EMF too.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Hello? Are you single?
La, 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 la. Do you want to date somebody? I found a
Ah,
perfect candidate.
shit!
Okay, that's a no. You don't want to? Why
Oh
not?
my god,
What's
we've been
wrong?
for almost 2 years. 1 year, 9
I
months,
got a
1 hour.
perfect person.
Goddamn! Oh my
What's her
god!
name? Did anybody look at that, by the way?
Should I do like a 2-year
Oh.
anniversary? Maybe?
Almost to a 4?
Almost to a 4? Give me a sign.
Guys, be sure to check the thermometer on
Ah!
Shin run.
Ah, fuck! Shit.
I'm dead.
Oh no! Kenny! Kenny's dead, Kenny's dead, Kenny's dead, Kenny's dead, Kenny's dead. Guys. What's the way out? What's the way out? Oh god. Oh god, everything's so dark. Where's the stairs? Guys? Hello? Necesito ayuda, please.
Shen, go back to where the lights are.
Shen,
Uh,
are you okay?
Wait,
Actually,
wait.
I think the lights are out.
I got this.
I'm coming up there.
It's a hunt, hi.
the way out? What's the way out? Kenny's dead.
It's over there. That door over there. See if it's unlocked.
Okay. Oh my god. Kenny got chicken wing? Yeah, he did. It's locked! Okay. Oh shit, I'm dead, Buns, I'm dead. I'm dead! Oh my goodness. Rip.
Hi, shit.
Hi, Kenny.
Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could.
Oh my god, I can barely hear you. You're so fucking muffled.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Those hands look like
I
Jack
got to
noodle.
watch that whole thing. I
Oh
was
my God.
following it.
Yum.
The whole damn time. So the bad part is, I didn't get to pick what it was. Wait. Oh,
Really?
that's, okay, never mind. You still get to pick. Okay, we're good. It's
Wait, you
not
can
like
still pick?
technology.
Oh yeah, you could. Okay, spirit box, freezing temp.
I don't know what to do.
Wait, what did you pick? What was the EMF? Was it 5?
Here, talk again?
Oh, what was the EMF?
Oh, you're really muffled. I only
Really?
got to see it as a 4, so... What the shit?
I tried
Yeah,
to hear
so it's not
you.
EMF 5.
Okay.
You can't hear me?
No, I could.
Oh. All I hear from you is... No, okay. It's so muffled. So what or what? What is the... Maury... Freezing temperatures, ghost writing. We did not bring no book, so yeah, probably would have been helpful.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the Mori.
The mimic.
Mori?
It would have been ultraviolet, but nobody found any fingerprints or anything. Wait, is that what that means? Am I
No
dumb right
ghost
now?
orbs?
Yeah, that's fingerprints. Okay.
Okay.
What? She died in the corner?
They're both here.
It's good.
They're gonna leave us, Shin. We gotta run.
No.
Get the...
Take sanity pills.
That won't help.
A drink, actually. These are shitty.
Oh my
though.
God.
I don't think they even
Kayla's
found
like-
my body.
4%.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna
you
be
died in the hallway.
gone. Yeah, what do you think about that? I did. I was running for it.
But you have higher sanity than I do. Yummy.
I was wondering where you were.
Me? I ran past
What
you,
the
and
hell?
I just kept running. During the Naruto Ninja run, yeah.
We're
It's
not
so
sure
funny.
what the response to your
Their
choice
arms are like
is,
super
though.
stiff.
I hate how many fucking cameras there are. Oh, this is kind of shitty. My bad. I put it in a bad spot.
Hopefully they got both of the things I said.
Oh, there we go.
Mm.
Wait.
I'm pretty sure they
Oh
did.
no, those other two
Freezing
cameras.
temps and...
Oh, those are
What?
Shan's and whoever's camera.
Yep.
What? I had a camera?
I need to go in there, but
Yeah, it was on our head.
Oh!
Remember those head cameras? Like-
oh!
Yeah. These right here?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wait, I didn't grab one though. Was I supposed to
did.
grab one?
do you have one?
Oh.
You don't have to.
There's dots over here.
Yeah.
Hello!
I don't see any ghost orbs.
I love having a 3D model. This is fun.
Alright, I have a camera for photos.
In a rush, in a rush.
I need to wave my hands.
You didn't like the
Okay.
photo.
Let's go.
I've been trying to find better quality stuff and more add-on stuff I could do, but I didn't have time to look around enough.
Ooh,
It was
it's
already
okay.
11.
It's okay, it's okay. You can always add them later.
Yeah. My model's gonna bug out for a second, chat. Be right back. Or it's just gonna stop moving. Okay, it stopped
How's
moving.
the
We're good.
flashlight on your shoulder?
Oh, you still see a flashlight? Oh, actually, yours is on your
Yeah.
shoulder. That's funny.
Are they still searching for the ghost? Okay. I'm gonna go hunt them. Where are they? Where are they? I could grab stuff, right? Ooh. Can I not open doors? Oh, wait, I could just go through them. Never mind. I'm just gonna go back. Boo! Okay. Boo! I scared you. Hmm.
You couldn't find them?
No, this place is so huge.
They probably went back to the bathroom we were in.
It
That was
moved
upstairs
this.
and to the left.
Wait, maybe I should have taken the camera. Oh my god.
Oh, you can see them on the map actually. They just
Oh!
they're outside now. They're coming back. I heard them.
Oh, Miss Kayla.
Well, we have.
Oh, the generator is right there on the stairs. Wait, what?
Yeah. I was actually fucking with it.
Oh my god.
I don't know, did you guys see the lights flicker at all?
Yeah,
'Cause
we
that was
did.
me.
We did. And Buzz was like, "Shit, did you do that?" And I was like, "No."
No, that was me. I was fucking with him. I was like, what's this do? Oh wait, that turns out the lights. Let me do it one more time. Oh, model's back. I'm back, guys. Hi, 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 hi.
Hi, hi.
I need to increase the sensitivity. I made it that it barely fucking moves, unfortunately. Shin, what the fuck? Bruh, you did not. Oh, good thing we're not fucking playing.
No, don't look at the camera. Look at the map on the
Oh
wall.
my god. Wait, how do you do the walkie-talkie? Is it G?
I barely found my way back.
I haven't played this in so long. Run, crouch, pick up.
I don't remember. He said one was V, and I don't know the other one.
Okay.
We could look it up real quick. Controls. And it was global push talk is B.
Okay.
Wonder if they can hear us when we're dead like that.
I don't think they could.
Hello? Probably not.
Hello.
I'd be surprised.
You're gonna die, Buns.
You're gonna die.
Oh, Buzz is gonna die?
What is she
Ain't
doing?
No way.
What is Mummy doing? I'm coming, Mummy.
Kenny.
Dead. Oh. It's done hunting. Still alive.
Oh, Buns is right there, the little red dots.
I'm good. Just stop it.
Did you get any other evidence?
I didn't go into
He was in the corner where you died. He was just hovering over your body.
Oh my goodness.
I think he was crying. No, I'm joking. What is this? Wait, I forgot you could throw shit.
Yeah.
I want an item to throw. Where's an item?
Ooh, let me grab it though, like these items.
Because the only other, I don't know if it's dots is the thing.
I don't think it's ghost orbs.
Yeah, because if it's ghost orbs, we would have seen it by now.
It's writing.
There.
It's writing.
Is it
Guys,
I don't think it's
we need the
dots.
book. We need the notepad.
can't
Notepad.
use
I wish you could
dots.
like throw the notepad. Huh?
It can be
Notepad.
EMF level 5. Ultra
No, it
wide.
can't. It can't be EMF. It was
Oh,
only a
that's,
4.
like,
Kenny, they can't
That's
hear you.
fingerprints.
They can't hear you.
I know. Kayla, don't. Notebook, please.
It's probably EMF level 5.
It's not 5.
Oof.
I promise. Can I pick it up? I want to throw it at the fucking
I think you can only pick up like notebooks and stuff, like small stuff, cups.
Where?
It's unreal. It's unreal. There's ghost orbs in front of me. I saw those.
Oh, I see it,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. I saw that one, yeah.
Oh, ghost
That took forever
orbs.
showing up. Holy shit.
Ghost orbs.
I know.
Kenny, ghost orbs.
Arsene cursed you for choosing this flight. You deserve to die. It's ghost orbs, freezing temperatures, and spirit box. It's unreal.
Unreal.
Yep.
I will be sending it in 3, 2.
Wait, Kenny's not here. Kenny.
Remember there used to be ghosts over here?
Kenny's gone.
Go.
Kenny's gone. Oh no.
Welcome back.
Oh,
I had some jobs for you.
nice.
God, that one took forever freaking showing up.
Oh man.
It was the unreal, Kenny. Unreal.
Man. I found the
Also-
notebook. Or I mean, like some throw.
Oh, man.
And then you started the thing. I was like, no. I'm running for it. I was so close. Wait, what'd they say? Never mind, it's all our lives.
Are they starting the game, do you know, or no?
Check his stream.
I'm gonna play some basketball. I've done. Oh,
Ready up first.
got it, got it. I did two hoops so far. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Nice.
Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
Wow.
Thank you for the sub, Kayla. Thank you. 5 months? Oh my god. Rah! Ooh. Yeah. Go in. Please, go in. Okay. Oh,
Jenga.
oh my god. Jenga? Wait, how do I drop it? Like carefully.
G. Oh, not
No,
carefully
G?
though.
She's throwing them.
Also,
I don't know how to
weapon
carefully
move.
place.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, it's still up. Wait. Oh no. it's
Jenga.
up.
It fell. Blue ball.
Oh, you got
Starting.
blue balled. They with a bug. Alrighty. Who's this? Detect a ghost presence is a motion sensor. I died again. Womp womp. Womp womp. Yoshi womp womp. Have a member? Oh, okay. Classic area is a ghost missing instance.
Okay,
Alright.
so they're on their second one right now, and they're in the middle of it right now.
Alright.
So we're not too far behind. Also, we should all get a camera, like a headpiece.
No.
I'm getting a notebook this.
No.
Oh, okay. Who's taking what? Did somebody take EMF?
I have EMF.
Okay.
I also have
Flashlight.
I got temperature.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
Shannon, you have to go and sit in a room for a bit.
What?
Yeah.
Me? Am I bait?
Yes, if you have
Yeah.
if you have temperature. No, if you have temperature,
Oh.
you have to sit there for a while because these suck. You have to sit there
I
and watch
usually just
them
base
go
it
up
off
and
of the
down.
breath.
Mm.
That's my way of doing
Susan
it.
Dyer. Susan Dyer. I guess you could
Hey,
say
Shan,
she
look up real quick.
died.
Look up real quick, right over there. Other side, over here.
What the heck is that? Is that pliers? Why is there a plier in the sky? Uh-oh. Susan! Susan, come here! Susan!
Susan, come here.
Susan Dyer! Did you die? Haha!
Give me a sign.
Susan.
Oh, Susan.
Susan.
Where are
Don't
you?
die, you guys.
You still here, Susan?
Oh, Susan. Susan Dyer.
Susan. Who are you? Are you one of these gals? Susan. I can't open this door. Oh, never mind.
Go
Susan.
upstairs with me. I'm a
Upstairs?
bit scared.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with you.
I'll take it, thank you. It's a bit
Yeah.
scary right now.
Okay, go on.
I think the ghost is upstairs, guys.
Oh, wait, it's cold here? Wait,
Yeah, it's put up here.
I see your breath.
It's a hallway ghost, I think.
Susan.
I'm checking.
Yeah, temperature. in
it's
this
going down?
hallway is going down very fast.
Yeah, it's going down. Susan Dyer. Susan Dyer, are you married? Do you have kids? Do you like women?
squeaky ass
Wink,
stairs.
wink. Susan.
Are you trying to riz up Susan?
Susan, it's pretty chilly up here. I'm sure you're really cool. Susan. Susan. Oh wait, it's rising? Wait, the temperature is rising now. Susan?
Is it up there?
Susan.
Wait, there's cold air over here.
Over here?
Is it hallway ghost?
Susan.
Yeah,
Are you here?
it's in this whole hallway, I think.
Fall
Are
up
you
these stairs
here?
and die? Is that how you died? Oh, hell nah. Did your stuffed animals
Okay,
strangle?
I'm like at 3 and 4 only
Wait, what?
for the temperature.
Oh, temperature? I
Yeah.
gotcha. Susan, did you suffocate yourself in the bathroom?
Oh.
You like swirlies in your life?
Hello, Susan? Susan Dyer. Are you a
water.
widow? Or are you the
Oh.
widow?
Are you a witch?
Or are you a bit...
You like black cats, or are you
I think it's a hallway ghost. 'cause I keep getting a 1 out here.
a
That's
1?
insane shit. Yeah, I'm only
Oh.
getting a 1 as well.
Okay, the lowest is
No
0 for me,
interaction.
for temperature. 0,
So
like right here.
they're very shy.
How old are
That
you?
probably means we need to. Wait, is that freezing temperatures I just seen, guys? I swear I just seen a.
Oh,
cloud
wait,
of,
wait.
like-
I'm negative
Where
0?
you
I'm below 0 now? Right here?
I'm not seeing our breath though anymore.
Oh, I see it though. I see it.
Wait,
Okay,
okay,
I
it's
thought
freezing,
I seen
freezing.
it.
Yeah, freezing temp.
Cool.
How old are
Where
you?
the fuck is it?
Susan. talk.
Susan!
Susan, stop being a
Bark
bitch.
for me, Susan.
Talk.
Susan, what's your name? Repeat after me.
I wanna hear
Susan,
your
bark
best
for
bark.
me.
Woo woo woo.
I think we.
Wait, are you an imposter?
What? No.
Are you sus? I think we need to split up. I think this is a shy ghost.
Oh, okay. Susan.
Shen, I want you to talk to her. I
Oh,
believe.
okay. Susan, what is your
Okay,
name?
I'll document this.
Susan,
What's your name?
how old are you? Susan, what size
What's your
bra do
name?
you wear? Susan.
Kayla, make sure you're looking for fingerprints around that area.
Oh. Oh.
I don't have anything to look for.
Yeah, I didn't grab one
I mean,
either.
like, just the doors, you know. I think that's the only thing is the doors.
Susan.
Oh, Susan was an alcoholic.
Susan, you're
sure.
alcoholic? You drink beer?
You fucking wild person.
Susan.
I think you could check the windows too. Okay, we're getting freezing temps, but we're still at a 1 on the EMF. How did that work?
Oh. Maybe she's not ready to hunt.
Maybe it was a ghost orb kind of thing?
Do you use the thermometer to measure how hot the ghost is? I mean, yeah. I think so.
No.
To measure
Fuck, I don't even-
how cold it is.
Guys,
You
guys,
know?
guys, I think I know where she's at. I caught her lacking.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
call
go
her
get
lucky?
one then.
She.
Somebody got one though.
Hello?
Who grabbed the ultraviolet?
Not me.
She's over here for sure. She opened the
Nobody
door.
grabbed Yubi.
Susan,
Nope.
show me your ways. Would it be like, okay, what if I gotta stay by myself? Susan. Susan? Are you in the attic? Susan, tell me your fears. Susan, do you like VTubers? Because guess what? I'm a anime girl on Twitch. Oh, wait, did you guys turn off the lights? Susan.
Is the temperature below 0 degrees Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit?
Is below zero. Below zero. Is below zero. Yeah.
Okay, you need to tell us if you need to stay on
Oh.
global chat.
Yeah, I did. I told Kayla and Kenny. I don't think you were here because you left.
Again, global chat. Okay.
Hello. Hello. Susan. Say something.
Writing the book,
Oh
please.
my god. She's not saying anything. Susan. Should we turn off this light too? Susan.
Oh, is she an alone ghost?
I don't know. I didn't check. Oh my god! She dropped that!
Man, what's up with that ball?
Oh my god.
Also, I'm not too sure, but I think I've seen ghost orbs.
Really? Don't you need like a camera for that though? For the ghost orbs?
Could you guys turn off the lights again?
Turn off? Okay. Where's the switch? Oh. Okay. Susan. Susan, are you here? We finished our second game? Oh, I see. Still trying to capture this goddamn ghost! you,
Generator.
you think they can see me? Okay. Oh shit, she's hunting!
No, it's not. It's just harassing you. You're fine.
Okay, thank you. That made me feel so much better. Well, she was like here. Are we just gonna ignore the fact that?
We're unsure if it's a ghost that responds to everybody or just people that are alone.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for professional. So it's better to just talk to it alone anyways, because even if you have everybody around it, or even if you're alone and whatever, it still responds to you.
Why are you looking up?
Flyers floating in the sky.
It just tried to hunt. It just tried to hunt. It just tried to hunt.
Oh, okay.
Don't go back in there.
Don't go back.
No, it's. I think he said it's trying to hunt. I want you to see the fucking EMF.
No, it just tried to hunt.
Yeah.
It might try again if we're near it though.
Let's go, Kenny. You and me
Oh god.
upstairs.
Alright, I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
because
upstairs
it
to the-
it got rid of the crucifix. Yep.
Oh shit!
So where's the notebooks? Did they write in it? Nope,
No, they
not on that
didn't write
one.
it.
And
Ghost orbs.
Ghost orbs? Okay. Ghost
I saw one on the
orbs.
top right of the screen.
Okay, good. I wasn't
Goes
going
like the lights on.
I hit it too on the
I do too, like
EMF.
the lights on. Okay. Ghost orbs.
It can't be EMF level 5, so you're fine on that.
No EMF. No ghost writing.
It can only be an ultraviolet, ghost writing, dots, or spirit box.
There's
Alright.
a fucking axe in this mirror. Holy shit.
Ooh. Hello, Susan? Susan, tell me something. Susan, tell me your... What is your name?
oh no, our flashlights. I seen it flickering. I
You
think.
guys didn't hear that? She was like... The hunting
She said,
sound.
"Ow."
Why was Kenny doing the nay towards this guy? It's because there's like a... Wait, she closed the door!
I don't see any fingerprints on the doors
Hey, hey, hey.
or mirrors
There's like a random pliers in the sky.
or windows.
I don't know why it's there. Like, you see that? It's like a random pair of pliers.
I don't have it.
Shin, go down, Shin.
Go down, go down? Okay.
she was hunting for a second.
Hello, Susan? Can you say something?
I should have had the fucking EMF out for that.
Susan, tell me something.
It was
Susan!
already red whenever she was hunting. That's why.
So she spawned right in front of the laundry room. We know that. Thing.
Susan, what is your name? Susan, are you single? Do you want to settle with me?
I'm gonna go down.
Okay. Susan,
Just close laundry room door, guys. Check the fingerprint.
okay.
What's laundry room door?
This door?
This
Also check
She
for
closed
red
this door.
switches there, too.
No fingerprints? No fingerprints, no fingerprints.
Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think it's fingerprints.
I don't think
Yeah,
it is.
none.
So it's no ultraviolet. It has to be ghost writing or spirit box or dots. Do we have dots in there? Guys, we don't have dots in there.
No, we don't have dots. Where's the spirit box?
Alright, I'm bringing
Oh, it's right here. You want it? It's right there.
yeah.
Susan. Susan, my
What was the
love.
last name?
Dyer. Susan
Oh, yeah.
Dyer.
I'll be in the laundry room. This is gonna be a bad idea.
Be safe.
Susan Dyer, are you here?
Wait.
Susan Dyer.
Lights have to be off for that.
Really?
Okay.
Thought it works the same.
How do we get dots again?
Susan Dyer.
Don't you just get where you see the dots move or something? Or no?
The ghost will walk through it.
Mmm.
Are you here?
Alright, most of the dots projectors up there.
Susan, come get me!
Dyer, are you
Susan!
here? Okay, everybody ready to hide?
Yeah. I'll be bait. I'll be the master
Whatever.
baiter.
Everybody ready to hide?
Sure.
Susan! Look at me. I'm so vulnerable and alone. Come get me.
I don't think it's a spirit box.
Shen, hide. It's hunting. I think Shen's about to die.
Oh my god.
So who died?
Kenny, oh no.
Oh, Kenny did die.
Oh. Womp womp, Kenny, womp womp. Where's his body? Where did he go? Is he still upstairs? Oh! Ah!
Hunting again.
I'm dead! Where are you?
Okay, let's look it up.
Oh no! Oh my god, thank you for the raid! Welcome in! Hello raiders! Yeah.
Look at your body. It's stuck in the wall.
Ayo, this is sussy!
Hey yo, hold on.
This is sussy, guys. Welcome in,
Okay,
raiders!
so it's not spirit box.
How was your stream? What did you do? What did you play? Have a good ghost hunt? Thank you! They got my favorite alcohol shot on discount. Oh my god, congrats, Purple Wolf. Drink lots. I'm ready for soccer
Are you
tonight.
still?
Oh,
Why
nice.
are you still looking at your body?
Yeah.
What are
it's
you
so
thinking
sweet.
about doing to that?
Watch, Kenny.
Oh, whoa. Clip that. No. Oh man.
Thank you for the shout out, Buns. So everyone, please go check out Don Frito 66. Some Hunt Showdown and Phasmo. Oh, nice. Did you have fun? This is only my second hunt of the day, second, and I died. Then Susan messed you up, Shed. I know, right? And you know, Susan put me in a very sussy position too. Into the wall. This is like something from a hentai. Of course. Nice. Oh,
Could you hear me back whenever you were in the house still?
can I hear? Oh, from here? No. I couldn't. Like, can you hear me from here?
Wait, was the ghost pretty fast?
No, I can't. No.
Wait, it's fast?
Was it fast?
I don't know.
No. No. Hello? Well, I hope you have a better luck next round. Thank you, thank you. You have a good night. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night to you too. Make sure you stay hydrated. Drink lots of water. Lock your doors. Lock your windows. Lock your closet, cause you know I might be lurking. Are you doing that, Kenny? Are you the grudge? Are you the grudge? The grudge, Kenny? Kenny the grudge?
Yes. Yes, I am. Alright, I'm gonna go upstairs and see what happened.
Alright.
Does that mean it's not Doxton?
Yeah, it's not.
Bruh. It's not writing, it's not EMF. What the is it?
It's between Spearbox and ghostwriting now.
Spirit box and
It
ghost
can't
writing.
be Spirit Box.
Oh, it's haunting? Wait, it's haunting? Watch Buns. Watch Buns.
Back.
Buns is gonna die. Buns is
Behind
gonna
you.
die.
God, she's so loud.
Kenny.
Mommy. Wait, find something to
Oh,
throw
she's
at
right here.
him.
She's right here. She's on the stairs.
Should come here. Look. I got a can.
wait. Let me go
Bottle
find something.
There's a whole bunch in the corner.
Where is
Come over here.
he?
I threw a whole bunch of stuff over here. You just gotta crouch and grab them real quick.
Hold on, I'm gonna go throw this at him. Oh,
if I could
welcome
see us
in,
on our
Raider.
hands?
OGG Hybrid.
Spirit
Welcome
box.
in. Welcome in.
So,
I hate
do
both
think
of
it's
you.
probably- do you think it's probably Spearbox?
You can try one more thing.
I told him before I died that I'm pretty sure it's not Spirit Box. She would have answered.
Oh.
Wait, do you want me to go with you?
No, that's fine.
She should have answered. We're just throwing the fucking can at her.
I swear. Yeah, you should be chilling.
Whee!
Kidding. Yo, you're back. You're like.
Don't do it again.
My toy! Give me my
You're
toy!
back, Arch.
Give me my toy!
I think it might be.
Can.
But it's just not going.
Yeah, Buns, we need to train these ghosts. They're being very bad right now. They're throwing things around. That.
Oh, Yoshi said
Back
he's
here.
ready for a rotation.
Don't throw things at me.
Back, Kayla!
Whoa.
Back, Kayla.
Back, Kayla!
Do it again.
I'm gonna go grab something else. Gosh. Are we just waiting for Mom and Kayla? Kenny died. Buzz is dead! Buzz is dead!
They're hunting.
Buzz is dead! Buzz is dead!
Bad mummy!
She's here. She's like right here. She's right here. Oh, she ran back up.
Bad ghost!
Kenny, I have a knife. I have a knife.
Oh, throw it at him, throw it at him! Bad mummy!
Hold on, let me grab another knife. I have a machete. Hold on. Where is he?
What the fuck are you fighting at? Nice.
They're in the kitchen. You can just
Did he
grab them from
already
the
walk out?
kitchen. Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it back at Kayla. Hi, Kayla! We're back!
Beer.
Beer, yes!
Oh, whoa.
A fucking cleaver!
Whoa, who wants to kill me?
Drop it, Kayla.
Cleaver!
Shoot it out of my head.
Cleaver!
Oh,
Why is Kenny
Buns, you wanna
finning?
kill me? One has
Finning
an
over a can?
Buns is
What the
back.
fuck is happening?
Ninja Butch knife.
We're
Cleaver!
just messing around. Kenny is like finding stuff to throw
Shit,
at
she
them.
took it.
Mine. Mine.
You can hear her spamming that shit.
Nice.
Give me that flashlight. Fuck, I can't even grab the flashlight.
Hold on, I'm gonna go grab some more stuff. Yeah, Kenny's holding the blade. Oh, Buzz? Oh, she's right here. Oh, where's another knife? Is this the kitchen? There has to be another knife here. Oh, I got a pan! Wait. I have a pan. Kenny. I have a pan.
Bonk.
Man.
Dude, I can't pick that up. I
Really?
spammed the shit out of my fucking... Yeah. I spammed the shit out of it because Kayla was teasing me. I broke my shit.
Oh, goodness. Rip,
Wait, what if I
rip.
read... Options, controls...
Are you changing your keybinds?
I'm gonna change it. Yes, I got you now.
Whoop.
You die?
Well,
Look,
Buzz
he's
is
in the
still
corner.
alive. Whoa, Bun's
I have a
sanity
G-
is so high.
So,
What?
Shin, I have it to... He took pills.
Oh.
I have it set to G, so immediately when I pick it up, it throws it back down. And I can't do anything about it.
You should switch
Let me
it.
switch that back to E. Oh my gosh. Pick up E. Apply. Did I fix it? Yes. Blah.
I recommend just coming back out. You'll have to guide me because I am blind and deaf.
Okay.
Oh, he's blind and deaf. Where's
You
he?
have to come inside and turn on the light for me.
Thank you for the bonk. Thank you.
Up.
Oh, he's right there.
Boing.
Hold on. I wanna grab a ball. Where's
Turn on
the
light for
ball?
me, please. It's on
Is
the
there another
literally at the
ball
door.
here? Oh, I got toilet paper roll for mom.
Yeah, so that goes right here.
Where is he?
Oh my god, I'm just looking at your dead body. Okay, they're back in the truck. I'm gonna run.
Go on.
Throw that toilet paper at him.
Mom, you gotta wrap yourself. With toilet
You see
paper.
how messy they've made it in here?
I really can't
Rep
hear you.
yourself.
I'm sorry.
Whoa, Kenny. Your body is like super bent.
Can you see it? Kayla!
Mm.
Shit, I let it bounce. No. I'm gonna break my fucking keybind again. Kayla,
Whoa.
look at the ball.
Alright.
Take this
What'd you
pan.
do?
Kayla, look at the ball. Did you grab it? Oh, you can play with it. Shit. Here,
Where's
here
it,
you
where's
go,
it?
shit.
Ooh.
You should throw it at the monitor.
Where did it go? Oh.
Twins?
I have it. Shit, she moved.
Because the thing
Yeet.
is,
Wait,
every
but we
other
have
dog
both.
that is hunted, it hasn't been spotted.
I think, I'm not gonna lie, I think it's dots.
So it's actually been
Say
avoided.
dogs?
Dots?
But it's
The-
freezing
the-
temperature
the-
Oh,
goes
dog.
The
towards-
ghost? Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, no, for twins, it's EMF and spirit box, which I don't have. The thing, unless wait, is there ghost orbs? You said? Oh wait, no, there is ghost orbs, huh?
There is.
Yeah, it's freezing temps and ghost orbs.
but it can't be EMF 05. It can't.
And it can't be ghostwriting. We had that the whole damn time, and it can't
Mhm.
EMF 5 because we had that the whole damn time too.
And no spirit box. No ghostwriting.
It's
I
not
put
dots,
Ure.
It's not ultraviolet. It has to be ghostwriting or spirit box.
Oh yeah, because we actually haven't been having ultraviolet. So it's not a
I did. I checked all the doors. Also, yeah, we checked the door when they did it, so it can't be.
Actually, that
Mm.
might be why it hunted a little earlier too.
Yeah, that's I'm thinking because it hunts more often when it kills people, and it's already killed 2 people.
Actually, when you were watching the thing, when the fire went out, did it start hunting?
The fire?
see the fire.
There was a fire?
Because I had the 2 candles on the floor.
Supposedly.
And when they went
Oh,
out,
the
did it
candles.
start hunting then?
Yeah.
I
Oh.
didn't see those candles.
Yeah, so cause that's the one thing that you always have to check with the candles, is because
Oh.
Yeah,
what
they're
if,
taking this game
if
so
it blows the
seriously.
candle, it will instantly hunt, or if the candle runs out, it will instantly hunt.
Oh my goodness.
So that actually might
I feel like,
be it.
I feel like it's unreal.
I think it's a Ure. I think it's the dots.
What unreal?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's Yuri
Yeah, it's
too.
not ghostwriting.
Yeah,
I think
we'll-
it's
we'll go
probably spirit
unreal.
box.
Because nobody was watching the
We'll go
dots
Unreal.
when she was hunting.
We're going Unreal.
I'm gonna stick with Yuri. We'll see, we'll see. Oh, see? I was right! Wait.
Oh, by the way, you
Wait.
can't.
It was
by
the
way,
dots.
too, you
Hey, we
can't
were
see
right.
it.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
But also, by the way, when it's hunting, you can't see it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, I get the
It just
firelight.
means that we have the dots in a bad spot.
Yeah, I can't.
Mm.
Ugh.
But it's okay.
Where a good spot would be then. Alright, let's see if they're ready to switch.
Yeah, no, they are. I heard Shen talking about it, so they should be ready. Go ahead
Mhm.
and get ready. I will sit in here.
Alright.
Should we go back on call?
I'm down.
we
Do
were
you guys
doing
wanna
a
come back and do it?
rotation. Since there's so many people who wanted to
Yeah.
play Phasmo, we're,
Damn. that was quick.
Bye. Going
Yeah,
away.
that was quick. Okay. I see how
we're rotating people.
I heard y'all decided to do the largest maps.
Yeah,
They-
because
they-
Shen wanted to.
What?
Oh my god. It took us like 12
Hey.
minutes in total to do our 2 maps.
Yeah, because Shen wanted to do the fucking high school. And
Hey,
I was like,
hey,
fine.
I've never been to the high school one.
And then she
Alright.
decides to run away and die in a corner.
Hey, at least I was by the entrance, okay? You know?
Both times?
The second time, she died. Yeah, by the entrance too.
Alright, first
And
team.
remember, they locked the
Shin.
entrance.
Mhm.
Yeah, I died. I was the only one who died in our group. It was like both times because the ghost wanted me so bad
Mommy?
each time.
Ain't no way.
Bruh.
It was about to land on me again, too.
Okay, Shen.
And Kayla.
Actually, do you
That's
wanna?
wild.
Do you?
Can we redo it?
No, go ahead. Redo like the. Reroll the. Reroll 2 times.
Okay.
Yeah, reroll 2 times.
Okay. How long does re-rolling take?
Yeah, listen, I had to put the names back.
Yeah, you had to
I
put the
learned
names
that.
back in.
Chaos.
Okay.
Yo,
So it'll be Chaos and I.
Chaos buns.
And... Me.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do that.
alright, we're gonna be the 3
rest?
man.
Okay.
As
Yeah, we
long
can.
as long as there's like 2 different people, because the other time it was literally all the 3 of us all
Yeah.
together again.
Okay. Wait, who's switching to what?
Me and June are
So
coming
it's-
to your group.
Yeah, that well.
Yeah, so-
who started this?
I'm
We just
leader
went
of this one.
chaos. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
me, you, me, Kayla, go to
obviously
their
Shin.
server or their.
Yeah,
And then we'll
so
just
you
invite
yeah
chaos.
you yeah so you, Kayla and Shen has to move over.
Oh, so the code's still the same. It's in the VC.
Yes, the code is still the same.
E.
Mute.
Player, should I
Oh yeah.
Oh wait. We might have a fourth for the 3-man. Here.
Okay,
soon.
cool. Who is she able to join now?
2 minutes away from home. About to come in. We'll be back in a minute.
Okay, we can wait. We know Shen's gonna take forever, so if
One-
Shen they want to start first, they can.
5, 6.
I gotta use the bathroom still.
That dis.
Yo, Buns, what's your code?
No, but it's true. I'm watching her
Looking
stream, and all she does in her stream is, "Oh, Susan, it's
very
cold
bottom
up here. Are you must be pretty cool like Shen."
Hey, I was trying to be funny.
We're over here like finding where the ghost is. Okay, let's set up a little bit, and then like she's over here just sitting in a room, in
You
the
should've seen where
corner,
she
just
died.
talking.
She got stuck in the wall on the last one.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
stuck
she-
in a wall.
She
It's like
ran
a
into
hand
the room
tie.
I was in.
Yoshi, make sure to carry
I
Shin.
did see that, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm pretty good at
Also-
it.
I got it.
Also,
Says
the
the
reason
one
why
who
I was
died
blind
twice.
and deaf was because I wished for knowledge. Which, yeah, which basically all it told me was that it was in ghostwriting. I was like, we already know that. So I was like, God damn it.
Oh, who wants to play basketball with me?
No one.
Oh,
Stay alone,
speaking
kid.
of basketball, June, Yoshi, show her that trick I showed you.
Oh, I don't know what the other one is. Oh, she has it.
Oh. You want it?
No!
About to tell her me fucking around with her.
Whenever I died, I just kept on throwing shit at Kayla.
I don't know if I can do it one take.
Yeah, I'm watching.
One take.
What?
So let me.
I'm-
Oh, I'm screwed right now.
How are you, Luna? Sorry, I didn't ask that. I did say hi though. At least that's a plus.
Wait,
Well,
send me
we'll be
June
back
a
since
little
we're
bit
waiting
louder.
too.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
The fuck did I do?
Nope.
My power
No
just went
peeking,
out.
okay,
What
Kenny?
are you
No
trying to
peeking.
do?
On what?
Like make it bounce on your ass?
Yo.
Oh!
Hold on.
No, 'cause it looks like it's bouncing on your ass.
Context.
That's.
I created a new lobby because I think the other one glitched out for me.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll join Yoshi's love.
Okay, I did it. Kenny, turn around.
Alright.
Alright, never mind, I fucked up.
I posted a code.
It's funny because I'm not even in the. Alright.
This time I
Kayla
want
says so sad.
you.
Oh wait, no.
You.
Is Luna in your chat, June?
I'm not streaming.
Oh, you're right.
Rude.
I mean, yeah, Luna's in my chat. I don't know.
Yeah. Luna, say hi to June in his chat, right? He needs to know that you're there.
Holy shit, you're level 35?
Oh, I know Luna's there.
Yes, I'm level 35.
Oh my god! And you died first?
Alright, I
Oh
finally
my-
fucking did it. Damn.
Oh
What
my
are you
god.
trying to say? The ghost came after me. I couldn't hide from it. Alright, it
Damn.
was super aggro.
The other,
You're like
the
the
other
one with
reason
the
why it
most
took
experience
forever
and you died
was
first.
because Shen,
No, they
or
actually
just
had more.
in general, nobody wanted
June's
to
a higher
bring
level than
anything.
me. He's prestige 1.
Oh
I was
my
the only one like going back to the van to go grab
Oh my
something.
How are you so
goodness.
slack?
I'm just
I don't
like,
want to hear from you who kept dying.
Yeah. You
Alright,
even have a
you died
special
focused.
like
After
name?
I found
Witch of the
something,
Lodge?
I plan on going back and getting
Oh
I
my
always
god.
grab
the
Oh my
same
god.
way.
You got
Yeah.
skins?
No,
I
that's
always
fine.
grab-
Like, if you
Oh,
grab the 3 things to like figure out where the ghost is, that's fine. But at the moment you guys find out where the ghost is, you're supposed to bring everything
Yeah, I
into
normally
the
bring
spot.
a flashlight and then I grab an EMF and a journal.
Yeah.
Those are the 3 things I'll always
But
grab.
the other thing too is Spirit Box was on both Kenny and Shen had Spirit Box, but I also don't know if it was on their body or if they threw it while they were running.
It was
So I was
on
like,
my
"God damn
body.
it."
I was in the room by myself. Trying
Yeah,
to do
I know.
Spirit Box.
I went
you
there
found
and
it?
I went there and I was like trying to find it and I couldn't find it on your body. So I was like, God damn it!
Oh.
And then after
God,
a while,
that
I was like, you know what?
oh
I'm
my
just
God.
gonna make a gamble and hopefully the monkey paw gives me no Spirit Box, and we know, but it didn't do that either. So
Oh,
I told you something. You knew.
yeah, it said no ghost right. I was like, we
Stupid.
know that.
This ball sucks.
The balls of balls.
Oh.
But
Oh,
yeah,
damn.
this is surprisingly hard to do.
You have to throw it up in the air, or is
No.
it just straight down? Oh,
Straight down, but you have to time it perfectly.
damn.
Otherwise, they're gonna be knocked away from each other.
Make June a little bit louder.
Oh, do you have to do it at the same time almost?
Yeah, something like that.
Throw. Now let's do it with the Jenga blocks. No, just...
You actually can.
I'll be a lady
You
this
watch.
time. This lady.
Yeah, they both upstairs.
Where's the basketball?
Mm.
No, fucking.
The jingle blocks you actually toss straight up in the air.
Oh,
Sheesh.
about that. I'm doing
See?
Oh my god, where did my game go?
See, look.
June. Fair, you know?
What? What the heck?
What's up?
Wait, you could do that?
About that.
Wait!
Fuck.
Throw it from under?
4 and it toppled over.
Shoot the Yoshi's try right now.
Well,
What? Wait! That's so whack, that's so cheating.
well,
Nope, nope.
Kenny, look.
That is so cheating!
Baller.
you missed.
You want to be crouching for these.
Baller.
Oh, I didn't
Baller.
I forgot it.
Oh, welcome in, Javier!
Bitch.
Oh, nice.
Well,
My beloved
I
sheep,
don't
I'm
know
busy, but
how
I'll still stop by to
get
say
a
hello,
fourth
even
one
if it's
on there.
just Bonita
don't know how
noches.
to fuck
Thank you, thank you for coming by though. I hope you have a good night.
Hey, yo.
Javier.
Hold on.
Cheater? I know, right? Chewing? Oh my god,
Stop
what a
it.
cheater.
Actually, we might not be. Oh, no. Hell yeah. I'll let you do that. I'll be fuck up. Wonder if it goes high enough to do it. Oh shit.
See, I got these.
Whee.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, it looked like you slip and fell from my angle.
Who,
We just
me?
need tripods. Get me by
Mommy.
tripods.
Tripods.
Broke his back.
How about
Yeah.
give up pods? Ha 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 ha
What?
ha. Give
Oh
up
my.
pods? Huh? Get it?
Ew,
I
Shen.
No, I don't.
Ew.
Can you try?
do.
Trying?
You're not
Give up.
trying hard
Pods?
enough.
Try.
Oh, there's photos. I want to see this. Shit.
Bye bye,
Okay, I
don't be a
brought
cheater,
everything.
Shed.
We
I
can, pick them
won't.
up.
I won't.
Oh, it's
Buenos
Yeah.
noches, Javier. Have a good
Problem. Let me see
night.
particle board.
Make sure you lock your doors, lock your
Okay.
windows,
Oh, we're
lock
gonna do
your,
this. No,
lock your
we're
Looking at the
closets.
fucking
Cause
heights
I'm gonna
of a
lurk.
toilet.
Ha ha ha.
Okay, well, I can't hear you again, by the way.
Hello.
Good night,
know
good
what this
night.
is.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Ooh. Oh, I got it ready
I'm
up.
all ready up now.
What's going on in these photos?
Already.
That's insane.
You, mum.
I'm scared.
Farmhouse?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah,
Farmhouse?
Okay,
Okay.
gotta re-ready up.
Shen's team, Kayla and you guys, if you guys want to start, you guys can start.
Yeah, we're starting.
I get the
Yep.
feeling they already have.
No, they all. I'm on.
Oh no,
Shen's
we just
screen, they
started
all-
right now.
Yeah.
We just started right now.
Okay. Cool. Is Kayla still going?
Have you guys been to the lighthouse?
Oh,
No.
God.
Nope.
We're doing another
Well,
big
let's
one.
let's go to the lighthouse.
Alright, grab your flashlights. Oh, that's a UV light, wrong one. Alright, whoops.
Actually, the lighthouse is pretty small.
Okay.
So many stairs.
I'll take the thermometer.
Maybe.
The mommy? You just call it the mommy.
Thermometer?
It's gonna be like 2 different fucking rooms. It's gonna be the main entrance and then all the stairs and then the
I'll
very
take
top.
a camera so I
That's
can
all.
take pictures of
Alright.
evidence, I guess. Yeah.
I think there's a
Wait,
small outside.
did somebody
or
take an
something like
EMF?
that, too.
Somebody
I'm
took
not
an
sure.
EMF, right?
But does the ghost spawn outside?
I,
What do I take?
I don't think so, honestly. So yeah, maybe like what
I
you guys
guess.
are saying.
I guess I take
Back to the school. No, I'm joking.
voice
Alright, fine. We'll go to Sunny Meadows.
thermometer.
Should we move to another chat for the time being?
Does it tell you?
We could just mute up.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, let's do that.
Alright.
Boop boop. Hey you. Wait, what's the ghost name? You guys didn't even see. What is it? Doris Phillips.
The ghost's
Doris.
name is Shinobi. Okay, cool.
Oh. You want me hunt you? I'm already lurking. Doris!
I just heard doors open.
Really?
It might be.
Which
June
door? Which door?
Upstairs.
Upstairs? Oh, okay.
Oh.
That was June. Doris! Doris Phillips.
Trying to find the breaker box. The breaker? Yeah, breaker.
Doris!
Why you say
Is-
that name?
Doris! Show yourself!
No! I'm gonna win you!
Oh my god. Doris! Oh? Broken glass? Oh, what's this? Garden in Style? Nice magazine to read while you're on the toilet? Nice, nice. Doris! Show yourself! How old are you? Doris! Phillips! Doris Phillips. What is your name? Doris Phillips. Doris Phillips. Doris Phillips. Doris Phillips. Doris?
Oh yeah, the temperature's dropping in here. I think it's in here.
In here?
Oh, don't shine that light on me. Hold on. You don't even see anything.
Okay.
It's
Where
about
is-
5 degrees.
Above
I
5?
don't know. No, it's dropping below 5 now. Oh, actually, it's dropping it. Oh, something just fell. It's throwing cans.
Oh, wait,
I
wait,
think
wait,
it's in
wait.
here. Just
Something
threw a
just
can.
fell?
Okay, I'm gonna. No, over here. Yeah, I think it might be in here. So.
Doris?
The temperature's dropping. It's almost to 0. What?
Oh yeah, I can see your breath. Freezing temp?
Yeah. It's not freezing temps, but I'm gonna see it's in here for now.
Alright. Oh, welcome in, miss. Welcome in. How's the game going? It's going good. Going good. Yeah. This is my third game so far. How are you, miss? How are you? Shanky's flirting with the dead. Holy shit, guys. What?
It's fake.
Where's Yoshi?
Oh, fingerprint.
Fingerprint? Fingerprint? Oh, nice. Picture? Got it, got it. I got a picture. I think she's a necrophilic. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not necrophilic.
On the store. It was.
Oh shit! Oh, is it hunting? I can't. Oh. Oh, someone died.
June?
Oh no, never mind. No, I don't see the fingerprints, by the way.
Right.
It's ready? Oh my god. Wait.
So it is in here. Okay.
What does it say? Help me.
I'm,
Please.
I'm getting 4. I'm getting 4.
4? 4?
Oh, it
Okay.
says it says subscribe to Shinobi on Twitch TV. Oh my god.
Join her Discord server?
So ultraviolet and
Alright.
Oh yeah, I got out of there. I don't have anything. I'm about to grab something that I can throw back in there.
Ooh. Okay, it was, what was it? Ghostwriting? Ultraviolet? I think it's a poltergeist, no?
I'm not too sure. I don't think we have anything else that could help with it. Let me take one of these.
We got ultraviolet and ghostwriting so far. So it could either be poltergeist, demon, or Mylene.
Who died?
Somebody died? Oh, Yoshi! Yoshi's dead again? Oh my goodness. God damn, this level 35 guy is dead.
Oh yeah, nothing happened in there.
Guys, take some sanity pills real quick. Each of you guys take one.
Sanity pills?
Yep.
Oh, what's that? Is it this?
Yep, just take one.
Oh shoot, I dropped it. Hold on.
Okay. Alright, you guys ready to go in? Actually, who wants to stay out here and watch camera?
I'm gonna.
Okay, I'll stay here, I'll stay here. See, I took this picture, it moved this. I also took this picture, and this picture, and did I take this? I don't know. This is says otherwise. Mom. Staying in the van, scaredy cat? Sure, says the one who's dead.
Be careful over there, 'cause that's the part
Yoshi. Get a ghost to blow out firelight. Okay, how do I do this again? Now swap camera. Keyboard. Okay. Ghost orbs. Somebody's throwing stuff at me. Okay, buddy. Go die with him. Thank you for the bonk. Thank you. He's in your bill. Ooh, let's get this. Is there only one camera? Oh, there is only one camera. Alright. You're gonna be sad if you don't.
That's really shitty stats.
Yeah, I don't see anything yet. Get the ghost to blow out a firelight. Do you need a candle for that?
Guys, it can only be 3 things. It can be EMF 5, freezing temps, or spirit box.
Mm.
I was trying to talk to it with the spirit box and it wasn't replying.
You wanna go in there again? Let's go in there again.
Yeah, take the EMF.
June, I take some sanity.
What? Okay. Thank you for the redeem, Hovey. Thank you. How are you? How was your day? You see Kayla walking in there. Oh my god, guys, look behind you, look behind you.
I don't think it's freezing temps. It's not.
Okay, okay. Well, what about EMF? I was having a fantastic time on Dawn Trail. What is Dawn Trail? Is it like a... It sounds like a MMO. Well, we only have 1 cam. Look at them walking. It's so funny because they're like crouching and squatting. Ant killer. Thanks. Take it back. The new Final Fantasy expansion. Oh, Oh, go set up another camera. You want? You know what? I won't. This is a tripod. How do I place things? Is it Z? Oh.
Okay, confirm
Oh,
no,
F
no
on the
freezing
tripod.
temps.
F on the tripod. Oh, okay.
EMF or spirit box?
Alright. EMF or spirit box. So no freezing temp?
Yoshi, I would get out of there. Or no, sorry. Dude, get out.
Shen, you should probably go in because you have the highest sanity.
Alright. I'm taking this camera.
Wait, do spirit box.
Spirit box? Who has the
Yeah,
spirit box?
Let Shen use spirit box.
There you go.
Oh, and Shen, take this too. EMF.
EMF? Okay.
Alright.
I'm going in.
Shen, good luck.
Thank you. I will. Hello? Doris?
I would walk around with EMF real quick, and then if you don't see anything, just talk in spirit box.
Alright. Doris.
That's pretty kind. How's it looking for EMF?
Below 4.
Below 4?
Mm-hmm. Hello, Doris. Tell me, what is your name? Oh god! Oh my god, I'm so scared. Okay. Doris! How old are you? Doris! What is your name?
Any luck on spirit box?
Nope. I don't hear anything. Doris!
Did you check the other room? Like that room with all the stuff in it? Like storage?
Checking right now. Doris! Tell me...
If it's not going any higher than a 4, I don't think it will go to a 5.
Doris! Doris! Tell me your name.
How's the EMF looking?
It went up a little bit.
Was that out of 5?
No, not yet.
Okay, I don't think it will go to a 5 then.
Alright.
It's a hunt. Shen, you're gonna die.
No, I'm still alive.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hey Shen, real quick, go into
you're
Discord and
almost
move
there.
her over. Shen,
Oh,
can
wait,
you
is
move
this
her from
locked?
Discord over?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could force her down here.
Mhm. Alright.
We're gonna have you forced in.
Guys, Shen's gonna die now.
Alright, Shin. Once you're dead, go ahead. Thank you. Alright. Mommy!
Hello. So yeah, in our
Hello?
stream VC chat right there, it will be the code for mine. The Mum Bums Kitten.
And
I
it
can't
will
believe I
be
just said
in
that
A.
on freaking. I just said that on freaking stream.
Doris?
Guys, should we have a roulette? Who can die first?
You want to?
Just roulette.
Alright.
And then we're just muting up in Discord.
Doris!
Oh my gosh,
Okay, guys, who's gonna die first? Who's her up?
Yeah, I don't think it's EMF because it doesn't go any higher.
Guys, no, she's hunting. Who died?
June? June is June. It's June. No.
So how's EMF looking, Chen?
It doesn't go any higher than 4. Yeah.
Okay, let's just say it's...
Are you sure it's not dots? Or no?
Let's just say it's Ghost Box.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's gonna go any higher than 5 or 4.
Alright. Oh my god. Oh, never mind.
So it's a poltergeist. Wait, Shen. Has it been throwing a lot of things around?
Yeah, it threw
Or
a
not
cup
really?
when we first went in. Yeah.
Are you sure that wasn't Yoshi?
No, Yoshi was still alive. Yeah.
Has it thrown anything while you were walking around in there?
No, I think that was Yoshi.
It can't be a poltergeist. There's no way. Poltergeists throw way more things. It has to be EMF level 5. It has to be Myling then.
Myling? Okay.
If it was a poltergeist, it'd be throwing every little object around. The whole room would be freaking thrashed.
No, but Myling is EMF, right?
Yeah, but it could have. I mean, it could have gone up to 5, but we didn't have Spirit Box either.
Okay. Myling then.
It was pretty quiet when hunting too. I don't think it's a poltergeist because it wasn't throwing that many items around.
Okay. Hopefully we're right. God damn, my sanity. It's literally 0. Oh, you opened it again.
Alright.
Oh.
Alright, that's it.
Oh, poltergeist.
It's a poltergeist.
How the fuck was it a poltergeist? It's stupid as fuck, bro. It literally would have been throwing things around. I'm so mad. That's so stupid. This is rigged. This is fucking rigged.
I heard Myling at the last second before y'all took off. I was like, oh, Myling, okay.
Well, I think this is not a poltergeist because usually poltergeists throw every little object around, and it wasn't throwing anything around.
Alright, that was me throwing stuff around.
I knew it was you. That's why I was like, I don't think it's a poltergeist because it wasn't. Because every time I play with poltergeist, they always throw every little object around. So I think this maybe was a broken
I saw it
poltergeist.
was knocking stuff down when I was it was knocking stuff down, but I don't think it's.
Oh fuck. So Shen lied.
What? No, I said when Yoshi was still alive, it threw something.
Something.
Yeah, something. One time. That's it.
Shen, follow me, Shen. Come
Are
here.
they done with theirs?
No. We still have to do our second one. We do 2 games each.
2 games? Okay.
Yeah, Shen, come here. Come here.
No.
Shen, get in the corner. Get
No. No.
Okay, then I will.
Let's do Point Hope. It's the lighthouse. I haven't played that map.
Point Hope? Alright. I'm ready up. Oh, this is the lighthouse, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, this is my collection.
This is
all
your
the stuff I
collection?
collected.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the tarot cards? This is my favorite.
Yeah.
And the doll? That was my favorite. The voodoo doll.
Oh, you just said the tarot cards were your favorite.
Well, anything that makes me like die is my favorite.
Oh my goodness. Everything can make you die. What's wrong with you? So everything's your favorite here?
Yeah. Wait, I haven't seen this one. What's this? Halloween?
Oh yeah,
23?
I completed the special event in Halloween.
Oh.
I need to be buying stuff. Here, hold on. I'm getting distracted. I need to go buy stuff. Let's see.
This time I want you. Man, level 9.
You're level 9?
Yeah. Okay, why don't I have a special badge like you guys? What?
Because you're a noob.
Yeah.
I'm a noob, but like, June is level 5.
He's prestige. He has an eye next to his name. That means he's prestige. You see that level?
What? Why don't I have that? Wait.
Because you got prestige.
How do you get prestige?
You don't have that.
You gotta reach max level and then level back up again.
Oh.
Nah, that. I didn't do that. I never hit that high.
What?
Oh, what? Then how'd you get the eye?
I don't.
Alright.
I just used to be level 555.
God damn.
Get that high?
Guys, I have 223 hours in this game.
Yeah,
we need
Kayla
a
plays this a
crucifix.
whole lot.
I used to. Dude, I used to grind this game every day.
Oh god.
Crucifix. What else do we need? More UV lights. Okay.
I'm so mad about that poltergeist. That's so fucking stupid. Why was it not throwing things?
It's because Yoshi was throwing things. It's like, oh, my job is done.
Well, it was. It came for me like right off the bat again. Like, I was standing there trying to remove evidence. Yeah, I'm buying more stuff that we can add. Airbox microphone. Incense. Okay. Sound sensor. Why does it not let me add another dots?
What map are they playing? It looks. I think they.
I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, we need more candles. Okay, we can start. What map we're doing? Oh, the lighthouse? Alright. I've actually never done this map, so I'm gonna be lost.
Looking. Me neither. Whoa, it's so bright. Is it daytime?
Or did June leave? We're missing
I think
June?
you just gotta wait for him to load. Yeah, he's right here.
No, never mind. Alright, I want the emo phone. Where's the emo motherfucker at?
Leslie Skinner. Skinner? Skinner! You know, from for The Simpsons.
We're here about to say SpongeBob.
Yeah, I was. Okay. I'm taking the purple thingy.
I'll take the thermometer again.
Alright. I have a camera. Photo of the ghost. Prevent the ghost from hunting with a crucifix. Get the ghost to blow out a firelight.
Come on, let's go.
Okay. Okay.
Why is it so dark? I can barely see anything. Why did you take a picture
Oh
of?
wait, I took the dots. What the hell? I'll be back. No. No, what? I'm gonna take a crucifix. What was the name? Something Skinner? Skinner!
Shen, you wanna see my safe space too?
Yeah.
I'll show y'all. This, if it starts hunting, this is exactly where I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna
Close the
this
door!
and then close this door.
That's actually really smart. What the heck?
Wait, but what if she
Double
closes
two
the
doors?
door and lock it?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
I
the
got
hunt,
2 doors
yeah,
because I
during
got
the hunt,
this and then that.
the hunt
Oh
always
my
closes the
goodness.
main door.
Fuck, you're right. Guys, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll go here and then I'll hide in the very back. I feel safe in here.
Can I go in the...
Oh, look, don't drop
Oh,
the
wait, you could go in here!
Wait, can you turn it on?
Oh my god.
Hey, yo, we're showering together!
There's
Don't
too
drop this
stinky in
up.
here. I gotta go. I gotta go.
Ooh, who's taking a dump?
Oh, my bad.
Why
Guys,
do
this
you
door's
know?
locked. Is there like a murderer behind this door?
We need a key for that.
Ooh. A key.
Oh my god, there's a toy sword!
Skinner! Ooh, can I take it? Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna leave the crucifix right here. I have a sword! I have a sword!
What?
I have a sword!
How do you have a sword? What the fuck? Oh, I need to be.
It was on the ground.
Guys, there's a whole goddamn nice kitchen up there. Like, this is a
Really?
hella nice place. What the fuck? Yeah, it's like
Oh my
curious.
god!
Like,
This
look
is
at that.
nice! There's a laundry right here. Freezer? A deep
Gross
freezer?
food, though. He's got gross cereal. I don't like the cereal choice.
Friend angry. This guy don't know how to spell friend.
They have a whole wine cellar. Guys, they have a whole ass wine room.
Oh my goodness. This is nice. Sausages? Mmm.
Friend angry. Look at the fridge. It says friend angry.
Yeah, they don't know how to spell friend. What a
I know, right?
dumbass.
Dumbass.
Haha. Is it here?
I don't feel safe. My.
Oh. Are you kidding me?
Yoshi?
Oh, it's sun hunting, guys. It's sun hunting.
Yoshi's dead. Yoshi is dead again.
So, Shen.
Yeah.
Shen, it's up here.
Yeah. I saw. I threw a crucifix there. It didn't attack it.
Wait,
Yeah.
did both of them die?
Did they? June? I think they did. I just hid. Oh no,
my-
June's right here.
Yeah, we're all the way to the top.
Oh my
guys,
god.
guys, I think it's in the wine room.
This one.
It spawned here.
Okay, I have a crucifix. Wait, a crucifix saves me from getting like
I think it spawned here. I'm
from
not
from
tripping.
dying, right?
Was that right there?
Okay. Skinner! Skinner, come here, Skinner! I
Guys,
hear
to be
it.
fair, this house was just so nice. I just had to check it out. Okay.
Yeah.
oh, gain 2 EMF, gain 3.
2? Wait, does anyone has a thermometer? Wait, I think. Oh, Yoshi had one.
It's definitely in the wine room.
Where is it? Come at me! Come at me! Okay, I'm dead. Fuck. Fuck! Yeah.
A word?
Oh no.
Okay.
He's so aggressive.
Alright. I don't like that ring.
It's so aggressive. Hey, Caitlin, take this?
I think so. The door's locked.
Oh, look at me! Is Kayla in her little?
Help me. Help me.
Kayla's in her little room.
Oh, you're dead too?
Oh yeah, I am.
Rip.
I'm gonna throw stuff at her.
Shit, Connor followed me. I was gonna show you something before the stupid. What I
Oh.
was trying to do.
Mhm.
Like, come here. Oh no,
Yeah.
step bro, I'm
It's
stuck.
okay. Dude.
I need help.
You're so dumb.
You're dumb.
Oh, shredded wheat. Take that
Oh, it's
cereal
got-
box.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, is it
Where'd you
here?
that- Where'd you throw
Mommy?
it?
Mommy? Mommy? Oh my god. Mommy? Huh?
Shredded wheats. This isn't even a good one.
Kayla's hiding in her little corner. They're both in here.
Where'd you go? Oh, okay.
They're in here. Throw it at them.
Alright.
Okay. Jun. I think we should go take the meds. Honestly, if we keep that up, if that's our safe spot, we just gotta keep going every time.
It's so far though. This place is hella tall.
I know, but we
There's
we
like
run
so many
faster than it.
floors if you go up the stairs.
Yeah.
Take two. Okay. What do we have up there so far?
I was gonna drop this dot thing up there. There's the notebook up there.
There's a notebook already?
God, my room is so
What
hot.
picture did you take? What is this? Why'd you take a photo of nothing?
Oh, what? Okay. It's called art. Okay, it's called art.
Where's the art? Where's the art?
It's
I
right
don't see art.
there. Photography.
No, I
Thank you for the
black.
follow,
I see
Yui.
pitch blackness. That's all I see.
Yui Vale, welcome in. Welcome.
You liar.
Me? Yeah, I'm a liar. My pants are on fire.
your
Haha.
pants are on fire,
Haha.
Shut up. Cringe. You be cringe.
Hi, welcome. How are you? How is your day? And now I'm playing Phasmophobia with friends.
Yeah, look, bullshit. I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna document everything, okay, Jin? Alright. This is a documentary. This is our lives on the line.
Ooh. I'm dead. This is my body. Look at me.
You better.
Are you TPing? Oh, go away! Don't teabag me.
Get teabag.
You know what? I'm gonna teabag you too. Where's your body?
Yeah, you don't even know where my body's at.
It's right here! It's right here!
Alright.
I'm good. I work all day. How are you? That's good. I'm doing great. I'm a little like sweaty right now because my room is super hot. I might open my window. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now.
She's dumb as fuck.
Oh, he's down with this sickle. Uh-oh. Ew, he's bald. Ew, he's nasty. Why you gross?
Alright. Hopefully you guys don't hear the fan. Cause I also turn on a fan. What are you doing? Yoshi?
What are you doing? I was having a staring contest. Sorry, I was hoping you would blink, but you didn't blink.
Me? Oh. Oops. Thank you for the head pass. Thank you. Oh. Buns is the clip player.
much.
June, I don't know. I think she's an op, for real. She don't like us. Bro, we go up there every fucking second. Bro, what the fuck is up? Jesus, bro. I will literally stand in this corner.
This ghost is super aggressive.
Oh wait, actually, no, I'm playing.
Did we get any evidence at all?
No. I'm guessing EMF. But I don't know. We died before we could even look at it.
I was having fun, like exploring the map, and then
No,
this
for real.
weird ghost decided to interrupt. I can throw an umbrella.
Throw at them, throw at them. I have a boot! I have a boot!
Here is
I have
yours.
another
Oh.
boot? Like me? Okay, mom. Is it hunting again?
You're the bitch, bro.
Oh my god.
June? June! Oh, okay. I thought she took you, man.
Dang, the wine splatter. No, not the
I
wine.
don't see any,
Not the
I see
wine.
an orb. I see an orb. Orb.
Orb?
Oh!
Oh! Oh,
Gotta go.
welcome in, one true L. Welcome. How is your day? How are you?
Did she sit on docks?
And now I'm playing Phasmophobia with friends. Kayla, run. I'm dead right now, by the way. Yep, I'm dead. Bad? Bad? Why is it bad? Did you like, you know, forgot to wear pants to school or something?
We're Gucci gang, bro!
Yeah, Gucci gang.
She fucking hates. Wait, hold up. I think this low-key might. It's really, really aggressive.
Yeah, let's go outside.
Apparently Twitch is full of assholes.
Wait, Shane.
What? Am I
Yeah,
an
hold my
asshole?
ball.
It's rolling away. It's rolling.
You pick it up. Okay.
I picked it up. Whoop.
Dang, she's holding my balls. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. One true L. Hopefully your day gets better. You know, womp womp. I don't know. I'm really bad at comforting people. You know, if someone tell me like their day is bad, I'm just like, oh, I hope it gets better. It is what it is. No, thank you. She's a bad comforter. Yeah, I am. I don't know. I think it's really awkward for me to like comfort people. You know, it's just I don't know what to say. Like I remember one time this girl was telling me about her bad day, and I was like, it's gonna be okay, and then she she told me it's not gonna be okay, and then like I didn't know what to do after that, you know, like sheesh, okay, your day is super bad then, I hope it gets worse. I don't know how to react. It's all dwelling on you. Yeah. It really is. Ooh, they're back at the truck. Cereal. Shredded wheat.
So let's try to go for.
I'm fine. That's good. You know, at least you know it's not terrible.
What's
you
her
know.
weakness?
I like to think that like
You know what? That might
no,
be.
if I'm
low-key,
having a
like,
bad
dumb,
day,
because they can only hear voices.
there's literally
near-
children
near.
starving, and I should be. I should feel better.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's
when we
always
keep, like,
someone
moving around,
in the
it's
like
weird for us.
someone in the world who has a worse day than you. You know? I'm a grown apple. Exactly, right? Exactly. That's a good attitude. Yeah, exactly.
Type shit, you know?
This is our moment.
Oh.
This is our moment.
I can see up your nostrils.
We've analyzed it.
Why are you looking up at my nostril? Do I have any boogers? Or do I have a
No,
lot of
is smooth?
Oh. I have a clean nose? Okay.
Yep. Are they still trying to figure it out? I'm just gonna follow them. Lots of boogers. Hey, grab a pillow, Yoshi. Grab a pillow.
Okay, okay.
We're gonna pillow fight.
Alright, come here. Oh, take that.
Oh,
Take
shit.
that. Oh, I hit you hard that time.
Oh my god.
Get destroyed?
Oh, I have another one. I have another one. Take that. Take that. Oh, you
see
stole my
that?
pillow.
Okay, hold on. Oh, I got
There.
I got
Oh, I hit you. I hit you. Take it.
I get bonked. I bonked you?
Oh, they're gonna chase? Why? They're gonna go inside the same room. Oh, somebody's dead. No? Yeah, somebody's dead!
Yeah, June, in the safe space. In the safe space, too.
Oh no, June! NT. Good try, good try. I even saw it. I saw it ran into the closet with you guys.
Alright, time to come out of the closet, June.
Yeah, time to come out the closet. Pillow fights are hardcore. Super hardcore. I don't know why, but like whenever I get into a pillow fight with my like cousins, it hurts. Like I thought it was supposed to be soft, but a pillow, getting smacked with a pillow hurts so much. Never seen someone so happy that someone died. Hey, you know, at least I'm not, you know, alone. The more the merrier, right?
I'm gonna blame June if we're wrong. Is that okay?
Ooh. I didn't even pick a ghost. Unreal.
Oh, no.
Ooh, it's unreal.
That's a bitch ass. That is a bitch ass.
Dang.
I'm so mad.
June, I went with your gut. You told me it was yokai. You lied to me, June.
No, me and June are professional ghost hunters. We knew, you know?
Wow, it's so professional.
Me and June were being harassed. Did you guys know she's getting harassed by
Yeah,
the
the ghost is so aggressive. Yeah.
I played 4 games tonight. Each time I was the first one to die. What's going on with my life? Seriously.
You gotta hide. Turn off your
bad?
camera. Turn off your flashlight.
Oh, yeah, my
Be
camera.
quiet
Okay.
and like crouch, hide in a corner.
I was trying to head over to run. I was stuck. Sometimes it doesn't even give me a chance to run.
Are we all done?
They're doing their second one right now.
Already.
We can try
Spirit
doing a
box.
short map and just sneak in a third one. And if they finish, we can just back out.
Sneak in a third one. We could. If they ask, you just say we're still on our second one.
Let's do it.
Alright, short map.
Yeah, let's
Tinglewood.
go,
I hit the first one.
Tinglewood.
Alright. You know I'm watching, right? Whoops, buns, whoops, mummy. Play small map? Yeah, we're gonna play a small map.
Crucifix.
Crucifix. Here you go. Meds. Shots. Body, spine.
Get off at like 12.
Skull, jaw, spines, scapula. Goes hunting, distribution. Damn, these are still bloody. They didn't even clean these well. We need holy water for them vampires. Damn right. What? Okay. Why kill vampires? You know, why not make love to one? Yeah, what's so bad about vampires? You know, I mean, like, if you become a vampire, you're basically like immortal. You know, you live forever, and like, you drink blood, and like, you could technically fly. I mean, like, all I see are pros. You know?
And the sound sensor.
I gotta save it, just being brainwashed by the vampires. No, but like actually though, you know? Like, what's so bad about being a vampire? You know?
Okay, ready up.
Ooh, okay, I'm ready. Take that.
Let's get this.
I'm
I want
taking.
their mama.
Okay, you're taking the thermometer. I'll take the spirit box. And I will
the
take.
other. Or who wants the other EMF?
I'll take the EMF.
UFO. Okay.
Okay.
I'll
EMF.
take a flashlight.
Escape. Incense. Alright. Let's go. Do all vampires? Ooh. Boy, it's cold already. Right here?
What temperature though? Oh, it's because we're next to being outside and it's cold.
Oh. Is it?
Alright, it looks like it's snowing.
Wait, it's so cold here.
Yeah, let's turn the power on. Let's turn the power on first.
Hello. Oh wait, it's not here? Oh, is it in the basement? Or no?
The power is on.
Power is on, okay. Why are you the only one streaming on this team? I don't know. And nobody else is streaming. I could do some cold weather. Ooh. I love cold weather. I would rather have it cold than super hot. I hate spring and I hate summer. I hate it. I get like super bad allergies. Plus there's bugs. Plus, you know, it's super hot. Plus, you know, I hate getting sweaty. You know. They nervous vampire and very shy. Ooh, you know, I love shy vampires. We could be shy together. We hate them. Wait, what? Have you played Super Hot before? No. No? Is it Super Hot? Is that a game?
Guys, laundry room.
Laundry room? Laundry room?
Laundry room.
Where's the laundry room?
I need somebody to bring, light over here.
Where's the laundry room?
Oh, right here?
Laundry room
Okay.
3. I'm getting 2 and 3s.
2 and 3s?
It just opened a door.
Hello, are you here? What is your name?
Oh, fingerprints. Wait, flash it again. I'm gonna get a picture.
What is your name? Oh, spirit box,
Wait, no, I
spirit
didn't
box,
get it.
spirit box. I got something, spirit box.
Okay, so ultraviolet and spirit box.
Ultraviolet, spirit box. Okay. Okay, What about
Can somebody
temperature?
take it? Wait, can somebody put the light on the door, please? I need to get the fingerprints.
Oh, who has it? Ultraviolet?
Fuck. Okay, wait. Do it again.
You're a vampire though. Why are you scared of bugs? I don't know. Like they're just like creepy crawlers.
Literally.
You know? I knew she was a vampire. I mean, look at me. I have red eyes, black hair. I'm a bad goat.
Alright, fun zone. I take pictures of them.
Okay. First object is the voodoo doll.
Oh, can I take it? Yeah, I'll trade you.
Breeze?
Here.
I don't. Trade me what? What is this?
Oh, voice box.
here.
Oh, spirit box.
Oh, you said it talked, right?
Yeah, it talked. Mhm.
Okay, well, we don't need this anymore. Let's use
Watch, I'm gonna I'm gonna poke it.
this. Wait, Shen, you worked me off with that trade. I want this.
What? You want the voodoo doll?
Wait, does somebody have a journal of writing?
No, I don't. Yeah, Yoshi, you want it? Yeah, I'll give it back to you.
Guys, I'm dead. What the fuck?
Oh my god! Oh no! Did I just killed Kayla? I just killed Kayla. I just killed Kayla. Oh my god, I'm dead! Wait! How did it know? How did it know? What? How did it know?
Shen, I walked out there, right? And it just instantly killed me.
Oh my god.
The ghost spawns like right here.
How do you know I was in the locker room? I was so quiet. Did you see my light? My flashlight? It's because I had it on. I'm not gonna tell her. I'll tell her afterwards. Watch. I missed the voodoo doll. Wait, where's the rest? Oh, they're over here.
Yeah. You should take the sandy too. You're low. You're like the 8%.
Womp womp. I'm gonna go grab something and throw it at them. Watch. This is a picture. Whoop.
I take a crucifix.
Wait, Kayla? What do you think it is? So we have spirit box, ultraviolet.
Ultraviolet.
What about freezing temp? Oh, thank you for the follow. Past vittles?
What the fuck is this?
Past
position?
vittles, welcome in. Thank you.
Oh god, your head's inside the
How
wall.
are
You're
you?
bent- Oh, okay. Okay, oh, here we go. Salt right there.
Salt right there.
Did Shin use the voodoo doll? Is that why they died?
I don't know.
I think she used the voodoo doll.
I did use the voodoo doll, but we're not gonna say that. I still have the voodoo doll, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
dropped
above
it somewhere.
5. Like a little bit below 5. Stop throwing that at me. Stop, whoever threw that, stop throwing it at me. Get away. Get out of here.
Oh my
Go
god.
get another dots. I'm gonna look for another dots.
Oh, what is this? I threw it somewhere.
Is
Yeah.
it so real? I think it's poltergeist.
Poltergeist? Alright. Are you sure? Did it throw anything? I don't think
I
he's
can't
doing
even trust
anything.
myself with that anymore. I literally hear him throwing things around right now.
Wait, that's me though.
He's been
I'm
throwing.
the one throwing stuff.
No, I heard him. No, before you died. He was throwing things
Oh, okay.
around. I don't think it's Phantom.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna think it's poltergeist too. Kayla. I'm gonna tell her. Where is she? Kayla, I'm gonna be real with you. I got us killed.
Did you use the cursed object?
Yeah.
When I was leaving?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Died.
Oh. Womp womp. Oh, June?
Hello.
Welcome to the squad.
I will not forgive you for that.
I'm sorry.
Alright. Under remains. Okay.
Oh, look at these pictures. Nice
Oh, I
shot.
don't know what to do.
Yoshi's by himself now.
I didn't see anything on dots. There's no ghostwriting. It's not freezing temps. Here, let's see what the description is for each of you. Got you guys.
Alright.
There are multiple objects at once. Great floors.
If we're gonna put
Invariably
this picture right
Look at the phantom
right here.
description.
Right here.
Okay, the phantom
Now that I
will
think about
drop
it,
your sanity faster.
I think it might be Phantom actually, because your guys' sanity dropped really fucking fast.
Okay. I'm
Like,
gonna
just
trust you.
Went from. No, Yoshi's literally went from 59 to 28 now.
So it's either poltergeist,
God.
phantom, or mimic. It's one of
Wait,
those
you're
two.
right. It was like halfway last time when I saw it.
Yeah, and Phantom apparently gets rid of.
Can that be
and
nice
it
to
really
share?
hasn't been throwing as many objects as you've seen like inside the area.
Thank you, Chewy. Thank you.
I can't really go back in because my sanity is low.
Just gotta guess. You gotta guess, Yoshi. You gotta
I'm
guess.
guessing y'all can hear me, right?
Where is it? Let me just throw something at him.
I guess we'd all take a guess. I'm just gonna guess. I'm gonna go with my gut. I'm gonna go with phantom.
Phantom? If you need me
I'm
to,
gonna
I would yell at her
leave
shit.
in,
No,
like, 10 seconds,
I got
so
it.
lock in your answer.
I could yell at her.
Circle the one you think it is. It's either phantom, mimic, or poltergeist. Based on the evidence we have, UV and spirit box. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7,
6.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay,
You
I'm
whisper
leaving.
yell. Yeah, I whisper yell. Okay? I'm not gonna like yell. You know, it's literally almost midnight for me. All right. Oh, you're right. It is Phantom. Nice, Kayla. Nice. Thank you for the head pass, Cheap Bean. Thank you.
XP going up. Let's go.
Yeah, Shen, I just looked at his sanity and it went halfway down. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yell like how you yell at me. I don't yell at you, Chewy. When did I yell at you, huh? Give me a time, huh? Exact date, time, and year. What game?
Are they still playing their game? Or
Talk
is
to
it-
her like she's pathetic. No. Sheesh.
I think they're about to leave.
Alright.
Oh yeah, they're leaving.
Okay. Alright, Shin, watch this. I'm gonna hit the hoop from all the way down here.
I'm watching. Oh my god, so close. Yoshi, so close.
Yeah,
Try
maybe if I get
again.
a running start. Maybe if I get a running start.
Oh,
Okay.
it's so close. You're like 1 inch away. Super close. Yeah.
1 inch away.
Try again.
Okay, ready? From
Yeah.
downtown.
Hello,
Nice,
are you
nice.
guys done now too?
Yeah, we're done now.
Alright, let's go ahead and switch up again. Unmute and switch up
Yes,
again.
we just
Alrighty.
finished up.
Nice.
Oh, Mavi, if you want to unmute as well,
I don't know how it was spirit.
you could
box,
say
I think.
hello there.
Nice. Hello.
Hello.
nice to
Welcome
meet you.
in.
Is it Mav? Is that how you pronounce it?
Mavi.
Mavi.
Mavi. Okay, Mavi.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mav is just shortened.
Mm.
Key.
I
You
think
yell
I'm
at
going
me,
to the
everything?
night here.
No.
Everything.
Yeah.
We're
Damn,
choosing
let's
characters
stay.
in Valorant.
My son, stay.
Hey, that's just that's like
Listen
you
to
know
mother.
a little banter. Oh,
Cigar
you
calling
yell
us,
at me
I'm
every
wake up
time you
early
are
for
choosing
work.
characters in Valorant.
Okay.
Yeah, cause you're slow.
I hate opening.
Same. I hate opening too.
You know.
Yeah, it's not fun.
It's just a little, a little bantering.
I'll see you guys later.
You
guys have a
know,
good
you
night.
could take
good
it.
night.
Well,
I'm not yelling.
You too, Kayla. Good night.
Good night.
And
I
then
think it's
there
gonna be
was
three. It's gonna be 3v3.
3v3.
I know it's gonna be 3-3, but
Or not
The thing is
3v3, but
to
3v3.
Wait, no. We saw Mom. Oh wait.
the thing is, too, is like if you guys are down to play other things too, potentially.
There.
Mhm.
Because
Oh,
I do
well,
have,
there's
I
Larry
still
going.
do have Jackbox 4 and Jackbox 6. And
Oh. Oh.
Ooh,
Do we want
Jackbox.
to do one more though, since Mavi just
yeah,
got
we
here?
can do that.
Yeah,
can
we
do that.
We
could.
can do one
Yeah.
more.
You're like, stop it.
And then,
Oh, stop it,
If
stop.
not that,
You
we,
just
we
want.
could do Death by AI.
Okay, that's reasonable
Oh,
though.
that's
Okay,
That's
fun.
fine.
it's because
Pretty
you,
Pretty fun, so.
Mr. Chewing.
You know, you could
Guys,
Okay.
let me in. Guys, wait, let me in.
Oh wait, this was a
miss.
Alright, Chewy, it's
last
because you
minute
keep
goal.
linking my Twitch to strangers. You know, it's like
Actually,
it's
I probably
embarrassing. And sometimes they're not even good people. They're like super
I was gonna
toxic
say,
people, and
me,
you're like,
Shin,
oh, go
Bobby,
follow
Moose,
Shinobi and
Universe.
Shinobi Twitch.tv/Shinobi 2 eyes
Wow.
underscore. And it's like, I don't want bad people here, and
Yeah,
you know,
I haven't
it's
played
gonna,
with Kenny
I don't,
on one, so
you know.
Yeah.
What is this? What clip is this?
Alright, so I'll
Yeah,
leave
yeah.
this
Oh my
lobby. I'll
goodness.
set one up.
Oh, I just noticed.
Wait, who am I playing
I
with?
do, thank you, Mom.
Jeez.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm back out of this one.
Man, and
You know,
and the
you met a
freaking
lot of
lighthouse,
wonderful
dude. The
people like
lighthouse
me
is
through
rough.
Valorant and Kayla.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
I
rough
know.
Yeah,
I
we
know,
died
but
quicker
it's
than
just
that, too.
Yeah, we died so fast on that one.
By
Oh god, I
chance.
can hear everything 4 times.
One missed.
You know, it's
Mute
good.
all
it's
of the
just-
streams. What
I
are you
got
doing?
lucky.
I know, it's
You know.
great.
I'll commit
Are you
Yeah.
gonna
invalid.
host it, Buns? Or do you want me?
I am.
Alright,
I am still in
alright.
this one.
I'm
Yeah.
so
right,
confused. I
Chewy,
don't
you're
know
right.
who's saying what when.
You're right.
But yeah,
Yeah.
I just put in my
Yep.
code for.
Bobby died, and then right after Bobby died,
I
straight
don't
up,
have an argument for that.
Chaos died, and then right after Chaos died, I died. I was like, dude, we died so fast. In there. I was like, oh my
And
god.
then me and Mavi started looting everything we could and just throwing it in the van.
Yeah, they were just running around just looting.
I would have made some extra cash. Come on.
If only it worked out.
Mavi found a fucking sword.
Money, money.
A sword.
She found a sword, yeah.
Wait,
wooden
guys,
one?
I'm muting the streams. What
The
are you guys
one in
talking
the
about?
lighthouse?
Yeah, in the lighthouse.
Oh.
We're talking about stuff in the game.
Oh, okay. Phasmo?
Yeah.
Yeah, Phasmo. If you check VC chat, you'll find my code.
Gotcha. So I'm joining Chaos then?
I'll find you a girlfriend or boyfriend in Valorant. That's hilarious, Shimi. What makes you think I don't have one already? Wink, wink.
Okay.
Alright, we're meeting on Jin and Miss.
But alright.
He's
I
what
guess
you were
since
playing
we're
before.
ready first, we could
Oh,
start
God.
first. So you guys have fun.
Alright.
Oh, I'm playing with Mavi.
Wait, whose group am I going to?
Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub.
Oh my god! Thank you for the gifted sub! Lucity? Lucity? TTV? Thank you, thank you!
I'll just wait until everybody's in.
Oh my goodness! Thank you for the sub! Oh my god! W?
You can hear. Why are you
Oh
hearing
my
me
god,
three
you're
times? Do you have
crazy!
everybody's
I don't
stream open?
exist! Oh, you do now? I see you. I'm gonna be looking in your room now. Watch out. You better lock your doors, lock your windows, lock your closet, because I'm gonna be in there.
Wait, Mommy, Miss Mommy.
Oh goodness. Thank you for the follow! Thank you!
Yeah.
Oh jeez. Jesus! Thank you for the sub! Thank you for the sub! Thank you so much for the sub!
Did you get the code, Shin?
I simply do not exist. Yeah, I'm putting it in right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're crazy. You're crazy,
Oh, there she
crazy.
is. Alright, mute up, mute up.
Hear me, my subjects. Oh, by the way,
Alright,
so what map
where
are we
do we want to go?
Oh, where we wanna go.
doing? I just got here. I don't know what I'm doing.
Surviving, hopefully. Maybe.
This is literally my first game ever.
Oh my god, look at you guys with your fancy cards.
Miss, you're fucking lying to me. You're already level 2.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah, he has an eye next
Yes.
to it too. Why am I the only one who doesn't have an eye? What?
Because you didn't play before they updated it.
Oh!
Did you play this game before August 17th, 2023? Shin?
No. I don't think so.
That's why.
Oh.
That's where half of the stuff comes from. Like, do you have a plaque on the wall?
No, I don't.
I'm back.
I don't think
Holy
so.
shit.
Yeah,
Plaque?
right under this light here next to the door.
What are we looking for?
Oh, Shin, me, and Mavi more than likely have a plaque here on the wall to the left of the door under the light.
No, I don't have it.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, mine
What's this
says
plaque for?
presented by, for playing before August 17th, 2023 when they updated the game.
Oh, I have that
Oh.
plaque.
I think I started playing in like December.
Why the hell do I have this plaque?
Aw. Because you played before.
Right, I don't remember that. Maybe I was so traumatized I just shut it out of my memory.
Yeah, like demonologist.
I love demonology.
Alright, so where are we hunting?
Ooh, let's go to the high school.
God.
Sunny Meadows is, which is even bigger than the high school if I remember right. But not really. Let's go to... What does Willow
Sound like
Street
a-
sound?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, I'm ready
Not
up.
too big, not too small.
Would now be a bad time to mention that I'm eating?
As long as you're ready
Cool.
up, I'll be... Or before I hit start, what all do we
Oh.
have? Let's grab some more flashlights.
How do I bring stuff?
I think only the
if you
host
haven't
has to
bought-
buy it, right?
No,
Yes, I
anybody
have-
can buy and then bring it in.
Oh.
don't have anything.
Oh, I have $1,700.
Oh, no wonder you guys sound so quiet. I can just turn up your volumes. Shen, try speaking.
Speaking? Speaking? Speaking?
Alright, I need to put you down to 0. Alright, Chaos, you.
Yeah, what up?
Alright, Mavi.
He said he's gonna put me down to 0.
Alright, Shen. Try again.
I'm trying again.
Chaos, is Shen
Trying
speaking?
again. Trying again. Trying again.
Is Mavi
Okay.
speaking? Not yet.
Yeah, okay. No, it's okay, sorry. Just need to make sure that the 0% is actually 0%. So I just buy a flashlight?
Yeah.
How do I do that?
2, 4.
Click on store and then click the item you want to buy, and then at the
I need
bottom
to be
right you'll see a
level
buy
12.
icon.
What about this?
I just sold one. Whoops, I'm an idiot.
You tried. You tried. Alright,
How
I
do-
brought
how
in
do
everything
how do
I
buy?
can.
Alright, I bought 4 flashlights.
Oh.
They're the sucky flashlights though,
Clicking on the
because I'm only
equipment and the
level
tier button.
2.
Same. I can't buy decent anything. Basically, all the tier 2 stuff is what used to be the norm for the game.
So they just made everything shittier.
Well, now there's 3 levels, but all the tier 2
Ghost
stuff
writing
is what
EMF
you used
reader?
to get in game.
Wait, why is it buying so much more expensive than selling? Oh my god.
So, yeah.
Oh
kinda
my
stupid.
god. Inflation. UV light.
It's like Bun said, if they were gonna do something like that, they should have done it from the beginning of the game, at least in my opinion.
I see. Put a
Alright,
camera.
it looks like we are, like, stocked full of everything now. Looks like Mavi put in a whole hell of a lot. Mavi, how much cash do you have?
Shit, that's a lot. That's literally everything.
She's the highest level here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, miss, I don't think you got around to actually putting anything in, but me, Shin, and Mavi put in everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't have anything to put in to begin with. I didn't even have money.
I think we got it before you as well. I think it starts you off with a couple flashlights.
No. Oh, I didn't know how to put it in anyway, so it doesn't matter.
All good. Alright, let's do this. Are we all ready?
Ready up.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, sir. Don't stay in the dark for too long. Gotcha,
Man,
gotcha.
I haven't been on this map since the Halloween event of that one year.
Let's see.
It was the one I did with Bobby, where Bobby got love killed with the ring box.
No.
Oh, it was
Okay.
so funny.
Got a
Over to
flashlight.
you, I'm sure Mobby was terrified.
Head camera.
No, Bobby started the ring box. Yeah,
Hmm.
she got him killed. She started it up and just tossed him in the door while he was coming out, and then just slammed on him and he died. He's like, "You bitch!"
Can I make her louder?
So in other words, I should avoid Mobby.
If she finds something that could start a ghost hunt, then yeah.
Should I bring? I'm gonna bring the camera. Sanity.
You do that, Shen.
Escape. Crucifix.
I'm gonna not contribute at all.
Alright, have fun! Missed lore, you will be missed. Did you hear me? I don't think he heard me. Ooh. I love this map. This is one of my favorite maps.
Alright.
Yes, Husky!
Lights upstairs.
Alright.
End of the hallway upstairs.
End of hallway upstairs. How did you get upstairs?
Turn on the light.
Well, upstairs from the basement.
Oh!
So,
okay.
like, right here. There's something
Right
right here. I'm getting a 3 when I come over here.
Alright. Hello! What is your name?
Hey, Mommy, when you coming back up?
What is your name? How old are you? How old are you? How are you?
I'm heading back to the truck to grab Dot and the camera.
Alrighty. Are you single?
Pointing at that part of the hall.
do you need? One of these, bro? Hello. Say something. I found a skull. I found a skull.
By the way, ghost activity kind of shot up a little.
It poo-pooed in the
It's at
sink.
6 right now.
Wait, I want to see.
Oh, Mommy, your sanity's dropping.
Oh wait, it's cold. Wait.
Do you have a thermometer?
No, but I can see your breath. You know? Are
Oh,
you
could
here?
it be in here in the bathroom?
Yeah. It is hella cold.
Okay, give me a sign.
How do I cycle through things in my inventory? Scroll wheel.
Now it's coming back up.
Give me a sign.
No, now
Ghost.
it's going back down.
It's going down.
What else do we need to check?
Could you grab a camera and a tripod and bring it in? Press the G to drop something if you need to.
Which camera?
Video camera.
Either one of the 4.
Video camera. The small white one.
Video camera, okay.
Yeah, what are the ones above the tripods?
Wait, do you guys remember the name? Welcome back, Mist.
Shut up.
What is it? Janice Cordero. Denise Cordero. What do you need? Crucifix?
When you have a camera out cold.
I see. Thank you.
Oh yeah. You have to like position it. Oh, you're here.
No, I
Jan
didn't know what I was
Janice?
doing.
Janice?
Oh, her name
Janice?
is Janice.
Janice? Janice?
Janice, you
Oh,
a little
yeah, I think it's-
bee.
Show me.
Yeah, I think it's in the
You were
bathroom.
looking for- It's in the bathroom.
I'm getting a reading in the bathroom. I'm checking the back room.
All right,
quick.
let me in here.
Alright.
Janice,
Give me a sign.
have at thee. Kill me, Janice. You won't, little baby bee. You won't. Do it, Janice.
Oh,
Is that-
Miss?
are you
Are you
Shen?
Miss in the bathroom? Yeah, close the
That
door.
was you. But okay. Close the door. I want it to kill me. Get out of here. Janice, if you can hear me, murder me in cold blood. Look, we have a film camera.
So actually keep the door open because I have a camera in here,
Mhm,
and we want to
okay.
see if we get dots.
Don't we have
Alright.
like a video camera here too? Who
Do
set
you
this
have
here?
one in there?
Well, someone I did not. Didn't
Oh,
someone set
yeah.
this?
Yeah, there's one
But
in
the
here.
dots is pointing in from outside the door.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
So if when I die, like, what kind of noise should I make?
You
girly
scream for
scream, that's
help.
the guy.
That kind of scream?
More of a shrieking one like Shin does.
Oh, I can't do that.
Like that?
Here's my best scream.
All right,
It doesn't-
we're
like, it
blessing
doesn't
you
high
with
pitch.
the crucifix. Oh,
Mhm.
Mommy, did you get
Nice.
freezing temps by the way?
Yeah, I got like cool
No,
breath
it
in here.
didn't go. It went on 0, but it didn't go below it.
Well, 0 is still freezing.
Is it? I thought it has to be below 0.
It can
Epilepsy
sit, like,
warning.
just above it. But it has to go.
By the way, I hear someone's echo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on 0 right now. And then it's going just above it. Did somebody else close that, or was that us?
That was us.
We kept it.
Who keeps closing it?
Shen?
What? That wasn't me.
You're the one who asked.
Give me a sign.
Alright, I'm gonna go
Give me a
check the
sign.
cameras.
Ooh, there's a
Yeah,
basement down here, guys.
I'm not getting anything on the spirit box.
Yeah, there's a journal in the.
Hey yo, hold on. Hey yo, hold on. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait. Oh no, wait.
Is there a way for me to zoom in?
Pick it back up. Pick it back up.
That's a 5-1 EMS.
I got that. I got that. No fuck! I keep dropping it. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Bye, Janice. Please don't murder me on the way out. Oh, good. Shen's in here. I can just.
Hold on, wait. Let me in.
But do you want me to bring out or who has the other crucifix?
Shen, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Go in, miss. Go in.
What? You think I won't? You think I'm a little afraid?
Yeah. I think you're a little kitty cat. Go on. Go inside by yourself. Go inside the bathroom. Go on.
I have insecurities. That's why I'm going in. No other reason.
All right. Do it. Where is it?
Yeah, you like that? Look at that now. See, look, I'm in here, Shen. What about you, huh?
I'm in here too.
Yeah, there's no way either of us is gonna die.
Miss, look at what I have. Miss, look at what I have.
Is that a tarot
card? Pull it. I want to know what.
No, miss.
I'm dead. Tell my family I love.
Oh my goodness. Hello Kitty. First one. Oh no shit. Oh no. I died first again. Oh no. Oh no. No, I'm gonna throw this in. Yeah, I'm still alive.
Okay, Miss kinda died.
Yeah, I saw him. I saw him died. Womp womp.
Four.
Family that you love.
Damn.
We don't
Chaos,
know who you
your
love.
sanity is so low.
I know. I chilled in that bathroom for a hot minute. Oh, it just knocked over one of the cameras.
Oh, it's
I
me.
know, that punk bitch. But yeah, now it's on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Now I got this.
Got it? Alright.
Don't worry about it.
I'll watch your back. Literally. I'm watching your back. Okay? Just your back! Am I a terrible person for doing this? Oh no! Wait! It's hunting! It's hunting! It's hunting.
Oh, I'm aware. I saw as soon as Mommy went to the bathroom.
Yeah, the door is locked. It won't let me in. Are you still alive, Mavi?
No, she said goodbye, friend. And then the kind of.
Oh no! Lose all the cards.
Oh, yep. It just finished her off, and my sanity dropped to 0.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, what do we have so far? I'm gonna hide this. EMF? Okay.
Yeah, that's all we have.
That's all we have. Alright. What kind of ghost pushes things over? Poltergeist?
Yeah, poltergeist. But that's not EMF 5.
Oh, wait, you're right. Alright, anybody has
can
a
you check the journal on the bathroom counter?
journal? Yeah.
No, I'm talking to, like, whoever's throwing shit at me.
Oh. Oh, do you want
If
to
they
take
can check the
sanity
journal
pills?
on the...
We have 4.
Oh, that's right. We have sanity pills.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Just
got...
take like 2. Yeah. Is it going up? Mine is going up.
Yes.
Okay.
I love how our sanity pills is just booze.
Yeah.
I'm actually just keeping an eye on the cameras right now.
Okay, I'm gonna go
To
in.
see if there's any. Do you want to go as a team?
You can stay here. Since I have higher sanity, I think I'll be fine a little bit.
When there's people alone.
Alright.
Before you head in, never mind. It says they're unsure.
Alright, alright. This is dead. You know what? I'm gonna take this. Spirit box? Hello? Are you here? Crucifix? Okay. Give me a sign. Give me a sign. Are you still writing? You're still... Oh.
You're spending an awful lot of time in there.
Oh yeah, it's okay. I was fixing the book. That's why.
Oh, do you have spirit box?
Yeah, I do. I'm doing it too. But I haven't heard anything. Yeah. Hello? Give me a sign.
And I think the camera's next to the toilet.
Alright. Can I?
Oh, never mind. Mommy got another one placed in there.
Alright. Oh, freezy temp, freezy temp.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like -5 something. Or negative something.
So
give me a
just
sign.
stopped working on one of the cameras.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
The camera in the bathroom just stopped. The night vision for it just stopped working.
Oh, okay. Is it this one? Can I? Give me a sign. My game crashed? Oh no, I missed! Oh no! Can you give me a sign? How old are you? What is your name? Nothing?
Has it interacted with the door or the light switch at all?
Nope. Nothing at all. Nothing.
Go ahead and turn on the light.
Turn on the lights? Okay.
Yeah, in the hallway and the bathroom.
Turn on lights. Turn on lights. Oh, power is down. The power is down.
Okay, I think it's in the basement.
Okay. Make my way downtown.
Hold up, what can I do on the map? Go to the end of the hallway there,
Mm-hmm.
and it's gonna be on your left.
Okay. Got it. Oh my god, this is so nerve-wracking.
Alright, so bathroom camera's back up.
Okay, lights are up.
Alright, so if you see the light get flickered off, run.
She's out there, she's out there, she's out there, she's out there. Shut up! She got me, she got me! Oh my god!
Oh, we lost him.
I'm dead. Oh no.
And a bunny.
A bunny!
Alright, I'm gonna read up on some of the ghosts. So let's check Jin. Territorial, attack when threatened, general travel faster at speed if its victim is far away.
Ooh, no
So I
spirit
don't think
box.
it's Jin. Shade. Potentially a Shade.
Got
Oni.
no ghostwriting.
Onis love to scare their victims as much as possible before attacking. They are often seen in their physical form, guarding their place of death.
Oh, thank you for the head pass, Star! Thank you! Welcome,
Less
man!
often
How
while
are
hunting
you?
their prey. And then the twins.
Yeah, Chaos is carrying the team right now.
I'm
Welcome!
thinking the Shade or the
Mommy,
Oni.
Mommy!
So I'm gonna go with Shade myself.
Welcome, man. I'm okay, darling. How about you? I'm doing good.
So
I
I'm gonna
woke
rule
up
out
really
Dot's
late,
projector as
but
well.
I'm doing good. I'm having a
Or
lot
which
of
rules
fun.
out Oni.
Sweating a little bit because my
I
room
haven't
is
seen
super hot. But
fuck all on the Dot's projector.
I'm having fun, and it's been going great. Yeah.
And I haven't seen any ghost storms. So I'm gonna vote Shade or Jin.
Shade or Jin? Alright. I'm gonna say Jin.
So one of y'all want to vote Jin and the other Shade? One of us will get it right. Just toss the bunny when both of y'all are ready.
Alright. You could pick Shade or Jin. Yep.
Did you toss the bunny?
Oh, I have the bunny. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright. There you go.
Okay.
Good? Yep. Very good. Very good. Oh, it's the twins.
It was the twins. What?
Guess at the twins.
And
That's the first time I've ever seen twins. Also, we lost Mist.
Yeah, he deceived. Oh, he crashed.
Oh. Oh, won't start up. Oh, that sucks. Oof. Oof. Is Kenny still on? Is he still in his first round?
I think so. Or they're probably on the second one.
Ah, what do y'all want to do for the second one?
I'm fine with any.
How does the campsite sound?
Where's Mist?
Oh my god. What up? You said something?
I said, let's do it.
Let's do it, yeah. You are
Let's do
so
it.
quick on just filling up the gear.
I
Holy
know!
shit, Mommy.
Look at that! That's
So,
crazy.
Mommy,
It's just automatic.
oh, how much cash do you have? And how much spare gear do you have? Holy shit. Alright, I'm ready to...
You guys want to wait for Mist first? Or...
he said it won't stop, it won't start up now.
Oh...
So I don't know, Mister, you joining back in?
right downtown. Walking fast, faces past, and I'm homebound. Da-na-na-na-na. Mm-hmm.
Oh, can't pick up the Sandy much. Yeah.
Alright, we might as well play some games. Jenga? Here? Cute? No, you're cute!
Wait, oh, I forgot to reactivate all my... I see.
There you go.
Oh no, I can't reactivate my redeems from here. I don't have
What? I'm a professional.
Oh, Miss can't. It isn't letting Mist open the game, so...
Oh, womp womp.
Okay, Mist a womp womp.
No. This? Yeah? Oh, ready up?
We need you to ready up. Yeah.
Got it. Oh, we are here.
You know, I find it funny that you heard me from so far away.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll take,
I got my
you guys already
usual, my
have?
EMF, flashlight, and journal.
EMF, flashlight, journal. Okay.
So we could use UV, dots. Mavi, I'm guessing you got spirit box and thermometer?
Okay, I'll take UV and dots.
Okay.
I love the campsite.
Oh, there is no countdown for it to start hunting.
Alright, no countdown. That is A-okay. Wait, what's the name? I keep forgetting the name. I love you, bitch. Oh, always love you, bitch. Love that. I want you. Bathroom?
Hey, Shin, I'm sorry to say, but I think we advanced.
Wait, what?
We went complete opposite direction.
Oh, that's okay. Tonight isn't my night, Phasmo. LOL! Oh my god, Yoshi! Oh my gosh! Damn, just don't die. Just don't die, silly. Don't die. Wait, where did you guys go? Oh wait, I see you guys.
We're at the other campsite and we're getting EMF reading.
Oh, in here? Alright. Did it news
Yeah, I think
like
it's in this tent.
did it move anything?
I'm getting an EMF of like 2.5 in here.
2.5?
It started up the radio.
Oh, the radio, okay. I don't see no markings yet. Is that a good place to
So I'm
put
gonna
it?
put EMF here.
Alright.
Journal's going on the cooler here. Two on the EMF.
2 EMF.
Yep, so far. And we got the dots. So it's definitely in here.
Yeah, just don't die. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Uh,
Oh, I know what I can do. Oh, what can you do, Star?
Oh, where's the spirit box? Are you here?
Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much for the sub.
Oh my god!
Can you stop,
Oh my god!
please? Just
Oh
talk
my
to
god!
me. Come on. I want to be a friend.
Thank you so much for the sub, Star. Thank you. Thank you so much for the star. Mwah. You're crazy. Thank you. Thank you for the
Hey,
shout
can you
out,
talk to me?
Buzz.
Say
Everybody should
something.
go follow Star. She's really nice. She's very mommy. Very mommy.
Are you friendly?
I'm gonna hide behind here.
Look, I'm all by my lonesome. My friends left here.
I could hear chaos. What did I do? Keep this door open. Why that clips are off clips? is RNG. Is RNG. No, nothing.
Dots.
Dots. Okay.
Yeah, dots.
That's it. Anything else? What about temperature? Is it lower?
Not-
Is it below?
I haven't checked him. I don't know where the thermometer is.
It's right here on the table.
Oh, okay. Because I saw dots pop up in this corner here.
Oh, okay.
So...
Anything? Any markings? I'm gonna go bring a camera.
Oh, we have orbs.
Oh, we have orbs? Okay, nice.
Oh, we got orbs? Damn.
Yeah.
Oh my
Right in
god.
that corner.
Uh-oh. No, dude! It got me! Please! Damn, I saw it! I saw it grab that football! I saw it kick it! I knew it! I should have run. Where am I? Why did I end up over here? Oh, I'm right here. Oh, it dragged me so far. Okay, this sucks. This sucks! Why does it give me such a small ball with like heavy pins? That I can't even push over. I just gotta kick them. One, two. Now I wonder. Maybe there's another game I could play. Over here. Damn! I grab this. Oh, nice. Damn. Okay, where's everyone?
We actually have those. Right here. I'm gonna read up on the other ones, because Raiju is freezing temps, and I didn't get a chance to check the temps before it started hunting. Demon that thrives on electrical current, while generally calm, they can become agitated when overwhelmed with power.
Ooh.
So it would move faster if there are more electrical things. So I don't think it's a Raiju.
I'm gonna test the mic.
Okay.
Chaos is
Yokai.
right in my face. Yokai.
Common ghosts that are attracted to human voices that can usually be found haunting family homes. Anger increasing the chance of attack. I don't think it's a yokai.
Not a yokai.
So that would be spirit box. I'm gonna rule that out. What about a Thay? What does a Thay do again? Rapidly age over time, even in the afterlife. Will learn these things to hear you faster while in the presence of the living. Active, defensive, and agile.
What up? Oh, it is hunting.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
It's going in and out of that tent there, and it's throwing shit around.
Oh my god! This is... Oh my god!
It really likes staying in that tent.
Angry ghost.
Yeah, finished.
So what about Yurei? What does Yurei do? Ghost that has returned to the physical world usually for the purpose of revenge or hatred have been known to have a stronger effect on people's sanity. Smudging the Yurei's place of death will
Chaos
trap it
is
temporarily.
speaking so fast.
Wonders.
Are you writing in the journal?
No.
It's not freezing?
I'm just gonna find stuff to dry him.
I'll roll that one too.
Oh wait, there's a ball here.
So that leaves, right... What? Oh my god, so that leaves EMF 5, writing, and ultraviolet.
Hold on. Is this a doll? Oh my god, it's a doll!
I went ahead and crossed off Spirit Box because I don't. Is Shin going to be a looter now? But yeah, I don't think it's a yokai.
Okay, no yokai.
Oh, Shin brought marshmallows in a bowling ball. What? She's. Yeah, I ruled out yokai for the spirit box because I read up on the yokai and it does not seem like it would be a yokai. Because talking near a yokai pisses it off, and I was talking a whole hell of a lot to it and nothing happened.
I'm not gonna say that it's writing. The first books are in there and it hasn't touched him.
Hey Shin!
Honestly,
If you can hear. Oh, did you get anything on the microphone?
no, but
Yes, I'm right here. I could hear.
True. Because I've narrowed it down to 3. The Banshee, Raiju, or Thay. And Banshee would be ultraviolet, which it would be really hard to find on this map. But just to be safe, Shin, the marshmallows are missing. Oh no, they're right here. Shin, pick up the marshmallows if you're still here. Okay, cool. Could you go check the journal for me?
Yeah.
And see if there's writing on it. Take the marshmallows and then like drop them when you're back.
Okay. I'm just gonna grab new marshmallows.
Oh my god. If you already left to check the journal, bring something back with you. I just saw the dots again too.
Journal, journal, journal. Journal. Where is the journal? Oh, is it here? Oh no, that's not the journal. Oh, is it here? Okay. How do I tell him no? How do I tell... how do I tell him no? He didn't give me an option to tell him no.
Ghost Napa. It looks like it just moved the door a little bit.
Wait, he can see me through it, right? Hold on. let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. I'm pretty sure he can see me, right? Hold on. Can you see me?
Okay, I saw you toss some marshmallows at the tent. Can you toss them again if there's any writing? If not, there's something else. Toss some marshmallows at the camera. Oh, no writing?
No writing, no writing.
Wait, did you just lift it up for us to see?
No, no. No! That wasn't me!
Okay, I'm gonna assume that's a no on the ghost writing, so I'm gonna cross that.
Okay. Don't die shit. Start. I am already dead. I am already dead. Then use me as like an informant.
Yeah, I don't know how you would check that. What?
I'm disappointed in you.
Brother.
Thank you.
Be careful. Just run back to the entrance. I don't think it'll go that far. Oh my god, this ghost is so violent.
Oh, she's going through it? Outside? Alright, Mavi. Can I throw something at her?
Randomly turning on your flashlight behind the camera is blinding. Rude.
Okay. There's one here. Crucifix.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you're gonna really see anything on, like, the tent.
Just waiting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get away! Get away, ghost! Get away! Get away! Oh my god, it's still here. What is this? Is this a jaw? A bone? Oh! It threw something? It threw something? Poltergeist? Maybe? can't be though, right? Now poltergeist.
Oh no, Mavi!
No! No! Oh no, Auntie! Auntie ran all around and started throwing stuff.
Alright, so I'll go ahead and vote
Auntie.
Banshee. Just toss the marshmallows at me when you're ready.
Alright, Banshee. I'm ready.
Alright, I'll take that as a let's go.
Let's go. Good try, good try.
What can I say? What can I say?
Well, look at Mavi getting that
Nice.
guess right.
Banshee, good job.
Well, time to go. Stro Brave. Hey, I'm level 10.
Whoop whoop.
Alright, do we want to check the other group, see if they're done?
Yep.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, unmuting. Alright. Did y'all finish your second one? I'll assume.
Pretty much, yeah, we did. We're just fucking around and getting the fucking side quest.
Oh, we just finished our second one.
Hell yeah, works out.
Boom, boom, boom,
yeah.
boom. I wanna triple boom. Spend the night together.
Okay. One sec.
Okay.
Okay, I got it.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Oh, you can just toss them.
Still got it.
I normally do it at looking straight down. Oh, what?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Why is that? Okay. Well,
Where's my waza?
I have
What's up?
What's
I have a little less than 10 minutes before my parents get here. This will actually be for me. But it was fun playing with you guys.
Yes.
Hold up, I can't hear. Fuck off.
I'm a little sad that Shan and Mist and Mavi are ignoring me, but
Sorry, I'm here. I'm listening.
Dang, she left you on red and everything.
but yeah, it will be for me. I will be hanging, just chatting, but I will be going.
Alrighty.
Have fun.
Have fun, Buns. Have a good night.
Good night.
Rest
Good night,
well.
everyone.
Thank you for playing.
Alright, so that leaves Kenny and Yoshi. What are y'all up to?
Nothing. What are you up to? Who's asking?
Well,
Kidding,
what are
kidding.
y'all's plans, I should say? Because
Whatever
we
your
never need to
plans
get a
are.
fate in here.
True.
I don't know.
I can do whatever. I'm down for what.
Yeah,
whatever.
Mist's game crashed and it's not letting him reopen.
Damn.
Yeah, he crashed in our first map.
Well, shit.
Also,
Very
Shen,
rude of
thank
the
you for
game.
the hydrates.
I don't have water.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Go, death by AI. Do it. I'm not the host. I'm not the host. This is technically this is Kenny's collab. All right. I have no
Alright, you know what,
say.
Shin? No, you hydrate. You take that.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Yoshi, sir.
You hydrate.
I got my monster here. Thank you, thank you.
That's not what you're supposed to be hydrating on. No. Just drink water. What are you doing?
Thank you for the
Never mind.
hydrates. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Oh, so many hydrates. Okay, I have like 1/3 of my monster left. All right, I'm gonna chug it. Guys. I'm gonna chug it. I'm gonna be full of synergy. Watch.
Star. Hello.
So what are we doing? What's the move?
Well, now we're down to five people.
Uh-huh.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Shit,
Oh, you chose the wrong time to be stuck in the corner, Jimmy.
Oh no.
Oh my god, I'm gonna burp.
Keep getting so close.
It's okay.
Hey, stay
I'm
down,
losing
you stay
water
down
as a
there, take the
chaser.
push. That's good.
Mm.
Mirror on the wall.
Mm-mm.
What's a
There you
5-player
go.
game or 6-player game?
I did it. What up? What up?
By yeah, let's go.
What's a 5 or
Guys
6-player
will
game
survive.
we play?
That everybody has?
Yeah.
Let me check my Steam.
Mummy's saying death by AI.
F by AI. Yeah.
My Steam is not liking me right now.
Wasn't there also Jackbox?
All you need
Or
is a
no,
web
Bunch
browser.
has it.
Yeah.
Shit.
Got my water. I'm so sad that Waza didn't work.
There's Mogus.
Everything's
There's
chugging along.
Mogus.
Oh, Amogus?
Mongoose.
I'd rather not.
Shane, what the?
Whoops.
If we wanted to do a 5-man, we could do Debida Customs.
Mummy,
Ooh,
when we were in the fucking
Dubada.
lighthouse, and you were telling me to come on, I was doing push-ups. I'm not gonna let you.
That's hilarious.
I know Mavi. What was the last time you played Debida?
Death by AI is also on Discord.
Pretty
Like, it's a
recently.
Discord activity game.
Recently? I haven't played for a hot minute.
Anniversary event's out at the moment.
What the fuck?
I know that much. I've seen TNT anniversary.
Who the fuck hit me with a car? Somebody follow me?
Car crash.
What just happened?
Hey, speaking of, he is actually
This is for Kenny and the push-ups. Hey! Unfair, Buns! Unfair, Mummy. Unfair.
What?
Okay, why does it always play this clip? It's always this clip.
Oh, okay.
Wait, what the fuck?
Bros before. Are you calling me a HOES? Huh? Are you calling me HOE?
I'm so
Yes.
come from?
Oh my god.
Magic?
I'm such
Oh, what else
genius.
could we play as 5-man?
Oh, Valorant.
Guys!
Oh my god.
I'm so smart.
Mavi wouldn't be able to join us on. Well, Mavi technically could, but
Smart.
Mavi's in Australia. with Phasmo.
Ah.
Bingo burr.
Crazy. I'm insane.
Ringo
Oh my
Burr.
goodness, Buzz. Oh my god. What is this? It sound like?
Isn't it like 3 in the morning? Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, it's
We
3
can
a.m.
all play the Hunter Call of the Wild.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, girl, you're crazy.
Why aren't you working? Did I get a follow?
Already. I don't even know what's going on right now.
Figure your shit out,
Kitty.
Kitty.
Kitty's going
I don't
insane.
understand this shit. Okay, it was this fucking star following. I knew it. I knew it had to be a follow. So only the follow is working. The fucking redeem is not working.
Oh, do we all have Panicore? We can play Panicore.
True.
I thought that was only
never
4
even played
players.
it yet.
Oh, it's 5-player.
It's 5-player? Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm down. I haven't even touched it after buying it.
Ooh, it's so fun,
well.
Kenny.
Mavi, do you have Panicore?
I do.
Oh, welcome in, Starlight.
Hi, Star.
Hello, Star.
Hello there.
Mommy? Sorry, mommy? Sorry.
I need to figure that
Storm, would you like to play Panicore with us?
I don't have Panicore.
Oh
Do you know what
no.
kind of game it is?
No.
Picture getting hunted down by monsters. While you try to
the one
escape.
person.
It's a horror game.
It's a horror game, yeah.
To be fair, I did not suggest it. You just
I missed
decided to
no.
expand.
You could come in
While
and come
we
in and
were
say
talking
hi.
about it.
You know, come in and say hi for a little bit. I'm dying inside. My heart is dying. RL and figuratively. Oh no, Buns. Oh no, mommy.
Who's not playing still?
I can go for a little bit longer.
I'm still down.
Damn it.
I'm down. Is
I'm up. Haha.
okay. And then
Alright,
Bobby
magic.
still playing,
And that's the day she leaves her own
Starler
call.
is joining us. So we have 6 now.
Oh, what are we doing? I just hopped in to say hi.
Oh,
Alrighty.
hello.
Hello,
Hi.
Star.
I can't wait to play.
Mavi, why? Mavi, why?
Why what?
Oh, I'm so
No, I have to
confused.
pretend to be
fight you,
asleep. Alrighty, Buns. Alrighty, Mom.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even realize. I drank all my water already. What the fuck's wrong with me?
Oh,
Well,
did
grab
somebody
more,
say
grab more.
water?
Damn. No.
You're drinking Monster now you want water?
Shitty, do you have another monster? Nah.
I.
Spare
Ha ha ha.
Yeah. How many you got in that fridge of yours?
What? I am gonna.
I'm having a hard time with the last two rings.
Fuck, shit.
Look,
Du-du-du-du-du-du.
done a thing.
Okay, I guess.
Oh.
Yes.
Nah. What's?
Let me do this real quick though.
That was almost first try.
Shit, okay, you're done.
Sorry, Kenny.
Oh.
If you guys don't know, I have Kenny's stream open and I'm like spamming him with hydrates
I
and
started saying
push-ups.
What? Me.
Womp womp.
Well, just accept it, stuff. Just accept it.
Oh, I think I know what Bobby did.
Oh?
You did the thing, didn't you?
Perhaps.
She pulled a U.
What? Wait!
Exactly.
Holy chaos.
Oh,
Yep,
God.
exactly.
Thing is though, it's not even showing that. Thing is though, it's not even showing in my notifications that it's being gifted.
Better.
After I heard that laugh, I was like, I know exactly what happened.
I just have to wait for it to.
Then
Shit,
Bobby
what are you gonna
say
start
he had
stacking?
Panicore?
What
Or
was that?
Yeah. What are you gonna start stacking? Don't you see all the stacks we've made?
Oof. I don't even know how you guys did that.
Carefully.
with
Yeah.
caution.
Try it with the bean bags.
Beanbag.
Bean bags.
Wow, the most
I don't even know if
easiest
you can do
thing. Alright.
I don't even know if you can.
This? I don't think I could. Wait. Am I doing it?
Why would you do this to me?
Why not? Why not?
I didn't do anything.
Band time. You say? Oh yeah, I did. I forgot I didn't get one now.
I accepted it. Which?
Oh, you're about to say that you denied it.
Wait, you joined in.
No.
Oh, Kenny. What up?
Oh my god, Buns! Again? Wait, how did you do that?
Wait.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Mavi is just good like that.
Oh.
She's stacking beanbags.
Oh my god!
What?
What?
That's insane.
How are you that good? Wait, wait.
What?
What?
Talent.
Oh my god!
It's all skill and talent.
Bowling pins.
Like, I managed the rings and the basketballs. I've never even tried the beanbags.
Oh my god, that's crazy!
The bowling. Ooh.
Oh, the pins?
I'm gonna fight you, Mavi.
Oh, you got two of them.
I think it's because they're round. Oh.
Yeah.
I got two.
No, go that way. Oh.
When I play this, Mavi, you're gonna play it with me.
Okay.
But
Honestly,
I can't play it today. I also need to
Okay, I got the bowling pins.
Alrighty.
Because I
Yup.
recently bought a Lethal Company for my girlfriend.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, we
There
can play
you go.
Lethal Company or Sketchy's Contract.
How many players are Sketchies?
Up to 8.
Ooh. I was looking at Sketchies. Also, I was looking at Abiotic Factor.
My heart is going ba-dum 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 ba-dum.
But Abiotic is more
I guess I'm gonna get prescribed beta blockers.
I'm gonna
What-
suffer enough
What
later
is
anyway.
beta blockers? To
This is fair.
to stop your heart from going ba-dum 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 ba-dum.
Give her hell, Kenny.
Alright, what's the plan, folks?
That's what I'm waiting on.
I vote Panicore or Sketchies.
I will buy Sketchies right now if we get more votes.
I'm gonna slip
Not
away
gonna
if I'm
lie,
forced to play Panic
I don't even think I have panic. I don't know. I don't even think I have Sketchy
Or what do you say, Kenny and
contract
Mavi?
downloaded. Let's see.
Bobby? Kenny?
Huh?
Kenny?
How do you feel about Sketchy's contract?
Do I even have to?
I don't, but I'll buy it right now.
I'll buy it right now too.
I don't even know what it is. What
It's like Lethal Company.
It's like Lethal Company, but like alien planets water.
Kind of support.
Ooh.
So my heart may be pumping like that because of too much or too little
It's on sale
electrolytes.
right now.
It's
Electrolytes
on
like
my
sodium,
Starbucks.
magnesium, potassium,
Yeah.
calcium. Main ones and new ones.
It's what?
Oh.
It's on 60% sale right now.
Oh, I see.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah, I'm buying it. Let me back out of fucking Phasmo. Also, Kenny, you may need to unmute.
Listen.
I don't think Kenny's there.
I think Kenny went AFK.
More than likely, Kenny went AFK. You're right.
Now we just wait.
So,
We just wait for everyone else.
uh,
Mhm. Also, guys, Yeah, I want to show you guys.
359 right now. Holy shit.
I wonder if I can show you guys. I did like an animation, not
How
animation,
big
but
is
like
the game?
an
that
animation thing for my class.
it's very
It's a
small.
sketch though, but I mean I'm so proud of it. I did it in like 5 hours, and like
Wait, how much?
I'm like about it, you know?
Oof,
Cause like
6.8.
it took like one can of Monster,
Someone join? Who joined?
like a little bit of
Nice.
sleep, and like
Ah, there you are.
yup.
Oh, Rico, what up?
Let me see if I can find it.
We're
shooting
all
right now.
buying Sketchy's contracts. Shin, did you buy it or do you already have it?
Wait,
I already have it.
I'm buying Sketchy's contract because I'm totally down to play that.
Yeah, I'm downloading
do
it
you
right
have it?
now.
Okay. What is that?
It's like a lethal clone and up to 8 players.
See if I can find it.
Oh my god, is that Kenny?
Oh my god!
Oh my god, I haven't seen Kenny
Cry
in a while.
Cry Raid! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome,
I just saw him
welcome!
Oh, must be nice.
Thank you for the raid!
I showed him my pirate.
Hello everyone, welcome in!
Yes.
Sketchy's contract.
Thank you for the shout out, Buzz.
Player co-op.
Everybody please go check out Karai. He's the best, he's amazing. He's kinda old, but he's super cool,
wait.
super chill.
Wait. Wait, this sounds kind of
Here we
fun.
Oh, yes, disconnected.
Thank you for the
It's because I'm
follows. Thank
installing Sketchy's
you.
contract.
Wait, why does this seem kind of fun?
Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, you guys are crazy.
Oh, Raid, welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome. Oh my god, look at those emotes. You guys.
Wait, the HUD?
Thank you for the
The HUD
follows.
kind of looks like Subnautica.
Thank you.
Is it just me? Oh, is it from the same creators?
Oh my goodness, how was your stream, Karai?
No, I don't think so.
What did you do? What did you play? Oh my god, chewing. Oh.
I'm
Thanks.
definitely gonna realize this shit now.
I'm totally not crying anymore.
So the download is just finished for Sketchy's.
Yeah, Yoshi's in here.
Meaning
Yeah, I'm in
stream
game
should
right
be
now.
back here shortly.
Welcome in, everyone.
Alright, add to multiplayer full. I got so many multiplayer games.
Right. Hello,
Alright, so let me open up
everyone.
Sketchy's. And then make that the game capture.
Oh.
I get to
Open
get jump
Sketchy's
scared every time.
contract.
Oh god, sorry, I was getting more food. What did I miss?
Hey, Blue.
We're playing
We all
Sketchy's
bought
contract.
Sketchy's contract.
Oh, I don't have that game.
It's on.
Yeah,
It's
how's
like
your
$4
stream,
right
Karai?
now.
Yeah, it's like $3.59.
But beta
Guys,
blockers are
I'm
supposed to
literally
help balance
broke.
electrolyte balance. Oh,
my god, I feel that.
Yeah.
I see.
Literally $0 in the bank.
In the negatives, even.
Oh.
I see. I see.
Did I see that right?
Yeah.
I ended up losing,
Shit.
and it's all your fault.
Thank you, Chaos.
Yeah.
I was about to go on Steam if I had to. Where the
Where's my going?
Alright,
Guys,
I
this
got you.
sucks.
Twas good.
Yo,
Play
Yoshi, you got
multiverse
me,
and
my
Forts.
friend?
Oh,
Oh, best friend.
nice.
Did the
Nice.
game
I never played it before.
crash on me already?
I was
'cause I tried
lurking
switching off?
or stream a little
It's
bit when
not
you were like
responding. Let
starting.
me reopen the game.
Hey, have any of you guys watched the
I mean, I was
Rookies?
looking at like
The
I
what?
was looking
The-
at
the
everyone's
Brokies?
stream.
The Rookies, you know? That one, like,
Oh,
cop
welcome
drama?
in, Senso. Welcome.
watching
Oh my
the
god, so many
rookie.
people here. I know, right? Oh my god,
The
so many
Rookie, not the
people.
Rookies.
Yo,
It's
I
just
wasn't even
rookies.
okay. I wasn't even
Where is
planning
it?
on streaming today, guys. And then I got bullied
with, like,
into
Officer Nolan,
streaming
right?
today because
Yeah.
only Kenny
No, it's the
and
Rookies.
Chaos was streaming.
He's no way.
And they were all like,
God, I got it.
streamers us, Shen, streamers us, yada yada, we're gonna beat you up and kick you to the
I'm watching
ground and
it.
throw dirt at you.
Yeah.
And then,
started
it.
you know,
Love that show.
I was like, oh sure, okay.
It's so good.
Yeah, so inaccurate, but like.
Here I am.
What do you mean? It's
Also,
so
Shen black
realistic.
screen. If you, oh yeah, I know. I'm trying to fix it right now.
Oh,
For
no.
some reason, my game
The
isn't
gunfight scenes make me cringe.
showing up. It might take a little while. There we go. Okay.
Hold on.
Yep. She was lucky because she didn't download Phasmo and
This game
procrastinate
is
on it.
chugging.
I was involved. Yeah. Yeah, Mummy was one of the person
Yeah,
who
Blue, wait,
threw
how's,
dirt at me.
how's Elden Ring going? I saw you
Yep.
hop on
Oh,
it.
I uninstalled it immediately after playing it for like an hour.
Wait, what?
I don't know.
Why I gotta change my
Actually have it,
title?
I don't know. It just doesn't make me feel the same way that Valorant,
Sketchy's
Skyrim,
contract.
and like
Go back to
Dark and
this.
Darker do.
I gotta change my
Yeah, I
title.
could just
Put this here.
give it a chance.
That's fair.
Okay, there
Give
we
it
go.
like-
Perfect. It's working.
Give it like an hour of play. Give it like an hour of playtime.
Riku, I gave it up to the point where I got to like the magical city, so like the magical city swamp.
Oh wow, you got that far?
I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah. Like that's how much time I gave it, Riku.
Wow.
It did not make
That's
me
a
feel
lot
like-
of time.
Yeah, it was
There you
not
go.
making me
Wait, what
feel
the
a
heck?
certain way.
Professional
actually-
streamer, guys.
Far.
Professional streamer. I always throw shade.
Alright, I've created a lobby.
She's just a good
I mean,
girl.
to be fair,
Oh my
like that
god,
first boss, I
Star?
died immediately, so it's not like it was too bad.
Tough love
I had to
from
turn
me
off
to
the
Shen.
model.
Thank you, Mum.
I
I
also just
really
straight up avoided
appreciate
the, like,
it.
serpents
You know
while I
me
was
so
doing it.
well. You know how I
Wait, what
am
is it?
as
No,
a
the
kid.
trace on
Let's have to
Bless
meet the
your
quota within
dirty
3
soul.
days. Navigate your ship to a planet and start your contract.
That's the goat.
Find and bring
Thank you, thank
scrap
you.
to your ship. Return
But
to
bless your
orbit
dirty
before
unchristian
midnight, or stay overnight. No days limited.
Thank you, thank
Sketchy's
you.
orbit. Bring all scrap to drop off at Sketchy's belt. Then ring the bell when
Bless
ready.
you, Dolly. Thank you,
Yoshi,
guys.
what do you mean by
Thank
you
you.
have me?
Oh my
I'm a bit
god.
confused.
Praise the gods. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh wait, what is this?
Mister, cutting out a bit.
Oh, oh my god. Oh,
Did you?
Jesus Christ.
I didn't see a
Thank you,
notification
Rico.
for it, Yoshi.
Thank you.
My fucking computer is about to die.
Thank you, Rico. Thank you.
Wait, Riku, what did you do?
I was like, oh, I have a lot of like Gen channel points. Let me like see what I can use it at. And I found the one that says throw a lot of things at me. I was like, ah.
Wait a minute. I just
We tried
realized.
that.
Fuck! I can't be saving points because of. Damn it. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
Yoshi,
keep an eye on my
not
own shit.
Yoshi, not gonna lie to
My
you.
weakness.
I think,
So
I don't
Rico's
think I
gonna
have it,
challenge you to a lightsaber fight.
Oh, I got the email confirmation.
but I didn't get any cover. I think it just scammed you out of
I
your
have a
fucking money, my
lightsaber
friend.
in my
Close game and
pants.
reopen it.
Oh yeah, here, yeah. Let me.
No, I have one under my bed.
Wait for it to load.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Found it.
Hello. Shen just said.
Oh, Chen, did you get the invite?
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay. Did y'all read the tablet?
Mhm.
There's a tablet to read.
Yeah, it's on the counter in the bar or in the restaurant here. Oh.
Read a tablet. I'm illiterate.
Alright.
Wee.
Ready. I'm ready to ball.
What do you mean help?
Alright, there
Bruh.
is in-game chat as well. So once everybody's in, we can go ahead and mute up in Discord again.
Alrighty.
I'm restarting.
Alright,
the game.
so Mavi, Shane, come out the bar.
Come on, the bar. Where are you?
Look up.
There you go. You bossy, what the fuck? You wild.
No.
Oh,
Look up.
good
look up.
news, Yoshi.
Also, my shit's gonna die.
Am I blind?
Still not here.
Look up.
I'm looking up.
Are you sure you look at the right place?
I'm like right above someone who's close to the
Yeah,
ship.
I'm looking at the
Oh,
big
hi.
old notification. thing.
Oh, you're floating.
Yeah.
Wait, how are you floating?
Walk off
You'll
the edge.
float too.
Oh wait, I did not know you could do that.
Pennywise.
I've seen a video
Oh
online.
my
where you can do
god!
this.
Thank you for the raid.
Oh,
Another
alright,
raid? Wait, that's
Dude, I can just
insane.
imagine that. I'm gonna get a fucking little effect where I'm in the sewers with some fucking
Welcome
clown
in,
makeup
Raiders.
on.
Welcome. Thank you for the
That's
shout out, Mom.
Oh my god.
He's good.
Hang on.
Welcome
Yeah,
in,
well,
everyone.
What's the password? I
Thank
need
you
a
so
password
much
to
for
get
the
in.
raid,
password is
Luna
giggity.
Misai.
Giggity?
Yeah, G-I-G-G-I-T-Y.
Hey,
Oh, okay.
Please tell
Kenny,
me if
when
I'm
I
saying
get,
your
like-
name right.
When I
So
get a
thank you for
good
the
PC, I'll make, like, a
follow.
Pennywise
Etoshi,
AI voice for
VT,
you,
thank you.
and then, like, switch to that model.
Hi.
You just turn it on.
Oh, Ash. Yoshi has
Clip
just joined.
roulette. How was your stream?
Roulette.
What did you
I don't know,
play?
I'm at my own.
Was it fun?
80%.
How are you?
Yeah. We'll wait to start until we'll wait
So
till
welcome in everyone. How is all of you guys?
Technical difficulties.
She
Yep.
just got raided, so we're waiting for her to like say hello to everyone.
Waiting.
Yeah,
He's
big
back.
raid, big
Phasmo.
raid.
Oh, nice. I was just playing
38
Phasmo.
viewers.
Like I just
Oh,
switched
wait,
games
flashlight-
literally
the
right
flashlight
now.
has a battery
We
life.
just switched games.
Be sure to follow
Stream was good.
Chaos
Was
at,
Ghost Hunting on Phasmo?
TV
Nice.
Dark Chaos. 2 Cs.
Yeah, we had like a full
gonna
party for like Phasmo. 2
link
full
share
parties to be
server.
honest, and we like rotated.
Your server's
Wait.
already.
Yeah, isn't
Nice.
her server in her link?
So
Oh, no,
right
we gotta
now
link it
I'm
ourselves.
playing Sketchy's Contract.
Alright,
It's kind of like Lethal Company. Mhm.
Oh yeah. Speaking
Yeah.
of, I need to switch
But
up
put
my.
10 push-ups.
Yoshi has VIP. Yes, Yoshi has VIP. What is this game? Sketchy's Contract.
Guess what you get?
It's a newer game. It's pretty
Chaos, is
much
the session ID
Lethal
really long
Company
number?
but underwater.
I don't know.
Shout out.
Yeah, and in space,
Oh, wait,
like
friends list.
in space
There
but
it is,
underwater. Like yes,
Once again, I will
similar
not be
concept.
useful. Wait,
Yeah.
I need a password? Chaos, what's the password?
The password is giggity.
And
password
there's
is
an
what?
unholy person in the unholy.
Giggity.
Oh, hey y'all, am I the
Giggity,
unholy
how do I
one?
spell that?
GIGGITY.
Attention, new people. Shin's a bottom. Ah!
No caps?
Me a bottom?
All lowercase.
No way. I am.
Nice, Giggity.
I'm a
Yeah.
top. Don't you see how masculine and dominant I am? And you know I wear pants. Ho ho
Did you
ho.
just say you were dominant?
My PC.
I was talking to Shin.
Does the
Shin?
flashlight go
Shin
down
is
in game?
Going crazy on
Yeah,
her stream
she-
right now.
Yeah, she's talking to her stream, but I can hear her in game still.
I have no
Oh my
idea.
goodness.
Shin has been talking
Yeah.
wild.
Is this
Shin has been
sketchy?
talking wild the
What
past
you
like
trying to
5
It
minutes.
is sketchy.
Good, I can buy a toilet.
Wait, what?
Attention,
Are you
viewers.
for
Shen is
real?
a Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
this
a.
person, you can buy a toilet.
I'm a.
Oh my god, 200
Scribble.
credits. Yeah,
Mhm.
This is cursed,
we
guys.
can buy a
No,
toilet
I'm
for 200 credits.
Oh yeah, I know.
About, boss?
But you could also get a
Holy
pet. I want a pet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mother is gone. What
Who are we waiting on?
Is this a rabbit
Can't
dog? What the hell
confirm.
is this?
Those are the
we're waiting on
longest. She's a
Penny.
bottom.
Riku, are you joining us?
Masculinity
Oh,
has
no,
nothing to
I
do
ain't
with
here
being
also,
dominant.
I just want to watch.
Mom, have you
Oh,
seen this
sorry,
shit?
Karen.
Hey,
Sorry,
I'm
back.
very
Say it.
dominant. All right.
What am
I
I
want to see if I can switch too.
You're dominant?
Come in the
Yeah?
restaurant.
Yeah, hey yo.
Well, show me. I'm kidding.
Is
Wait,
it?
wait,
This is
wait.
rabbit dog?
Huh?
The fuck?
We gotta switch this to push a
Yeah,
call.
right?
I forgot I had this on like.
Dude, I have a
Open
full screen
mic.
How do I restore my
reactive
flashlight?
right now.
The hell?
Wait, is there even push to talk on here?
Chaos, you wanna come see this rabbit dog in the
Yeah.
restaurant?
Long ass tail.
Do I want to come see what?
A rabbit dog.
Logo.
It's like a rabbit and a
Oh,
chihuahua.
this thing? Yeah, I saw that.
How do I
Is that better?
reflash my flashlight?
Dude,
I have
There
no
you go.
idea.
Go on, burger.
Oh,
My
you
shit's
just left
dying.
and we're joined.
You want a burger?
Shinobi, I
What?
gotta
No,
go
I'm
make
sorry,
dinner,
no,
but I
I'm
just
sorry.
wanted to say you have the cutest energy.
You're
Thank you. I got the Shinoji in me, you
Why
know?
are you green
The
now?
Shinoji.
Okay, I don't know
I hope
if
you
I
have a
can-
wonderful rest of your stream. Thank you.
Rip
Thank you
on
so
my
much for the
ego.
raid again. Hope you have a good
This shit
night
does not
or
work.
good
I gotta
day or
fucking-
good evening.
Guys, I have paper cups on both of my
Be
wrists.
safe, Cookie. Do not burn
This is
your
called
food.
Big
All right.
Daddy.
Right. Thank you.
What?
Have
What,
a
you
good
don't want a Big Daddy?
night.
What?
Guy, he's selling a big daddy.
Wait. Mavi, are you talking in
Big-
game chat or
big-
Discord?
Big Daddy.
I see a big bang.
Wait, Mav. Guys?
Yes.
I want Big Daddy.
Oh, sorry. Mav was talking about
I absolutely have no
Everyone's
clue
yeah,
why
no.
she's saying
Got-
Big
got-
Daddy.
Mav was talking about a hamburger.
Oh,
I'm still waiting for Kenny to join. That's why I haven't muted
Big
up.
Bang.
Wait, Rico, you joining us?
No. I
No, Kenny.
Alright. Now
I
we're
have
just waiting on
6.
people.
Is that an excuse for not joining us in game?
No, as in like, I have nothing. Maybe next time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, no mola.
next time I'm down, and also probably next time when I stream again. But I had to go back because they're asking me for help in Elden Ring. So I'll
shit.
see you guys later.
Oh,
I was gonna stream Valorant
Alright.
tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, I won't be home tomorrow.
Good luck
Damn
with
it,
Elden
okay.
Ring.
Alright. Thank you
Yep,
guys.
good
I
luck.
just beat the last boss. I just finished the DLC.
Oh,
So
congrats!
Yeah.
so,
Congrats!
thank you.
What was your
Thank
thought?
you.
What was your thought on the Promised Consort?
Amazing.
Amazing?
I love the whole
Dude,
DLC.
I saw the edit of like him in the regular game, and then they like do a cool little transition to him being in the DLC. Fucking dope as shit.
So cool.
Who's fighting outside?
Oh my god, the DLC was just so amazing. But
Yeah.
I finished. So there's a lot more. I did.
Oh,
all over. It was
be
amazing.
careful when dropping back onto the platform. It will hurt.
Alright.
Oh, the platform will hurt.
Yeah.
Big baby.
So so I finished the DLC. So you guys will probably see me.
I want Big Daddy. Bioshock Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Bioshock?
But as of now,
Oh my
I do have to
gosh.
go back because
They fucking bomb?
Bye guys.
We lost
Have
Kenny.
fun.
Good luck.
Like,
Good luck.
bye,
Yeah,
Riku!
yeah.
Thank you for
Bye,
joining.
Dream.
Kill everything in the name of marriage.
Yep, have a good night.
Yep. You guys do. Sweet dreams.
Bye, Rico. Good night. Thank
Oh,
you.
shout out-
Best
give it to the
protector
orange one.
if they're real.
Who shouted orange out again?
Oh. Oh.
It just says shout out with a slash. So I don't know who did it.
Jen, stop talking about your daddy.
But me, I'm not even saying anything. So are we waiting on someone?
Where's Kenny coming back?
Oh.
Yeah, I
So we
see
just waiting on
Kenny, DC'd. Yeah.
I. Oh yeah, there's like claw machines over here. Oh.
Ah.
Somebody just died.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. If you get like enough like coins or something, you could do the claw machine or do gacha here.
That's my bad shit. Honestly, I have both you and Kayla's streams open, so there's a bit of a delay. In the stream, you're talking about daddy still.
I see.
Okay. Guys, how do I turn on game chat?
What do you mean turn on game chat?
Like, is it just automatic?
Yeah.
Oh, check your settings. Yeah.
Can't you hear me?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, can y'all hear me? Am I talking?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I just switched up to voice mod.
Alright.
I was saying, can you?
Oh,
press
Kenny's
the
in.
join?
A little
'Cause-
bit louder.
Kenny, what up?
By the way.
Yeah.
Kenny, did you see?
Alright, I'm gonna mute
Me?
it.
Oh no! I'm so
Alright,
sorry.
shit,
Oh, you're gonna make me beg for it? Okay. Fine.
Shit, sorry. I didn't
Hey, Shin,
mean-
we can mute up now.
I was
Kenny's
fucking
in.
with my shit.
Alright.
That's okay.
Sorry
Voice
guys,
right
I'm a
now,
little unhinged. I drank a Monster. I love caffeine.
Actually, you know what?
I love caffeine so
show it to
much.
you once we get in the game, that way you won't know it's me.
Sounds good.
I replenished the flashlight.
Mommy?
It wasn't turned on for me.
Try dying.
Mommy?
Try
F
dying.
F.
I'm about to go to night.
Oh.
No, I ran out of battery.
Oh, you ran out of
Yeah.
batteries? Oh,
Just
come to
float
the.
up real high and come back to the platform. You'll take
No,
periodic damage,
just,
but it doesn't
just
recharge.
come to the ship. You could charge it, I think.
Oh, I can charge? What?
Oh,
Oh?
yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
Stop! You're killing me.
You get hits with the flamingo? What the hell? How do you pick
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
up?
So the flamingo is like your default weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going out?
Stop! Get chaos! You're killing me! You're killing me! I'm like half health right now.
Well, you'll respawn with full health and a fully charged flashlight as well.
Kill Shin, kill Shin.
She's fucking dead. She's dead. She's dead already. Stop hitting each other. Go.
Oh my god. What bomb? Oh no!
Mommy,
Dad has left me. Thank you for the follow.
Alright, Mommy, how much health do you have left?
Miss.
26.
It's okay. You'll respawn. You'll respawn. You'll respawn. Just let it happen. You'll respawn. You'll respawn. You'll respawn. It's okay.
There you go.
You died in real
Okay.
life.
Mommy should have full health now.
It's okay. Honestly, I've been emotionally
Wants
detached
to
for
be
a
my
week.
bunk buddy.
Weeks.
This is
Hey,
kinda
yo!
loud.
Why you manhandling that?
Who's hitting me?
Alright, hold on.
Alright, you guys all killing each other. Why did he stop? My party card. This is my shield.
Alright. Full screen.
Can you use Sketchy?
Do it, Yoshi. Kill
No,
me. End my
Mommy,
misery.
okay.
You won't.
Listen to you.
Yeah, kill him.
Gotta move this real quick.
This is traumatizing. Oh my god.
You're traumatizing.
Shen, don't be a big baby.
Ooh.
Oh, perfect
I'm a little
timing.
baby.
Done.
Stop it. I love you.
Alright, I need to turn everyone's stream off.
Flamingo.
I'm getting too confused.
I'm gonna
I can
die.
hear everyone 3 freaking times.
Hey, somebody come here.
Again.
You could go off the ship. Hey, let me in.
Wait, how do
What's
I
the
land?
difference?
Did I just take us back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just took us back. Damn it.
Oh, you want me to do it?
So I need to change my game.
I'm trying to figure out how to land the ship. Cause it says I gotta land. But it doesn't tell me how to land.
I gotta get Mist in here.
It should be like E. Just click E, right?
What? Ah, fuck it! Ah, bitch!
Uh oh. Here we go.
Sketchy.
Oh, that's all I had to do. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Here's some chips. Why is it not working?
Alright.
Here we go.
No, go back. I've seen it. Contract.
Yeah. Sharing's caring.
All right. Don't die, okay?
I put it up.
What is this? Chips?
No, don't.
You should
don't,
be
don't
able-
worry about the chips.
I don't know. I'm a trap. That's all I know.
Yeah. Don't throw away your chips. You're gonna need it if you're gonna die.
What are we talking about?
Okay, who wants to go in with me?
Is that what that was meant?
I'll go with you.
If we want to heal, we need a medical generator.
Yeah.
Key.
Look, shit,
How does this
I'm a
game
robot.
work?
I'm a robot.
Bye.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Alright, let's go.
I'm
We're
gonna
gonna
keep
run out of
no
oxygen.
reason. Oh, here's a stamina bar and an oxygen bar. Oh.
Alright.
Hey, I found a thing.
What are we looking
Careful,
for?
some of these chests are like monsters. Like imposters.
Yeah, mimic chests.
Yeah. Oh my god, chaos! Oh my god, chaos! Don't die! These are terrible! These are the worst!
He hurts you for a quarter of your health when he hits you. Oh my god.
Yeah, be careful. Oh, if you have a shrink ray, you could bring these chests to sell. Yeah, the mimics.
Right, I ate some chips. I got some health back.
Hey, you little nerd.
I played this before! Shut up!
Yeah, nerd.
I've seen a video on it, but I've never played.
You have to be my tutor then, because I don't know how to play this.
It's basically Lethal Company. Just think of that.
Yeah.
Basically lethal. Oh, wait, why did I get hurt?
I picked something up. What is it?
What is it? Is that cat food? Cat food. Oh, dog food.
Cat food.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Put it by the elevator, the escalator. Oh, not escalator. Elevator thing. And then, yeah. I fell! Oh my god. How do I get up?
All me. I killed
Hello.
him.
Oh, Yoshi, wow, look at Yoshi.
Dog
big
food.
strong man over here.
I know, right?
It's
I
not
was told to
free.
leave stuff
I don't know
in
how
I'm a
much
broke
it
bitch.
is.
I don't got enough for snacks.
Damn, who fucked up the robotic monster creature? The fuck even
Me,
is
it
that?
fucked me up.
Rip
It
rip.
fucked me up.
I don't know, it kinda looks like
Thank you for.
There's another.
Oh, don't die, don't die, don't die!
What kind of weird shit is that?
He's dead. He's dead.
You almost stepped on a Oh my god.
Oh wait, another one!
Him to that one?
Can we hit each other on
I
accident
see.
still?
Yeah, you could.
Shit.
Be
Okay.
careful.
Good night,
Don't-
everyone. Bye,
don't hit
mommy.
everyone.
Alright,
Who's stepping on
man, you have a
who's
nice
stepping
night,
on the
mommy.
landmine?
Clip the boo redeem for me later. What do you mean clip it? God damn it. Okay, clip it.
Guys, look! Guys, look!
It's probably
There's a
too late
slime
now,
monster.
What?
Slime monster.
Slime monster.
Or wherever that is. I don't know.
Jello cheese. Jello cheese was. Oh, and your
Wait.
Chaos died.
Wait.
Why does it look like an
Stop!
apple?
You're smacking me!
Oh, what? I'm sucking you. Oh,
Oh shit! It's chasing me! Wait! It fell! No! Careful, there's a bug right here.
So, can y'all hear me?
Wait.
Mommy, you and Shin are the only two alive, and I think Shin's about to die.
Wait, what?
Oh my god!
Wait, Mimics and a slime fest.
Yeah, that slime chest one-shot me.
Turn around. 17 health. So,
Yo, Shin, what you at?
I'm by the entrance. Yeah.
How much health you got?
41. 41.
Cool, you're the last one alive.
Wait, you guys are dead? What?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm just gonna bring some stuff back. Wait, you guys are all dead? Like all of you guys? Oh no.
Yeah, we're all dead. We got our shit rocked.
God damn.
Mommy, don't worry about this. There you go.
What time is it? 2
Kenny,
p.m.
don't forget to mute up in Discord.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait. I still got this.
I forgot.
Wait. Oh, where did you guys die?
I died slowly, or almost right after everybody else died. That slime chest is no joke.
On where we died.
I'm gonna try to collect your guys' body.
I bet you're gonna die.
Alright.
There's two of us right there.
Oof.
I think that's me.
if you step on a landmine, I'm gonna laugh.
I think God is telling me it's time to go. Oh no! Oh my gosh. This game is making me cough like the first time. Oh no! Buzz! Oh, this heart? I don't know why I read that as game. Oh, Buns, you should, you know, go see a doctor. God damn. I think I could grab another one. Hold on. Alright, if I don't say anything in Discord tomorrow, I'm dead. No. You're not dying today. Probably, I don't know, maybe in another week. JK, guys, JK. Dude, oh my god, I actually thought there was someone behind me.
Got him. I'm pretty sure one of the two bodies you've collected was mine.
Alright.
Because I remember dying in the doorway.
So all I can do is request beta blockers and hope for the best. Oh, good luck, Buns. Good luck. I hope everything goes alright. You know?
Wait, Shen, it is 5 p.m. What time is it?
I think 11. Yeah, midnight.
By the way, Mommy, where did you die?
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave.
So the answer is yes.
Did you lose air? You could die by losing oxygen.
Oh,
hey,
never
we're
mind.
back.
You got louder.
Oh no.
3 casualties.
3 casualties. Score
one
F.
job.
How about now, Mossy?
Survived. Good for you.
Oh yeah, you have points. You could upgrade your suit.
Where?
Oh.
Upgrade.
Mhm.
Dog food.
Where's the upgrade station at?
Melee damage, range damage, healing received.
Because this is going to make me get a heart attack. Oh no!
I have 0 points.
Oh no, boss!
Yeah, where's the upgrade?
So why do you keep doing that emote? Pointing at my mouth.
So we have 28 items we can collect.
Oh my god. I can't even open my mouth that big.
Shed, where's this upgrade thing at?
Oh, the suit right here. The suit. Just click E on the suit.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys don't have any because
Alright.
you guys all died.
I've
Oh, okay. Thanks for rubbing it in. Alright, we did it.
Well, hey, Shin.
players
I
of
renamed the ship for you. Shin, I renamed the ship for you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Mossy,
To
it's only
what?
$4.
Just look at the computer.
Look at the computer.
What's the difference?
Look at the top.
Bitch made.
Damn. What the hell? That's funny.
Oh my god. I'm about to insert
No,
it in your mouth.
I just named the ship. Like, I can
To be
rename it whatever I
correct,
want.
Wow, Bon Sussy you?
That's great. Flamingo on a stick. It's free. Did you hear me, Mossy, though? What the? Yeah.
I just ragdolled. Look at my emotional support, guys. For me, it's C. Stop hitting me!
Wait, you have a kitty?
I was trying to pet it.
Stop!
I was just petting the cat. I was
Go
petting the cat.
away! Stop!
Petting the cat.
See,
Wait,
this
no.
is why I
Hold
need
C,
emotional
sorry.
support. See? This is why I need emotional support.
It damages you somehow. I heard ya? Okay. Pretty cheap. Mossy, pretty cheap. Fuck.
You guys are good.
Oh my gosh. How are
You
you
just died.
You're just bouncing around.
Main building. Oh.
Don't worry, wait for us to get on. Don't
No.
worry, back up. So
Jump.
the rest of us can get back
Jump.
up here.
Jump.
Jump, Shen. I already know what happens if you jump. The hard way. Thank you, Mavi. I appreciate this.
Let's go, let's go. Wait.
Running after you.
Oh shit, I have 2 flamingos. Whoops.
Well, I fucked up. Already.
What happened? Yeah, what did you do?
Can I jump this?
Alright,
Oh.
Shen. You claim to be dominant. Now it's time to show it.
Alright, follow me.
Okay, yeah. Show
This
Shen
way?
how dominant you really are.
Going.
I don't know. Oh, I fell. Oh no.
Get back up, Come on.
Ow.
Dad.
Just travel all the way back to
Lucy, are you
the
dead?
beginning. And there should be stairs. Yeah.
Chaos.
Yoshi, just go back to the beginning, the entrance. Yeah. Wait. Oh fuck. Wait, Kenny, you died?
Yeah. No, I'm still alive.
What? Already? Kenny.
Definitely didn't.
Oh my god. But yeah, heart palpitations can cause blockage of veins and other things, which can lead to heart attacks. Oh no! So tomorrow, one day I despair. No, boss! You gotta think positively, you know? Yeah, think positively. At least you're not dying right now, see?
Gotta say those are good jams.
Can I go over here? Oh.
Yes, go in there. Kaz, I want you to experience
Please don't be a
what I just
monster.
experienced. Go in there.
ketchup?
Go ahead. Go straight ahead.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, that's genuinely scared me. I know it. Oh, what is this? Oh.
Wait, shit, that's the loot I dropped when I died. Pick up the doll.
Pick up the doll? Oh, the scary doll? I know. The creepy doll.
Shake the hell out of it. You guys wanna like bring it back?
How about I bring this back?
Very sweet.
Wait, Mist, are you dead? Oh god. Can I put this in? Can I put it in? Oh, there you go.
Oh no, the door. Chaos.
There you go.
Nice.
Are you guys still alive? You're not dead yet, right? This creepy doll. Stop looking at me! Stop!
Beat somebody with that? Or...
Ah, fuck!
Is it a
I
weapon,
heard
or
Jin
do you
panic.
Just sell it.
Oh shit!
Hey, Mavi, can you come in here and help me?
Jen, won't be to chat, but how did you die?
Jump across the mushroom here. There's a
Killed
chest
me.
here. Just want to make sure. Okay, it's safe.
Jen,
I
talk.
got a pretzel.
Oh, chewing? What is this game? This is Sketchy's contract. It's basically like Lethal Company. What the fuck is that?
Deleted.
It was a
Okay.
creepy doll. Like, it was a creepy doll. What? It killed me last time when I played this. It didn't kill me. Okay, good night. Hope I text in the chat tomorrow. Alright, mummy. Good night. Sleep well. I will for sure be lurking, alright? Making sure you sleep well.
Me too.
Okay.
No, that's my body. Yoshi has Sean's body.
Are you guys dead?
Oh shit, Yoshi.
Who?
That's a fro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
still chasing. that damn thing is fast.
Careful! You could die.
Sacrifice shit for it. Again.
How many hits do I have to hit it?
Mavi?
Yoshi's dead.
Damn, that is unfortunate.
Auntie.
Mavi, you're in there by yourself.
I am aware I was right by him.
That was very unfortunate. Yoshi.
Oh wait, Mavi, pick up that doll. I think it's loot.
Miss, you are a horrible person.
I don't trust that.
Yeah, you should.
I'll take him up
Like,
again and I'm going.
Yeah, you should stand under there and click the portal for it to send it back. Yeah.
talking about me being horrible. At least she could have survived against the doll.
Hey Yoshi, where did you leave Shane's body? Come on, I found it. At least.
Wait, Kenny, how did you die?
Oh, you clipped it, mom?
Yeah, Yoshi died to a landmine. What? Where I stepped on the creature.
No, it was a landmine. You killed the creature with the landmine.
Was it?
So I can't.
Was it Yoshi that stepped on it, or was it the creature that stepped on it and
It was Yoshi.
set it off?
It was Yoshi.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna go use the bathroom really quick. I'll be back.
Sounds good.
Better hurry.
Alright. BRB!
Killer.
Fuckies won the
I'm
battle
gonna
royale.
go water the
This game is
can.
so silly, I love it.
Skill issue. So,
Got a bag of sugar.
We have
The
1 day
fuck?
remaining.
We got a pretzel.
what's our quota?
I like how it's just food.
Ow! Wait, Mommy, did I hit you on accident?
97?
You're hitting me.
Wait, but I'm aiming at Shen.
If I stand here, you're hitting me.
Shen's in the core. Oh.
Hey.
What the fuck?
Okay, well, I don't
Who else
understand
sees
how
that at the bottom? It says get good.
Yeah.
What the or is that the ship name? Oh, this is ship name. That's amazing.
You can't win, Mavi. I am
So you
the
can
better
scan the
shooter.
for the
You're
ship.
right.
I like that. I'm gonna need this.
Oh, Mavi?
Double kill.
Oh, you came up from behind me and still died.
Bro,
What the
Elden
hell?
Ring takes so long to download.
Wait, is the swing just...
I'm so
360
sorry,
down?
Mossy, but I think that might just be you. Mine was done by the, like, before we got on call. Like, maybe 20 minutes before we got on call. Oh.
I see we call it truce. Oh god, I'm lagging. Never mind, no truce. Truce is for the dead.
Oh.
I can't see you, but I can hit you.
Damn.
Alright, I'm dead.
You really got me.
Fuck you. What the hell?
So we have to survive to get soup points? Alright, I think...
Alright, I'm back. I wanted to clip it first. Alright, thank you, Ma. So thank you for the redeem. Thank you.
Definitely the first thing we should upgrade.
Alright, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, you're back. You're back. Smell my
Wait.
finger.
Alright, welcome back.
Whoa.
Is that a voice now?
It sure, it sure is. Shit.
Shit.
Is that a stinky girl? Oh yeah. Oh, you stink. Oh no. Oh, get out of it. Get out of it. I can't
How
take
about
this.
that? We're good.
Mavi, Mom and Dad are being weird again.
This looks like I'm
Let's
watching
go.
some wild ass fucking.
Why don't you guys ever wait for them?
Mossy?
Oh my goodness.
Shin just charging in solo to die. Yo, Shin, you gonna hit all the landmines for us?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It didn't heal me.
What? That's so dumb. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm still at 88. No, you're good.
If I knew that, I wouldn't have hit you.
Right.
I think I'm just a skill issue.
Oh.
That's a jelly.
Ah! Out of way, out of way. What the? Oh, let's go in here.
You're welcome.
14 health left.
I'm
Oh,
worried,
I can't
Chaos. There is jelly slime.
If you want to drop that, I'll take it back to the ship.
Oh, okay.
Oh shoot, it's right there. The red
I
goobler.
wouldn't face that.
Red goobler.
Shit, I don't want to fight this thing.
I'm never gonna. Wait, can you bait
This
it over
thing
here?
one tapped my ass. Oh hell,
Come
you
here.
have fun with that shit. I don't mess around with those ones anymore. I'm gonna
Never
watch
mind.
this.
Let's go the other
Yeah,
way.
Go fight that shit.
No.
Well, shouldn't we circle it?
I don't know actually.
There's a fake
I
chest
know.
over here. Watch out. Don't jump that way. It's a dead end.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the right.
Did what not save?
I see something here. Pickles.
Flavia, are you upstairs? Again?
Maybe.
Chaos, are you dead? No, I'm below y'all.
I see a bug.
I'm like right below y'all.
Oh yeah, I see you. What's up?
What up, what up?
I'm not gonna fight it. Please don't be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Please don't be a mimic. Oh. go over here. Please don't be mimic. Please don't be mimic. Please don't be mimic. Nothing, just credits.
What up?
Okay, now I'm outside. Oh.
I dropped it. How long can you hold it for? Nothing.
Are you guys still?
No, it's not.
I'm taking the doll to the ship. Don't interrupt me.
Oh, sorry. No.
Don't die, Chaos. It's gonna kill you. Don't.
He's just picking it up and dropping it.
Alright, here. Anybody wants to take this?
It will murder you if you hold it too long.
I have 2 items.
Yeah, give me a Shen, I'll take it.
I got it.
Okay.
Anybody find a code? Like a mimic with a code that is yellow?
I do have. It's not really a jump scare, but that shit scares the fuck out of me when it happens.
Have
It's
any
not
of you guys seen a
active
code?
currently.
No?
No, I have not.
Alright.
Don't go in there. Close that door.
Oh shit! Oh shit! You were close! Oh shit!
Oh, thank God. Oh, don't look at me like that, stupid ass jelly.
Let's go over here.
Oh, I need a breather, Shin. I'm at 13 HP.
Wait, this is a
I
dead
ain't
end.
doing so hot.
It's alright,
Damn.
Kenny. It's alright.
Oh,
Hey, let's
fuck.
go over here. You wanna fight a bug?
I'm gonna die.
Shit, I
I'm
fell.
gonna die. Oh. I'm following you.
Bug. I see a bug. I see a bug right here.
Stop! What the heck? Why are you smacking me?
Oh, my bad. I mistaken
Oh,
for a bug.
oh shit! Oh,
Okay,
shit!
okay,
He's a
hold on. I'm
mimic!
sorry.
He's a mimic! Get him! He's a mimic!
What's
going on?
I see a
Go get healed. I
Truce,
don't know how.
truce,
I'm not gonna
truce.
lie to you.
Truce.
No, you're good at games. No, you ain't. Brother, what the fuck, Moss?
He killed me.
Bruh.
Can you pick me up?
No.
That wasn't fun. Sorry, Doug.
Miss is dead.
Oh no.
I revived.
Miss is not dead.
I'm.
You wanna go upstairs?
Yeah.
Yoshi died. Should killed him. No, joking.
So I kind of got eaten by a plant.
Oh
Yeah, there's like a
no,
fun creature
Chaos!
outside.
Oh, this door.
Why are we on the roof?
Why not?
Man, I've never survived this long. I never got to see any of this.
Yeah, enjoy the view.
Who's carting the doll back
Yeah.
really quickly?
Oh goodness, not the doll. What's that flashing light?
Guys!
No way, who did that? Yoshi, was that
You just killed both of you guys! Guys! Guys!
Definitely not having a radio voice right now.
Guys! Oh my god.
That was on purpose. And honestly,
Oh my
I don't
god.
even blame you.
By the way, the doll's at the ship.
Alright.
I was trying to get a double kill there, but I got the wrong target.
Wow, you're trying to kill me? Yoshi?
I was trying to take all of us down, but you lived. You were supposed to die with us.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the emotes.
Where's the platform?
So is anyone still alive, or do we just...
Oh, I'm still alive. Oh shit, his body got stuck under. Okay. Alright. Look at a doll.
You should pick up the astronaut helmet first and look at it.
Extra.
It has a skull in it.
Oh shit! Wait, this is kind of cool.
I kind of want to keep it.
Alright, there we go. Oh wait, you guys collected the frog?
Way back in the back so you don't
Yeah.
see the
Yeah.
How do we take off? Guys, how do we take off?
Oh, you want to take off? You guys ready to go?
This frog is worth $25.
It is? Damn.
Yeah, it's worth 25. That's wild.
Wait, are you guys ready to head off?
Yes, we're ready to head off. What's the
Okay.
No, I wanna stay.
Good night, Chewie. Thank you for coming by. Oh my! Make sure you lock your doors, lock your window, lock your closet, cause I'm not gonna be in there. I'm gonna be under your bed or probably,
stepped on
you know,
that
outside your
landmine.
balcony watching you. Wink, wink. Good night, Chewie. Good night, good night.
Why did it take for us, Kenny?
I didn't even get to read. I
Oh,
was
no
looking
more
for
days
it.
left. Return to Sketchy's build.
Fucking hell.
Oh, there's our quota.
This game
It's
does
140.
not like us.
Alright. We're going to Sketchy's build.
I fucked up, guys.
Wait, what happened?
I shouldn't have pushed full screen.
Oh.
Oh no.
Alright, we're good though.
Stop smacking me.
What? Yeah,
I'm
why would you do
increasing
that?
the-
Miss? Such a meanie.
Okay.
It says we must finalize the contract before I can do anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
I'll be. Yeah, you have to turn the things in, like
Where?
Oh, over
What
here.
the
I'll show you.
fuck?
Oh.
You just
Yeah, yeah.
place that shit anywhere? That's insane.
Taking my dead body.
Yeah, yeah. Over here. It's on the other side.
I'm flying.
So you can just put
dead
all your
body.
stuff here.
Wait, do we not?
Oh, let me bring the doll.
Yeah.
We leave
Whoa,
the food
guys,
stuff,
wait,
right?
guys, I can't drop it. It's already turning. It's gonna kill me. It's
I don't.
I missed. I
Wait,
missed.
who did you kill? Who was
Fuck,
that?
missed.
Wait, who
I
was
don't want
that?
to touch that damn thing.
Oh, you can't actually drop
That's
it. Why don't you
hilarious.
pick it up?
Oh no! Ah! Shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
What are you doing with that thing then?
Oh my god! It started
Guys,
chasing
I wonder
you.
if you can use that to kill other monsters.
Bobby down.
They are staying here.
I glitched.
Oh my god!
Now I can't drop it.
That thing is staying here.
Did someone
Shen,
kill me?
come here. What happened to my
Yoshi, kill me.
teleport right here?
No,
Do
Yoshi,
it.
kill me real quick.
Do it!
This
Kill
is
you?
jam.
Okay.
Wait, guys, are we
I need to
selling our
die.
food though?
Yeah, yeah. You can sell it.
Okay. Guys, I'm scared.
Who wants to come with me?
I bought the
Hold
house.
on, I'll
upgrade.
kill you
I
just
don't
real
want to
quick.
be by
I'll
this
kill
thing. Dude, that fucking,
Hopefully it'll-
Are you
that
losing
poor
health?
dead body.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, going.
Oh,
I was about to jump off too.
jump off! You don't die. You don't die. Yeah.
Shin, all the shit was about to fall off.
It's
Scared
space!
of you pushing that button.
No!
Okay.
Where are you pressing it?
Okay.
Guys,
Because
pick it
half
up,
of the
okay.
shit didn't
don't
go
push
with
it
it.
again.
Somebody grabbed it.
Again.
Here we
Guys, I
go.
can't pick 'em up.
Co-
You guys able
I
to
don't
pick
think
stuff
you.
up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
Alright,
Oh,
my inventory's full. Other
Thank you.
people
Thank you
grab
for the
stuff. Somebody else
rating,
grab
Chibi.
stuff.
Thank you. Thank
What am I
you.
grabbing?
Gonna drop off.
Just grab like
Fucking
the
money.
cans
Okay.
Leave the
Drop
doll. Don't touch the doll.
and
Grabbing the cans. I grabbed
the
the
bags should be fine as well. So
Mhm.
let's
Okay.
go over.
Okay. Just fucking film me. Damn.
All right.
Yeah, what am
And
I
then
doing? What am
you
I
put it
pressing?
in this box.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
not yet.
Oh,
Wait, we
box.
didn't put everything in yet.
Okay.
Oh.
I
You
can't
sent it
grab
back
that. Oh, never mind. It's still in the box. We're good.
All right.
Yeah, somebody get that.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
I
could
ain't
get in it
touching
too.
that
Ah, fuck
shit.
me.
Is somebody sitting? Are you gonna? No
Oh,
shot.
the doll. The doll.
Uh-oh.
Who's picking it up?
Oh.
Oh, okay. Bobby, is that you? Wait, who fucking sacrificed himself?
Oh, it says my
I
hands
hate
are full.
this
I
stupid
can't.
thing. I hate this stupid
Put it
thing.
down, put it
I
down.
hate
Eat,
this
place
stupid
it,
Let it
place
kill
it.
me. Let it kill
thing.
me.
I can't. Come with me, you stupid thing. How the fuck did it get you?
I can't pick it up. My hands are full.
I'm just gonna.
Guys,
I'm guessing
what
you
do
wanted to keep your baguette.
we just throw it in this box?
Oh yeah, I put it in. I put it in.
I won't
There
say
you
your
go.
baguette.
Oh, that's what he said.
Wait,
And then, is that everything?
Fuck that doll, bro.
Yeah, dude,
If
Tell me that
that's-
thing is gone.
Alright. You get. Oh, you get a Happy Meal.
Look at that little door.
I already forgot whose this was.
So Chaos, for me to fix
want
it,
a
I had
Happy
to
Meal.
leave the session.
Mommy,
Oh.
was this yours? I kept it.
You didn't seal the
Why
box.
does it stand like that? There you go.
What? You don't like a stick?
I just the way it's standing. It's
You don't
insane.
like a
to me.
stiff spaghetti?
Happy Meal, guys. Kiss Meal.
Holy shit!
I want one.
Just whack you. Who was that?
Take
I
it.
got hit by that too.
200.
Bobby, whack me.
I don't know how.
Claw machine coins.
I'm gonna try and die.
Wait, you can smack people with that? What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
My baguette.
Steven!
My weapon.
Oh no, bro.
I got.
Smack me with it. I want to get smacked by a baguette.
Smack
Oh.
that
We're in
all up
space.
the
Ow.
floor. Smack that.
Smack
Give
that.
me some
Give
more.
me some
Smack.
more. Smack
Oh,
that.
okay.
Till you get sore. Oh,
We're back.
Alright,
Get
you
the
could buy
fuck
stuff now
outta
too.
here.
Like a gun? You could buy a gun? Wait, I think I could buy a gun.
Where's the stuff? Inventory. Ow.
Oh my god.
Gotcha.
Hey, y'all should
Speeding
go
out.
outside the bar real quick.
Where's the?
It's upside the bar.
Damn, I don't have any creds.
It won't let me browse the inventory. Wait, what?
Wait.
Oh, I think it's only 1% at a time.
Oh, that's so dumb.
Who is this? What the fuck?
I think it's Chaos. I think he jumped from the roof.
He did.
Oh, I got
I couldn't tell if that was a
What's the
ragdoll or
conversation?
not.
Jump from the roof, actually.
You what you do? What you kill?
Oh, there's an upstairs.
Wait.
Oh,
Hold on,
are you
hold
doing
on.
the claw machine?
Yeah.
I'm watching. I'm watching. I'm watching.
If you walk off the edge,
Ooh,
you can
I want
float
the
around.
polar bear. Oh wait, this is a guinea
Damn.
pig. Wait, I want a guinea pig.
That's insane.
I got a dinosaur. A little lizard.
Ooh,
Can I get a guinea pig?
thermal off mine. That's too damn bad.
I
Hello.
want to claw. Let me claw.
I missed. I missed. I grabbed
What's the
nothing.
point of this? Dude, that's the turtle from
I want the banana.
over the hedge. Maybe not.
Oh
I
wait.
got something.
Looks like it.
Nice. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you stupid claw!
Oh, you
stupid
dropped
claw.
it.
Give me the duck.
Ooh.
Got a whole bunch of
Insert
robots.
clawing, not bullshit.
Just get closer to the platform.
Give me that. No,
Damn.
that's not the
Get
duck.
closer to the platform.
There's a fucking dinosaur. What?
Oof. I suck at this. I give up. I give up.
Oh shit, my model. Hi, Chibi.
I got a penguin. I got a penguin.
Alright, I'm
Let's
gonna go for
go.
the night. You have a nice night though, homie.
Where's
Okay,
my penguin?
bye. Dude, I want the banana. That's kind of
Give me
sick.
that. Yeah.
I got a penguin plush.
Why is my mom?
Ah!
Oh,
You missed
How
the
do I-
duck.
Wait, how do I get coins?
I
Yes, how do I
grabbed
get
it
coins?
Coins. You gotta
You
do
should have got it when we
missions.
completed the contract.
Yeah, you should get 3.
I didn't get any.
Oh, you
Are you
left
sure?
session and
It should show.
rejoined. That might be
Oh. Womp womp.
Well, no,
I
because I
got a
got
gotcha
XP
coin.
from it.
How do you get a coin, guys?
Did you pick up the little box?
Should I get a boombox? Shovel?
No.
Hey, where's my gun? I bought a gun. Where's it go?
Oh, this
I
should
don't
be
have
right here, right
any
here.
gotcha
Go shoot right here. This box. Open it. The gun kind of sucks. I'm not even gonna lie.
Oh, well, you didn't tell me that before I bought
What
it.
the f?
And just for that shit, I'm gonna shoot you.
Oh my god. A gun is a gun.
I
Yeah,
got a
did I get
stingray.
shot by
I
that
got a
too?
stingray. Stop
Yeah,
killing
you
me,
did.
guys!
Shit.
Shrink me, shrink me.
Where are you buying
Oh, you got
stuff
shrunken.
from?
Oh, this guy. Yeah.
I want a lava lamp.
Dude, how do you get
Alright,
those
shoot me.
gotcha
God, you
tokens?
should. I wanna get.
Oh.
what?
What the f am I? The fuck was that? That's insane.
My Yoshi,
love
Yoshi,
that.
Yoshi, come here, come here, come here.
Got the fucking ray gun.
Hey yo,
You're a
Oh.
T-Rex.
I'm a Yoshi. I'm a dinosaur now. Hey. I literally turned into a Yoshi.
This is so. What am I?
You're just super tiny.
21. I don't got enough money.
Hey, Mommy, here's your duck.
Oh, she's dead.
That's my reaction to that.
Damn.
No!
Oh shit!
You killed me! Damn. Nobody takes my gun. Do not take my gun. Where's my gun?
Kenny has it.
Who took
Who
it?
was it?
Give it back.
That was you, was it, Shin?
Yeah.
I can't even tell if that was you.
My
Man,
gun.
Shin was
I was
about
tempted to
get
shoot her
big
with
bad.
it. No. Oh shit.
Just vibing.
Alright. Are you guys ready?
Got it.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh,
Honestly, I was
nice, miss.
probably gonna hop off here
gotta-
since it's
you gotta
about
expect
5
it.
in the morning.
Wait.
I'm
what-
ready.
It didn't pop up. Oh.
I was gonna more than likely
Thank
raid
you.
Tia.
Mm-hmm.
I wanna go look
Ah,
at my
smart. Brain too smooth for Pokecats. What the fuck?
Oh, why not?
work.
You guys want to play one more?
Fair enough.
I'll play one more.
Wait, I wanna.
Where do I find my
Where do I
plushies
put it?
at?
I wanna put it on the
Where do I
table.
go?
Oh, you go to the bed.
How do I?
Oh, I see
And
it.
yeah,
Where'd you get that?
customization.
Click on the bed, and then your
How do I
customization.
rotate?
You
Oh,
should have your
R.
little duck somewhere. Your duck should be
What?
somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I think your duck is a weapon charm. Or unless it's miscellaneous.
Can I not? Guys, there's pets.
Yeah!
Oh my god, he's so cute!
Wait, hold on. How do I rotate him?
Yeah, I
Oh,
missed it.
R.
Alright, so
Ah.
I'm going to bounce out of
mouse?
here. It
What?
might close the lobby, I don't know.
Ready.
It won't let me rotate it.
Possibly. Unless if it switches, like Lethal Company, we'll see.
So that was interesting. Who's making the lobby? If we're still
Oh,
playing.
I will bounce out of here, but it's been fun, everyone.
Of course. Bye, Chaos.
Should I make the lobby?
Yup, I'll see y'all later.
I'll try making a lobby.
Bye,
Oh,
Thor.
good night, Chaos.
Alright, good night, Chaos. Thank you for playing.
Y'all.
Thank you, Chaos. Bye.
Wait, Mavi, you said you used to stream on Twitch?
Maybe?
Oh, what was your channel called?
I don't know.
Oh,
I think you should just be able to join me.
At
You should
I
be-
don't know. Twitch.tv / I don't know.
There has to be, right? There has to be. Hold on. I
I think you can just join me, guys. I set it to friends only.
Okay.
I lost my stuff though. I don't have my gun anymore.
Yeah, I guess a new new lobby.
I do not have you guys.
Okay, well, I'll add you real quick. Send your Steam.
Yeah.
It didn't let me choose a save file? Wait, what? Oh.
Wait, I need to add Mavi.
Or do you
as a
know how to
friend
access
on
the save
Discord.
file then?
Did you
Put
not
my
pick a
Steam
save
code in the
file?
Let me try
Mavi.
backing out again.
Oh my gosh. Mavi, guess what?
What?
Okay, so hold on, wait. Before I tell you what I found, I just wanted to like I wanted to do a bunch of stuff like right before because you know. Wait, you live in Australia?
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
Australian. Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn. Wait, so do you know Tia?
Yeah. I know her in real
Oh.
life.
Yeah. Okay, so
Oh.
that's where.
It's not
No,
bad.
this was the save file, Shin. It just.
Wait, shit,
I
hold
was
on.
over and over
Sorry.
to find my gun.
Oh.
Pets now.
Wait, Mavi, what's your friend code on Steam?
I put it in the chat.
Oh,
thingy.
oh, thank you, thank
The,
you.
the VC.
Head
Hey,
pet.
try joining again, Shin.
Okay.
Looks so
Oh, I
goofy.
see.
Alright, bam, Mavi.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to find my gun. I have to read by it?
You might have to.
Sorry, what was that, Kenny?
Oh,
no, I don't have the credits anymore. Wait, what?
Wait, what
Oh,
did I say?
no. Probably could.
No,
Womp womp.
said
It's
lucky
okay.
missed.
Wait, why lucky me?
I
I don't have my gun either.
Wait, who's giving me headpats? You?
Me.
Oh, when did
Yeah.
you do that?
In my stream, I was using my
Oh, thank
Pat your
you.
head.
I
Oh, that's so
appreciate that.
cute.
Oh, you see my plush?
Great.
The plush. Mhm.
It's on Penguin, yeah.
I could move it.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Alright, so
Oh.
Mavi, now that I've
dare
that
you.
I've followed you on everything that you put in your
Yes,
Discord
I do
bio,
now.
I found your Twitch.
Damn, 3 clips. What have you guys been doing?
And
I
I'll be
gotta
here
watch
now.
these later.
Welcome in chaos, sir.
Friends, who made it? Yoshi? Yoshi, is
Yeah,
there a
Yoshi.
password? Nope, it's super unsecure. Gotcha.
Mhm. You could join through friends, like Steam.
Yes, that's what I did.
Nice.
Yes. Now
Yep,
all I gotta
we're
do
probably
is
gonna
wait
play
for the
one more
friend
game.
Accept from Mavi.
I did accept it.
You already did? Oh, I didn't get a notification. Also, it doesn't say you're on, which is
Yeah,
Wait,
you're not
unfortunate.
showing
Who's our last one?
Yep. Last one for me
Wait,
too. Mhm.
Oh, okay, big sad, but alright. Kinda cringe, not gonna lie.
I don't
Damn.
have any money that much, anyways. So is
Yeah,
our
it's
money
okay.
separate?
Yeah,
I
separate.
think so.
Yeah.
How does that work? Also, why is somebody just name? Oh, hi Shin.
Hello. All right. Ready? Guys, so you could get a pet.
Happy Meal.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
But
I
it
don't wanna
costs
be
a
here.
whole lot. You need to collect eggs, though, if you want a pet.
It has so much to it. I like it.
Mhm.
That's fucking creepy. The
What?
fuck are you?
Don't judge.
Fuck are you?
Don't judge.
Look at them teeth. Look at them teeth.
Hey, what's that
Place
mouth do?
egg.
Wait, what?
Guys, I can hear you twice.
Oh yeah, you guys are in Discord too.
bad.
Make sure you mute. Alright.
I forgot to mute up.
Wait, Mavi, are you in?
No, I can't join.
Yeah.
You can't. Wait, what's wrong?
Because you're not shut up.
It's called
Oh,
Sketchy.
wait, I'm not showing up?
Here, let me add you.
Wait, did you add Yoshi?
I wonder if I could still buy.
Oh, okay, shit.
Oh! You know
Let me
what?
see.
Oh, is it so expensive?
You know how to make it so my friends can see me?
You go
if anyone's
online.
telling me anything, I can't hear you,
You
if
go-
I don't tap, which I already did. But Mavi,
I
do you
sent
know
you
how
a
to
friend
make it so I
request,
can hear
Mavi.
you, or see you, or so you can see me?
Oh wait, hang on. I got a thingy from Yoshi.
Oh, okay, that's good then. It means I don't have to change anything about me. Perfect. Alright guys, I'm back in the game. Wait, I need a new Discord.
I knew
I'm not
it!
back in
I knew you were gonna smack me!
Holy
I knew you were gonna smack me. I saw it coming.
I thought I see you run in here. Was that you?
Yeah. So, I'm about to die. No.
What's the name of our ship?
I am too.
Ow. Stop hitting me. I'm not
That's
a part of this
missed.
fight.
That's
I'm
missed.
not a-
Shit.
I'm not a part of this fight. Stop beating the shit out of me.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay. Somebody kill me. I'm like dying super quickly.
Wait, Yoshi, I mean, Kenny, wait, Kenny, I say we let her suffer.
Oh.
Take you to the planet
Just
to
kill
die
me!
immediately.
Just kill me!
She killed me. I gotta. How much fucking health did you have left?
That's it.
Oh fuck.
Well, now I need you to kill me. You guys injured
And
me
then I'm gonna
already.
kill me. Actually, I got a better idea. Come here.
Oh, what's the idea?
You float, guys. You float. Oh.
I don't think this kills us.
Yeah, you float.
But then, like, to come back down, you have to go back closer.
Oh jeez. Oh, Mavi. Hey you. Hey you. You got some goodies? You? I'm done. Look at that man on the pad. Turn around. Turn around.
I can't hear you in game, by the way.
Oh.
Killing.
You can't hear me?
When he did that.
Oh, now I can. Okay, you're super low. Okay, my bad. What do you want? What do you want?
Oh, I was like, turn around so I could look at the ass.
Oh.
It's $4 right now.
Look, he's wearing a little, what is that? Like a pad on the butt, you know?
What?
Oh, no, it's not a pad. That's just my ass.
Oh.
Alright, how do I take this somewhere? Oh.
Kill you? Just, where did you go, Mist?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go now. I'm gonna start shit.
Alrighty. Oh my god, clip roulette!
Wait, shit. Come outside the ship.
I don't have this place on logs. What?
Okay. Spicy food. What clip is this?
Oh shit, we're taking off.
No, let me in! Let me in! Get in. Okay, let's go, let's go.
Guys,
Look at little cats!
Guys, I
You're
put
so
a blanket
cute.
over my laptop hoping that it would keep me quiet. I don't know if it's working though.
Oh my god, you got orange cats.
How do I land
a little baby.
I think Chaos just said to drive it one more
I
time.
got oh yeah, a tuxedo cat.
Oh, it fits me. It's white.
Oh my god, it's white. This is so cute. I can't even hear the clip. I know, me too. I don't know why. I think it's just that stream. It's really low. Probably. Maybe.
Oh shit.
Also, I still gotta switch my clip player. I'm not having yet.
Oh, guys, this is new.
Game is not wanting to run. Ooh, hello.
Alright.
Yay.
Okay, we're in a new place. Let's go.
Holy shit.
Ready?
This place is not like me.
Oh yeah, this one you have to go underwater, so careful.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Swim.
Don't die!
You don't die.
Wait, get in.
Are we finding Nemo?
Yeah, we're finding Mimo.
Okay, okay.
Alright, I'm trying again then. Alright.
Oh, 4 credits.
Please don't be mimic. Please don't be mimic. Got it. I got cereal. Protect me, Jet. Jet, you better protect me, Jet. What? Where did you go? Are you getting? Oh. You just
Avi's
press.
outside. I don't know how to let her in. Oh,
Did it?
there's a
Don't
door.
stand there. You're gonna get crashed.
I killed a thingy right here. Where'd he go?
Oh yeah, I have it.
Oh, okay.
You
Stealing my
just-
kill.
You just drop it. No? Here.
Where did Mavi go? Cause she was trying to get it.
She probably went back up.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully she doesn't die.
Ouch.
Come, cause you're in space, miss. You're in space. No, we're inside the thingy. Get in. Yeah. Press the button. To go up. Yeah.
But Shane, look, I got dog food because I'm a good dog. You know?
Good dog. Good boy. Question mark. Shot that guy right in the balls. Yeah.
Woof woof. Ruff, 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 ruff. Woof, woof.
Oh, he's barking. Chat, you hear that, chat? He's barking.
Yeah, Chet, you hear that? Ruff, 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 ruff.
Okay. Yeah, loot. Don't go there. They said, don't go there. you? Look down. Oh, I'm not gonna help you.
Where's the entrance?
It's underwater.
It's underwater, Kenny.
Yeah, underwater.
I'm under water right
No, there should be an elevator. Hold on.
Yeah, milk. What's this?
Hold on. Don't stand on the elevator. Don't stand. Don't stand. Move away from the elevator. Move away from the elevator.
I'm almost that out.
Apparently our oxygen signal respawns while underwater, but that isn't what makes it
Don't worry about that. That's a mark.
What's up? Oh, hello.
No.
Yeah, just drop stuff there.
Oh, Bobby, you made it in.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to help you, but I forgot you had to go down here first.
Here you go. That's for you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bobby, come here. Can you help picking this thing up? It's your face.
Die! Oh my god! Are you okay? Mavi? Are you okay? Mavi? Mavi? But yeah, Mavi is good people. Oh yeah, she's so nice.
I thought the blast radius was big enough to reach you, but I was wrong.
Wait, did you guys die? No. Oh my goodness.
I'm so disappointed with
Just put his body there.
That's what you get.
There is an elevator though. Hold on.
Where? Wait, Kenny, we can get a.
Come back over.
Wait, are you guys still underwater?
Oh, I see. I see.
Get as much as you can, and then let's go back in. Oh my god, bro.
I just got the Suicide Squad next to me. Oh, let's grab more stuff. Let's go over here first.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, take me the freedom
I'm sorry.
So quiet.
Ah, shit! Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go.
If only Mavi would have helped me pick up that mine.
You got it.
Oh, you could jump over it. You could jump over it. Watch. Ooh, jump. Yeah. You got this?
I'm going to miss.
You got this.
That was so close. That was
Where the hell did we find Yoshi's body at? The elevator?
Oh.
We should totally do sketchies again sometime.
I
Super
put it
fun.
on the
Yeah, of course. We're gum again.
Oh, she called me an it. She said my dead body was an it.
Oh wait, we're back here.
Oh. Why is it floating?
Yeah, I'm just throw the bug in there.
Hello.
What else have you not gone? Oh wait, this is downstairs.
We haven't done this yet.
Oh, you need a code for that door. So you gotta find a code.
I know the code. I found it.
Oh, so if you have the code, you go all the way back to the ship to the computer, and then you type it in.
Okay. I
Yeah.
type it in.
Okay, yeah.
Oh hell.
Let's go here.
Help.
Hello? Hello?
Shit. They're on my ass.
Kenny, are you okay? Oh. I think they did everything here. Might as well go back up.
Okay, did it open?
Let me check. No, it didn't. It did not. Oh, wait. Oh, no, wait, no, it worked. It worked. Yeah. Oh, oops. Hold on, let me bring it back down. I didn't think it was gonna be that fast. Alright. Here we go. Be careful, there might be bigger monsters here.
Why am I so scared?
What is this? Portal?
Teleporter?
Do we have a teleporter? I'm gonna go this side.
What's up?
Go to the elevator.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if I know where that was. I was trying to find it back then.
Wait, I don't see anything!
Go down. Wait, to your right.
I see a very hot pyramid and somebody just walking.
Oh, okay. Ah! Fuck. Run.
To the conclusion that that was not a person.
No. Careful, there might be like mimics, like imposters that look like people but are not people.
Wait, mommy, did you die?
Yeah.
Thank you for
I
the
got
bonk.
ghosted by a fake person.
No, really? Oh my god! Did you actually? Oh no.
I think I see it. I'm worried. Can they open doors?
I'm still alive. Oh shit!
Open doors, that's good.
Oh shit! Oh, shit.
Going back to
I'm trapped!
So, Kenny, the reason why I wanted to go to the elevator is because my body got pushed under it.
I really don't.
Hold on.
That's okay.
Okay, F that. How do I get out? Oh shit. Is it this?
He's fine. Let's go into the ship.
Okay, there.
I'm more concerned about Shen, who apparently is lost.
Wait, I'm lost! Is this where I came from?
Shen, how are you this bad with directions?
I don't know. No, this is where I came from. This door? So welcome in, UA! Welcome, thank you for the hydrate! I will drink once I find my way out. Oh my goodness. Right?
They should just come from here, though.
Where's the entrance? Looks like it's behind her. That way.
Oh wait, I think I found it. I think I found it. Or not.
No.
Oh wait, I found it. Hold on.
That's what I was before I died.
Oh no. Wait.
Are you outside the water or are you inside the building? Ocean?
Wait, can I make it in time? Wait.
You got it.
Wait, you can do overtime, guys.
Yeah, we already voted. We already voted. Wait,
Oh, okay.
Wait, Shen, send the
No! 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 Are you kidding me?
Man, you were so damn close.
Damn.
Where the fuck are we?
We're still on the island.
Why? Ain't no way.
Oh my god.
So now I'm stuck here.
You're right, you're right.
I wouldn't look in the water if I were you.
Damn.
You really want to go down there?
Do we really need this? Damn. Oh, your oxygen's gonna run out, Kenny. You better get in here. Yeah.
You're right.
I think with the hydrate. I got my water bottle here.
Yum. Did they come out at night?
Oh yeah, monsters come out at night. Yeah, I need some chips.
Great.
You wanna go back in there with me? Okay, okay, Kenny, you can stay here. I'll go. Cause I got balls.
Did you grab my body at least?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
It's under the elevator. Sit up first before you grab it.
Alright. It's so funny.
It was just a pancake.
Oh my goodness.
What's the red one?
The red one? I don't know actually.
Oh, sorry.
Here's. Okay, I'm gonna go
You
in.
have an Ultra Ball? Nice. Where you going?
You were right there as well. I know, right?
Oh hell.
You stay safe. You stay safe. Get back. Also, store the bodies inside because I don't know if the ship will crush them. Shen, are you on the first floor?
No, I'm going to the second floor. Hopefully I don't die. Oh my god.
How much health do you have? Was there a monster?
I have 100. 101.
What did you put your upgrades into?
My health. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is where Marvy was at. Wait a minute.
Shane, are you good out there?
I'm good, I'm good. I'm very safe. So far. Right here. This goes in a circle. Ah! Wait, predator! Predator! What the fuck?
Alien?
Ah! What the heck? Yes, freaking alien!
See the one that was inside?
It's freaking alien! What the heck? What?
Thankfully, they can't open doors.
Oh my god. I'm coming back, Kenny. I'm coming back. I'm about to die. That was more xenomorph than predator. Yeah, it is. For some reason, I caught everything predator. It just makes sense, you know. It makes sense. Wait, how do I?
Just like Drake.
Actually, you can see my model. Oh my
Oh.
god, you scared the shit out of me. I just turned off my like bright ass light that was in my face, and now everything's so much better to
Really?
see. I had the light on. I guess I don't even need it, honestly.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
the
use the
reaction time.
flashlight.
Oh, I have a. I use like an actual light. It's not a ring light, but it's like one of those big ones.
Oh, fancy. You know the ring light?
Kenny, wait, what? The f did I miss? What did I miss? What did I say? Oh, damn. That's insane. Oh, streamer light. Fair enough, you know what?
Wait a minute. Ikumachi. Then I love the
With the water. Okay.
I'm about to die.
Big ol' fucking dip. Holy shit. What can you get for 50?
I'm down for 1v1. Give me like a few days. Loser. Oh, Yoshi, you gonna take that? You gonna take the. She just called you a loser. Yoshi Bamboshi? More like
But,
Yoshi
Chaos, it doesn't work,
loser.
and I don't know why. I'll have to fix it later. I need to get off Friday, so nobody wastes it. I need to give Shin 4,000 back, and now YouTube.
What is this? Teleporter?
Turn it off. There you go.
I think that teleports you into the location.
So no bus?
Oh yeah, I think we need a
What is that supposed to
teleporting
mean? Oh, it's
thing.
8.
Nice.
So do we just stay here another day?
Oh yeah, I guess so. We just stay here another day. Okay, ready, folks?
Probably not.
I think it
Got some
did.
pickles.
I don't know. Pickles.
And jam.
Loser. Shit, how dare you? Bow loser. You a bow? More like you a bow on these nuts. Wait, isn't nobody going in with me? Oh no.
Wait, guys, how are you swimming? I jumped in. There's no water for me.
Oh.
Oh, what the hell?
Rip?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm sorry, Kelly. I thought you were in already. Go back, go back.
Yeah, I fixed it, but at the cost of like 30% of my. I have 78 health left. I took 60 fall damage because like, the game didn't want to game.
No. Yoshi,
so
go in. Go in. That lab was diabolical, homie. Sorry.
Shit,
Come on.
where's the monster?
Press the button. Button right there next to you.
It won't let me press. Oh, there we go.
Alright. Are we going over here?
Yes.
Alright.
Okay.
Ready?
Ready.
Careful, there's an alien here.
Oh,
It's
I'll fucking
xenomorph.
It's okay,
gonna-
there's 3 of us.
Yeah, you can't take on all
Yeah.
3 of us.
Got it. Go straight.
I want that weird prism thingy that I found.
Alright, follow Mavi.
Alright, Bobby.
I have no idea where it
Lead
is.
us to victory.
Just saying. It's down the hallway somewhere.
Oh shit! Ah!
There he's
Nice!
dead. We got the
Nice!
flower. No, it's coins.
Loot.
Mommy, you want to help me pick this up again?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Alright, somebody go to the chest first, please. Go.
Scaredy cat.
Hey, I only have 20 health. Okay, 20.
Okay.
I'm about to
What
die.
happened?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Is it bad? Is it bad? Oh.
It's a fake person.
Oh, hey. This is the thing I was talking about.
Oh, what is
You
it?
should, you should pick it up.
What is that?
Pick it up.
What is it?
Oh, it's killing me.
Oh shit!
It'll kill you.
Guys, I literally have 5 health. 5. Just 5.
I'm at 8 health.
No, guys, don't die. Just leave it. Just leave it.
But it's 100.
Don't touch it. Just leave it.
100.
Oh shit! Fuck! This scared me. This is a crab. There's crab in here.
I can't tell who's real and who's not.
Are you real? Oh, you wanna take a stroll? Oh shit! Ah!
Where'd y'all go?
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh, what happened?
Go outside. Go outside and see.
I don't think I see that big thing crawling around.
Chest.
Yeah.
A
Thing
chest?
crawling around. Oh.
Yeah, go
What
on.
chest?
Right there, behind you. To your right, right there.
Oh yeah. Why is it so fast? Why is it so fast?
Oh
It's
shit!
going
It went
inside. It's going
inside.
inside.
It went inside.
Access code A13. A13. Access 13.
Oh, Mommy. No. Don't touch the little crab, Yoshi. Don't. Yoshi. And see.
You told me it was weak.
I thought you were gonna get at least a third shot, and I didn't realize you were so low.
Alright, Kenny, it's only you left. It is only you.
Kenny, go into the ship and type in 813. That guy next code.
I say go to the ship and just go home.
Yeah, just go home.
At this point, let's go get some basic level living.
No! Wait, Kenny?
That looks like some beef.
Swim up. Where did you go?
No, I'm talking about the mushroom you're
Why is there a crab?
Wait, where did you go, Kenny? I don't even know where Kenny went. Look at the way he's swimming.
Alright, so where do I put that in? Chaos. Oh no.
Kenny, go into the computer and type in the access code. And see what happens.
Or let's get out of here with.
Where's the computer?
It's right there to your left or to your right.
To your right, Kenny.
It's okay, Kenny. It's okay.
Yeah, hold E. Hold E.
I'll give them to you. Also, we add jumps here. Oh no.
Oof, 4 casualties.
What the heck?
Why so weak?
Damn.
Why so weak, Shinobi?
What do you mean? You why so weak?
No, why you? No.
You why so weak?
Why are you so weak? I'm upgrading my health. I'm upgrading my health.
Me too.
All I got was a GG.
You know what? When you level up, you get a
That's
upgrade.
all anybody needs.
Guys, I'm gonna land us. Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we got one more day, right? Yeah, we still have time.
Yeah, one day. Come on, guys, we just need like so little.
Already over quota, actually.
Oh, are we? Oh my god.
That was a bad idea. This was amazing right there, though, I gotta say. The freaking vent shoots the air exactly right there.
Oh, he's dead.
They're both gone.
You.
Gets
It's your
up,
fault.
starts dancing.
Oh, because of you. Yeah. Point at Bobby.
Point laugh.
Point at laugh.
Point laugh.
I think I made a boo-boo.
I feel bullied.
Uh-oh.
I'll leave it on.
What do you
Bye.
happened?
Oh, hey, wait, what the fuck? No.
Uh-oh.
So my bad.
That's not gonna stop me. I'm jumping down.
Uh-oh. Don't you lose health? Why would
Yeah.
you jump
Also,
down?
who swung at me? Who swung at me while I was in the pilot seat?
I don't know. Not me.
Oh, the sea. Not sure.
It was a Shen.
No, wasn't
I
me.
actually don't know.
I'm gonna swing at you, Shen, because you hit me.
It wasn't me! It wasn't me!
Fine.
Hey guys, look what I got.
Oh!
Oh,
To the block!
It's not good and tasty.
Who are you? Are you human? Wait, was that Yoshi? He walks so like sinisterly.
I walk sinisterly?
Yeah, like an imposter.
You call me a monster?
Oh, this drum is empty.
Look at my big baguette.
You have a baguette?
Look at it.
Whoa, what big baguettes you have?
Yeah, get down on your knees now.
It's over here. Wait, did you check over here already?
No.
No? Parkour! Parkour! I fell! Oh my god! How do I get up? The heck? How do I get up? Over here? Fuck. Okay. Over here. What? Where do I go? This is a dead end. Can I drop down? I won't die, right? If I just fall. Oh shit. Hey you! You fell?
I tried to do advanced parkour and I found out I can't do that.
Oh shit.
Just get on the rock, silly. Get on the rock and do it. Yeah, see?
I'm jumping. Oh shit. It can't go here.
So, if you guys see a little robot on 4 legs, you should not.
Shit. My oxygen is going low. Fuck.
Oh, can't really.
Yeah, I see your body, Mom.
What's the entrance?
I lied. It's just one right there. I don't think I get your body, Mom. I'm sorry.
Shannon, watch out. Shannon, watch out. Shannon,
I'm running! I'm running! Wait, can I? We're about to die!
Oh, it's dead.
I need oxygen. Is there a door here? Yoshi, I'm dead. 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 Yoshi, I am dead. Yoshi, I am. Yoshi, I am dead. Yoshi, I am dead. Yoshi, fuck.
I know. I hear you.
I'm dead.
I need oxygen too. Can I get in here?
No, you need a level 4 code.
I'm gonna die too. Fuck,
Shit.
no.
That's the same plant that killed me before. Oh no.
Hey, why did I follow you out here? God damn it.
It's dangerous. Everywhere's dangerous. Rip, Yoshi, rip. What the heck? Did she die to the little robot?
Yeah, I walked in on it.
Oh no.
He was doing his duties, and it didn't go well.
Oh my god. Mist, it's all up to you. Like, literally. Try to grab like as many stuff as you can. Yeah. Oh, grab the bug. Yeah, yeah. That bug right there. You could grab it. Don't fall. Oh my god, I missed. Miss, behind you. Behind you. Are you not running out of oxygen?
Shit, you know, one of these days, like, there's gonna actually be something behind me. You're gonna get me killed because of this.
Sorry. Wait, how are you not dying from oxygen yet? Is it not draining?
Because I recharged my shit. Because I recharged my suit.
Oh. We're just gonna stare at mist.
Get this out of here.
No, there's two more.
You know where they're at?
I saw the giant explosions.
Oh, okay.
Kenny, did you have a remote on you?
How was everyone's day?
Super great. Super great.
Nice, nice.
I went underwater and I got killed trying to rescue this other person who ran out of oxygen.
Nice. Sounds great. Nice. My day was good. Yeah. I took a stroll outside, touched some grass. I hydrated a whole lot. Yeah.
Was it water or monster?
Water, yeah.
Also went ghost hunting today. That was pretty cool. I kept buying a lot.
Nice, nice. Oh my god, it's almost 3 a.m. right now. God damn. Nice job, miss. Nice job.
Alright, not bad, not bad.
No. Good, bad.
Kenny, I'm expecting a medal after this. Oh, wait, Kenny, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Woohoo! Let's go.
foiled.
Oh, welcome back, everyone.
Got it. Damn. They called me skill issue.
Skill issue.
Return to Sketchy's build.
Alright, someone else do that because I don't want to fuck it up. What's our quarter?
Alright.
Damn,
Yeah,
I have to have points.
We got less than when
Okay,
Chaos
then
was
that's
here.
Yup. We're one man down.
Honestly. Yeah.
I'll find out how to do this later.
Maybe that doll is worth a lot.
Wait, is this a pineapple?
Yeah.
God?
We found it. We found it under the sea.
Oh. Alright.
Robert, wasn't Jen? You gotta finalize the location.
The location? Is it not here?
Oh no, never mind. I'm dumb.
We're I was about to say we're already here. Shit, I fell. Oh god.
There's was that how you crouch? There's like
Yeah.
eggs in a little
Control.
creature.
I can't pick what you're
Scary.
Keep the score.
I forgot you could just jump off.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Why do you guys not take the teleporter?
Oh. Yeah.
Is that what that takes you to?
Yeah. Anyway.
I didn't even know. Yep.
I've took it before, but I never figured that out.
Is that everything? That was everything, right?
Yeah.
I have one thing, but I can't drop it.
Oh, place E. Put it into the.
No, like
G?
I physically can't.
You
Oh.
physically can't? Oh no!
Physically can't.
We can try to kill you.
Murder me.
Shen, murder her.
I don't have a weapon.
Okay, I'll be back.
I'm gonna get murdered.
No.
You
Shit, he found me.
Wait, are you hitting her?
We're gonna be here a while.
Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Yoshi, we're trying to kill her because she has an item that we need to drop in the thing.
Oh no, you killed me.
Did you drop it?
I
wait.
actually fell for that. I actually fell for that.
That was good. That was good. That was actually so good.
If she died, she would have dropped it.
Oh my goodness.
Didn't you want us to kill you?
Because it's funnier.
Oh, she's dead for
Wait,
reals.
Did you actually have it? You didn't drop anything.
I think she was just bugged. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, finalize?
Then, no, you had nothing on you. Yeah, finalized.
What?
Alright.
Yeah, you didn't have anything.
The girl is smacking me.
I think it was Yoshi.
Somebody press it. Press the green button.
Oh, there's no scrap to send, Shen.
No, to finalize everything. When you finish sending all, yeah, and then you get a kiss meal.
Guys,
Yeah.
you guys all voted yes?
Yep.
I'm trying to read the claw machine. I want my llama.
Yeah. Give me my kiss meal.
Like, give channel points to anybody, kinda.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
My kiss meal. Wait, I got 4 claw machine coins. Oh my god. Hold on, I wanna get my. What do I have? Can I afford a shrink ray? I could!
That's the far back.
Oh, I got a frog. I
I'll
got a frog.
accept a cow.
I got a frog.
I'll take a cow.
Oh wait, it bounced out. It bounced out. Oh wait.
It just dropped mine. So lame.
Oh my god.
Wait, why does he
I
keep
got
running
a.
mine?
I got a.
I don't
something.
want the cow.
I got a.
Shin? My bear. Oh, shark.
I got a cow.
Get these coins. Oh, refunding? Yeah, refunding pretty much. I'll have to do that.
Pretty close. Stay still.
Give me the cow. Give me the. What?
Guys, I love.
Wait, you got the guinea pig? Oh my god, you got the guinea pig! Oh,
I'm
NT, NT.
Mavi, did you see that?
Okay,
What happened?
my
Or
last
are you
coin,
playing
my
yours?
last
You're
coin.
playing yours,
Wait, no.
okay. I'm so sad, guys. Dude, I grabbed this lava lamp.
Another penguin? I don't want another penguin.
Immediately all 3 times.
Oh, you got a penguin again.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset.
Alright, I guess I'm getting another penguin.
My turn.
Take your turn.
It's whatever.
I
Don't
want
forget about your
the
little-
guinea pig.
little Gotcha.
Hopefully I could grab it. That's too far.
Ooh. Ooh, better luck next time.
It's okay, I got this, I got this.
You got it, you got it, you got it. Go, go. I believe, I believe. You got it, you got it.
By the way, guys, we're all getting off after this, right?
Yeah.
I got it, I got it!
You got the guinea pig! Get the
Yeah!
guinea pig!
Okay,
You got the
wait,
duck?
Did you do your little?
Oh yeah. So what happened? Wait. Oh.
Oh, gotcha. I can use a gotcha?
Yeah, you could do gotcha.
I got a weapon here.
No, it literally fell. Oh my god.
What I like it.
You know, I want the cow.
Okay. 2. Oh, what weapon charm? Oh, nice.
It's so full. This little shit.
Chaos, would it edit how much you have, or would it give that much?
No, I don't want to. I don't want turtle.
I was gonna give you.
Hey. Oop.
Bernie? That's what his name
I think I'm
was.
gonna play this game by myself, just so
I
I can
have
get some
Bernie?
upgrades for my save.
I took it already.
What a sweaty
Oh. That is creepy as fuck. I hate that.
Oh, wow.
I lied. No, I'm not.
What, did you shrink me?
You
Oh,
liar.
you shrunk
No.
me. Oh.
Yeah, I thought I was, and then I decided no.
You didn't get to see my little cow.
Oh,
How dare you?
Oh,
Damn.
I'm sorry. You want me to log back in?
Wait, Shan, do it again.
Yes.
Okay, I'm getting back in.
Oh, yo, shark! Yo, shark! Yeah?
I want to see what it looks like with while I emote.
Yeah, you're dancing?
Yeah. No, shrink me.
It's a little. Oh.
Oh, what was that? Okay.
Oh, is it dinosaur, Yoshi?
Alright, I'm here. Show me.
green dinosaur?
What's the thing you wanted to show me?
Customization.
Oh,
So
that's
do- so if I hit
cute.
this,
Wait,
do I
wait.
get another-
Now I want to do one. Now I want to do one.
Plush.
Oh shit, wait.
Put your little duck on there.
Oh, I do have it. Okay, cool. Wait. Oh, wait, where's my duck?
Your duck? Are you ducking kidding me?
Oh.
Ah, what?
Oh, I'm trying to place my penguin. No.
I got it, don't worry. Hey, don't make fun of me.
Oh my god, this is so cute.
Oh, I got a little penguin on my football. My no, hold on. I got a football on my little flamingo
This
now.
looks so fake. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You get charms. That's for the gotcha. Yeah.
Plush matches my little.
Buddy, your gum buddy. That's your
Gotcha
gum
again.
buddy.
What was that?
Okay.
Matches my little weapon thingy.
What the heck?
Yeah. Wait.
You tiny
I don't see it.
little.
The weapon's not there for me.
Gum buddy, gum buddy.
But I see the duck.
Can I hit him from out over here?
Little duck.
Wait, Mavi. Can you hold on, scroll off of your weapon? And then bring it back out?
Yeah, yours
I
is
still can't see it.
invisible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yours
it's
is invisible
invisible.
for me too.
You guys are both invisible.
I dropped mine. Can you see it on the ground?
Yeah, I can see on the ground.
Oh.
It's
no, it just
invisible
shows
when
mine.
you hold
It just
it.
shows mine. Yeah, I don't understand.
You can see it on the ground when I drop
Yeah,
it.
you can see the you can see it on the ground. It That's weird. It changes once you pick one up. Wait, how do you do that?
Upright.
You
No, I think you do that.
little.
Oh, if you hold G, it places it upright.
now you're a pool.
Wait.
Pool. Wait, donut?
Shen, turn around.
What the heck? How are y'all
Wow!
doing that?
Wait! How do you guys do this?
Hold G. Walk up to it and then hold G.
Oh gee. Wow!
With the
Wait.
flamingo. Yeah.
Is it flamingo?
Oh, it's through the roof.
I had another
Oh
one.
my God. Wait,
Hold on,
it goes
wait.
straight through the ship. It goes straight through the
Wait,
ship.
can you see it from up here?
Hold on.
No, you can't.
Kenny, you want to watch me dance on this pole?
Hey, pole dancing.
Absolutely.
Oh, he's a stripper.
Here we go, guys.
How'd you even stack?
You hold G. We stack vertical.
Mhm.
Great.
Maybe we could have stuck
that
and
one right
stuff.
there?
I know, right?
He did it.
Point left.
Oh.
We're
Wait,
pointing
wait.
at him.
Hey, don't make fun of my occupation, alright? We all do what we have to get by.
Shame him. Shame.
Cancel that man who's shaming someone for their job.
He doesn't
Cancel
know how
him.
to strip properly. He can't pole dance properly. He sucks. at it.
Oh, you got me, Yoshi. Emotional damage. Emotional damage. Oh,
Jeez.
oh, I can't deal. Alright.
Alright, this is it for me, guys. Thank you for playing.
Can I leave now?
Yeah.
Oh. Should I go back or?
You were
Nah,
supposed
I
to be
think-
stuck.
Oh, why am I the only one who has to be stuck?
I never said you were the only one.
Oh, are you gonna be stuck with me?
Oh, we're all gonna be stuck.
Oh,
Alright.
I'm
Maybe
free,
after this,
though.
I'll be hopping off. Have a good stream and rest well when you lay down. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you for playing. Thank you for joining. Have a good night.
Hey yo.
Sleep well. Should I
Should
find
you wanna
someone
play
to
Call of the
stream?
Hunter?
No. I'm so drained.
Scary doll. I gotta watch that.
Should I?
Oh wait, Kenny, did they clip it?
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see it, Mons. Where's the clip?
No, I'm just gonna raid
Shen's
Tia. Since
Oh,
Tia's
it's in
doing a
Shen's. Let me see.
thingy.
Oh fuck! I don't want to close Kenny
Raid.
stream though.
Tia is doing a charity
hold on.
stream, so we're gonna
Let me
raid
look up
it.
Kenny stream real quick.
Tia!
Alright, now I can go watch Shen. Where's this clip at? Yeah, dude. Fuck, did you hear me
Maybe-
scream like the first time I got it?
You scared the shit out of Shin. I love that.
Alright. Tia is doing art,
Wait,
but
where's the
she's
clip?
also doing a charity stream. Everyone,
Oh my
everyone, please
God,
go
Lady
support.
Lassie,
Say
I
nice.
think The 19
Yeah, be nice to her.
Oh, you're
Also, thank you everyone for coming by. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the subs. Thank you everyone.
Wait,
Oh my
Kenny,
god.
Wait, Kenny,
I'm
hold on. I have 370.
Oh my god, I'm so happy, guys.
Wait, Kenny, where's the clip at? I can't find it. on Shen's
Thank you.
goddamn
See you
I have
everyone.
370
Go
channel
raid, go
points, but I
raid.
can't
Yes,
find your,
I don't have a raid message. Just
can't-
put
I
goat
can't
raid.
find it. Goddamn, Shen's thing is so confusing.
Alright, goodbye everyone.
clips.
Thank you. See ya, Paul.
24 hours.
I pinged you.
Scary doll. Oh, I just found it. It's okay. Thank you.
Oh no, I didn't mean on Twitch.